Okay, what's up, everybody? We got a lot of shit to talk about today. A lot of shit is on my mind. A lot of shit I want to do. A lot of shit I want to talk about. We're going to talk about China. Some things going on in China. First things first. I got some stuff on my mind, that I was thinking about, that I want to talk about. I want to talk about why communists must be traditionalists. A lot of people ask me, Haz, why are you so conservative? Why are you so traditionalist? What's this traditionalism? Why are you so conservative? Why do you believe in all these dumb traditions? Blah, 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 blah. So I'm going to explain that to you. I've been watching Marco Polo, the Netflix show. Great show. But when I watch shows and shit, it gets me thinking. I start thinking about stuff, right? And I want to really talk to you guys about something. I also want to address a lot of these smart intellectuals who don't see any significance in the debate bro culture and the rhetoric and the sophistry, because I was really thinking, right? So let me tell you something what happened, right? So I saw this video that Coconut Island, the Voss channel, shared. And it got me thinking. It got me thinking about narratives. I've been talking about narratives a lot, right? And it's something I've been struggling with a little bit, even though I shouldn't because I should know better. But it's really been getting me thinking, right? So Voss has a copium narrative. Well, this is the general narrative. So look at this title. Voss reacts to infrared molding after losing to a debate to Are Relevant. And then the description goes, molding after losing debate to Are Relevant, he screams for a while, then tries to cope and blames John Zerka for why he lost the debate. And it got me thinking, right? Why am I so mad at people spinning narratives when narratives are everything to begin with? Narratives are everything to be. You can't bitch about narratives because narratives are everything. I did dislike it because I saw it. I got pissed. I was like, what the fuck is this? Because they made it seem like there's so many ways you can break down the narrative manipulation, but it's not intentional. This is just how they spun it, right? And it's kind of my fault because I wasn't thinking about narratives. They're making it seem like I got mad because I was losing to him. I guess he's smarter than me and more knowledgeable, so I lost to him in a debate. And then I got mad, and then I coped, and then I blamed Zerka for losing. So, there's so many facets to it, right? First, I lose and get mad, and the reason I'm mad is because I lost the debate, and then me getting pissed at Zerka only reinforces that narrative, right? But obviously you guys know that's not what happened, right? He got his ass whooped the whole fucking time for 6 hours. Then at the very, very end, the dude was annoying the shit out of me, so I yelled. Of course, I yell in every debate. And then I got pissed at Zerka because he wasn't defending my character at the end. It wasn't about the debate. It was about the personal...
Baby, let's go.
Thank you, Singman. It was about the personal attacks and defamation, okay? At the end, at the very, very end. But, you know what? Anyone who bitches about shit like that is a cuck. Is a cuck. And I'm going to explain why it's such a cuck-like bitch move to bitch about narratives. Because we could sit here all day and go, no, the narratives are wrong. That's not what happened. No, the narratives are wrong. It's not what happened. Narratives are everything. It's why we're doing this, right? It's why we're out here in this public sphere of public opinion and social opinion. Because ultimately, people are going to spin a narrative. They're not going to focus on the substantive content. Oh, didn't your big idol Zerka not defend you? So sad. Well, that's what they're saying. I don't know if that's what you're saying, but yeah, that is what they're saying. But They're making it seem like it was about the debate and not about the defamation from him in his chat at the very, very end. And that's what it was about. It wasn't about any debate. He lost every debate, right? But here's what I wanted to talk about, right? Why am I a Mongol? Why am I a Mongol, chat? Why do I say this is the Wild West? Why am I the Khan? Why am I a Mongol? What is going on here? What is this kingdoms and Mongols and battles that we're talking about, right? What is all this shit? Well, I'm kind of botching it, but we can look to Hegel for a second. Let's turn to Hegel just for a second. Promise you it's going to be very simple to understand. It's not going to be too crazy. It's not going to be too out of this realm. When you look at it from a Hegelian perspective, Hegel has a word. He calls it the spiritual animal kingdom. Right? The spiritual animal kingdom. So in Hegel's philosophy, he outlines how we as individuals realize our inner freedom through the external state. The state gives us rights and we oblige it with duties, right? But then he talks at the end in his philosophy of right about something called the spiritual animal kingdom. What is the spiritual animal kingdom? All of you people who have an issue with this debate, sophistry, and this rhetoric, and this smoke and mirrors, dishonest tactics, and all this rhetorical, emotional stuff, you should really pay attention here, right? Because I'm only going to give you one fucking chance to stop being nerds, and actually, I'm going to explain it to you intellectually so you can shut the fuck up and stop acting so high and mighty like you're above all this dumb bullshit, right? So with the spiritual animal kingdom, I'm not going to give you a thorough explanation. I myself am still struggling to really, really understand. It's so ambiguous what Hegel means by this to me, right? But the way you can pin it down is this. There is somehow a distinction between our inner subjective feeling as individuals and our intentions when we creating something or putting something out there in the public and the way it's going to be received by the public, right? So, for example, in my state of mind in this debate, it's just me bullying a nerd and putting a nerd in his place. And I'm not thinking about all of these, but the actual effect of what I did was just generate all of these extra narratives that had nothing to do with how I personally was experiencing it, right? Or let's say you're an artist, right? And you craft a work of art. And you have some kind of idea in your head of what this means and what it's about and what its implications are. But then you put it out into the public, and the public has an entirely different response and reaction. Well, for Hegel, that sphere of the public, narratives and rumors and, things like and judgments and perceptions and arbitrary perceptions, things like that, I think that's what Hegel means. I'm open to being corrected because here my knowledge is not. This is something I struggle with Hegel, with the spiritual animal kingdom still, but so I'm open to being corrected, but this is the spiritual animal kingdom. And the reason it's a spiritual animal kingdom is because just like the jungle in an animal kingdom, you cannot account for what the public effect is going to be. It's like a completely arbitrary kind of wilderness where and the reason debate culture is so fucking, such a good example of that is the most arbitrary thing can tip a debate optically. Like if I'm in a debate with someone and I sneeze, I just sneeze, right? Let's say I'm debating someone and I sneeze and then I tear up. Just because of a physical reaction, completely arbitrary, the narrative is that in the debate I cried. They brought me to tears. It's a wilderness. You can't account for it. You can't control it. It's like an animal kingdom, right? And yet, the reason it's spiritual is it's because it's this kind of immaterial, intangible, sphere of perceptions and subjective interpretations and narratives that's just like spiritual. It's not something you can ground, right? So that's how I understand Hegel's spiritual animal kingdom, botching it and obviously not giving an adequate, full explanation. But that's how I understand it. And, you know, it really put me into perspective because I was watching the show Marco Polo and I was watching the wedding. I was watching them do the weddings. And I realized something that I've always known is that, you know, a good way to explain this to you guys, and this is what gave me the idea to explain it to you, of why traditionalism is so important, is because what do you think traditions are meant to account for? Do you think traditions are about your subjective feeling as an individual? No. That doesn't matter. You can feel whatever you want. Traditions are meant to describe and to give form, to give the form to this wild kingdom of just arbitrary public perceptions, honor and shame. Like the reason why, for example, virginity is important in marriage, right? In traditional societies. It's not because of the subjective aspect. Of course, from that perspective, who cares, right? Nothing matters. It's just what is the public saying about you, right? Marriage is a way to maintain your honor in this face of the public sphere. And you can say, oh, I don't care what the public thinks all you want, but that's still what's going to define you. So traditionalism or whatever, right? All that is just a way of managing those things and being able to live in a society and live in some kind of like thing bigger than yourself while being able to manage the public perceptions and expectations about you in a consistent and, you know, familiar way, right? And it's also a source of great dignity because not only is it about what you're doing and what the people around you involved with you are doing, it's about how you validate yourself in the social realm. That's what honor means. That's what pride means. That's what dignity means. Are you guys following me or no? Should I just move on from this? Because this might be too smart for you guys to fucking understand, you know? Like a lot of people respond to traditionalism. For example, this is totally arbitrary wedding practices. And they're just like, hey, this is stupid. This is like superstition. Why do we have to, you know, pour milk into a bowl and drink? Well, why do we have to do all these dumb things that, you know, it doesn't even make sense? Because you're thinking of it in an individualistic way. You're not thinking about the fact that this is a way people manage and attend to this just public, and you don't really understand this until you're a public figure, because again, I can do the slightest things and narratives are going to get spun about me that are meant to dishonor me and shame me for things I have nothing to do with, right? Traditionalism is just a way to be able to manage that and just kind of conform to reasonable social expectations just so you can be a free individual. And my understanding of what it truly means to be a free modern subject is that we do need a traditional, substantive, completely arbitrary. It doesn't have to make rational sense to you. If we have this completely arbitrary way of ordering ourselves, we won't be thrown to the mercy of this wilderness of the spiritual animal kingdom where we're just being defined in ways that are unclear and not familiar to us and not accustomed to us and completely, you know, at odds with who we are. You know, like on the one hand, we're private figures with inner feelings, right? And on the other hand, we're public people who are defined by the expectations and perceptions around us. And liberalism is trying to make it seem like those are the same thing, and they're not. Liberals are the type that go, well, who cares what the public thinks? That doesn't matter. All that matters is how I feel. But that's not true, because you're still being defined by these public perceptions. Like, look at Twitch debates. Do you really think Twitch debates are about like individuals battling their individual ideas? No, it's about people trying to save face in public from being humiliated and being, you know, you get what I'm saying? It's you can act like you don't care about what people think, But that's every single reason for the actions you're doing can be explained on those terms. You know who's an example of a guy who doesn't care about what the public thinks? Me. At least in that debate, I didn't care what they thought. I literally just wanted to like assert dominance over that guy. I didn't care what anyone thought. I just literally wanted to get in his head personally, right? And at least show the chat, like, yeah, look what I'm doing to your streamer. Like, that's how I was thinking about it. But little did I know, I was being defined in a way that had nothing to do with my own intentions, my own... Everyone is psychology. They start doing armchair psychology. Oh, Haas is insecure. Haas is coping. Haas cares so much. And I don't care. Like, imagine you don't care about something and somebody goes to you, oh, you care so much about this. You care so much. What can you say? What literally can you say? You can't say anything. Right? It's like, what if you just don't care? What then? Right? The more you, like, show that you don't care, the more they're going to accuse you of intentionally acting that way to cope with the fact that you do care. And it's like, but you can't complain about that. That's the thing. You can't complain about it because, again, we're not just subjective individuals. We are at the mercy of just this general perception that we're all trying to address and refer to, right? It's what people call optics, you know? And a lot of intellectuals, they come to me like, Haas, don't you think this shit is stupid? Actually, no one comes to me and says this, but I see people commenting like, dude, this is stupid. Debate, bro, culture is stupid. It's not actually about rational debate or anything. It's just about chest beating and guerrilla bullshit. And I think saying, yeah, that's very true. It's not a site of truth. It's not a site of intellectual truth, at least. 100% it's not. It's like, for example, look at the debate I had with Perspective Philosophy. Is that actually a debate in the public's eye about who's right and who's wrong on the meat and potatoes substantive points? No, it's a debate about who knows their shit versus who's lying and doesn't know anything. You know what I mean? That's how people are going to see it. And you got to understand that despite the fact that these debates are not a site of intellectual truth, they are some kind of site of truth. And to me, that truth is, how would I explain it? It's not a site of intellectual truth, but it's a site of ideological truth, if that makes sense. It's a site of, like, it's just this vague optics of, like, who is better? Who is better, stronger, better looking even? Yeah, that matters in a debate, believe it or not. Who's, you know, it's things like that. It's not actually about intellectual truth. It's about a more fundamental social truth, right? And I want to represent a return to traditionalism, right? Because the reason I'm a Mongol is because just like the Mongols are roaming the steppes as nomads in this wild place where there's no, all bets are off, there's no established anything, we live in the Wild West in America. We don't have traditions. We don't have things to which we measure our honor and shame and dignity and tradition. We have none of those things. We don't have any sense of substantive truth. We only have a sense of subjective, individual, rational truth. We don't have any sense of like this more fundamental social truth. And in order to be able to prevail, you have to win the Wild West. You have to be the Khan that conquers the wild steppe. You understand? I am roaming on a horse in the spiritual animal kingdom on the steppe. You understand? And I'm not just debating about intellectual shit, right? It's not just that. It's about defining the common social object that interpolates and defines our individuality. When I lose a debate, all of IGG look like bitches. That's why I've never lost a debate, by the way. You're welcome. When I win a debate, all of you gain confidence, don't you? You all gain confidence when I win a debate. You feel better about yourself because I am proving your dignity. I'm proving your honor. You've invested a piece of yourself in infrared. And you want to know why that is? And this is the unfortunate truth. Because you don't live in a society where you can invest your soul in a tradition, in a custom that will just regulate your social soul, right? If you lived in a traditionalist society that had customs and traditions, you would be able to manage the ways you're validated socially, right? You'd be able to, like, on the one hand, be a private individual and also attend to the human need we have as human beings to be recognized by a bigger force than ourselves, and recognized in a way that's not incompatible with our humanity but affirms our humanity. It doesn't matter how arbitrary that validation is. Yeah, it could be a ritual where, I watched the show, the Mongol show, the Marco Polo, where, you go on a horse and you hunt, or it doesn't fucking matter what it is. It's not about what you're doing. It's about the meaning of what you're doing socially, right? Let's say, for example, let's use the Mongol show as an example, right? It's a totally arbitrary ritual where in order to prove you're a man, you have to go out into the forest, you have to hunt, and you have to bring back a prize. It's not about what you're doing. It's about what you're doing signifies, right? And so if you come back with a trophy, people say, yes, you're a man. If you come back with nothing, you're not a man. And now you guys would probably see that and respond and be like, that's so superstitious, backward, and arbitrary, right? What does being able to hunt have to do with being a man? And my answer to you is nothing. Absolutely nothing. And that's the fucking point. That's the fucking point. It is arbitrary. And the reason it's arbitrary is because there's no way to bridge the two. There's no way to bridge your inner being with how you're perceived socially. But at least with this stupid arbitrary ritual, you can manage that chaos, and just that chaos can just be something consistent and can have form. Does that make sense to you? Like, what does me being mad in the debate with Irrelevant have to do with who won the debate? Nothing. It's a totally arbitrary discontinuity. It doesn't have what I feel and my intention and my subjective whatever doesn't matter. What matters is the narrative that's being defined. And when it comes to these seemingly arbitrary traditional rituals, the only difference is that at least we can just be familiar with these things and know them and be kind of comfortable with them instead of leaving it to the wilderness where we don't know, right? Now, look, dude, like imagine, for example, you get framed and accused of something you didn't fucking do. And that ruins your image socially. You have no way. It's like, you know what's fucked up about America? It's like, America's a place where we have only two choices. We either become celebrity superstars who are loved and adored by everyone and are gods, or our image is smeared and tarnished, and you're like the worst piece of shit ever. Or you linger in this lonely place where you're not being validated in a social way whatsoever. And unfortunately, that's where a lot of you are on Twitch. That's where the Twitch viewers are. They're just in this place where they're not getting any attention from society at all. And they have no way of defining themselves. So they have to define themselves through streamers and through personalities that will interact with them and will recognize them, right? Traditionalism, as arbitrary and meaningless as those customs and rituals are, they are a way to affirm and kind of come to an understanding with the way in which we are being defined externally in a way that we cannot control. Like, yes, it's arbitrary. Like, marriage, think of an arbitrary marriage ritual where, like, the husband has to, I don't know, I'm going to just make some shit up. Let's say there's a ritual where, like, when two people get married, the husband has to pick up the bride and just lift her like 5 times. 1, 2, 3, and do it 10 times, right? Or 11 times. It's totally arbitrary, right? It's totally arbitrary from a subjective point of view. But when you're doing that completely arbitrary custom that just doesn't make sense to you, you're fulfilling that chaotic external thing and you're addressing that. Something that's just beyond your control to begin with, right? Jason wants to debate you. I'll debate him tonight. I'll debate him right now if he wants. Isn't your whole argument right now that you need arbitrariness as the way to cope with reality? It's kind of like that, but I would go further and say the reason is because the reality is arbitrary anyway. And I'm going to be honest with you guys, I don't really believe that it's necessarily arbitrary. I think there is a deeper purpose and meaning to these seemingly arbitrary rituals, right? We just don't know them. But, you know, science does discover a lot of weird stuff about how these traditions that just don't make sense to us, they do things. They somehow do some magic that works. Whether it's psychological or even physiological, they do something, right? And this is what people are discovering with traditional Chinese medicine as well, is that this reality external to us seems totally meaningless and arbitrary. But these traditions and customs that human beings have had for thousands of years or whatever, they make it meaningful. It's our way of interacting with a seemingly meaningless reality in a meaningful way, if that makes sense, right? So that's something that's been on my mind and something I've been thinking about a lot. Yeah, it's how we cope. But it's not just how we cope. It's how we find meaning in reality. And meaning is not a cope. This is where dialectical materialism is different from Anglo-Saxon metaphysics. Anglo-Saxon metaphysics says reality is meaningless immanently, and reality itself, meaning is a cope. But dialectical materialism says meaning has reality. Meaning has reality. The things you're calling a cope actually have reality. So they're not a cope because they actually do have reality. Right? Meaning isn't just a human way of coping with a meaningless reality. Reality is meaningless because humanity is a part of reality. That's what you should understand. A lot of traditionalists get it wrong, right? A lot of traditionalists will say things like, we need to be more traditionalist because modern science says so. It's psychologically healthy and it's physically healthy. You're still a modern subject. The only true traditionalist is someone who is willing to acknowledge it may not make any rational sense, but it is still sacred and necessary because this is how we interact with the seemingly meaningless spiritual animal kingdom that nonetheless does define us. And if we don't have traditions, we're going to be confused about the various ways we're being defined objectively. For example, a good example of this, thank you, Anti-Anglo, is DGG. And if DGG are intellectual nerds, then they should be willing to hear me out when I'm trying to extend this to them so they can understand. I don't have a lot of faith or hope in them, but hear me out, right? Take cucking. Now, DGG people think cucking doesn't matter because at the end of the day, who cares, right? Who cares? Your girl's getting fucked by another guy. But if you think about it from an individualist perspective, all that's happening is that a penile organ is going into her vagina, and what? You own her? No, look, who cares? It's completely away from you, right? But what they don't understand is that even if you're ignoring the meaning of that, there is just this fundamental external perception that is still defining you. And it's defining the meaning of that in a way you can't control. Like, you will still be treated as a cuck by society, is what you don't understand. People will treat you differently. And it's not because they've internalized prejudices in their head. It's because unconsciously we are driven by these social laws and these social cues and these kinds of things that we don't even understand them, but we act in a way that we do, if that makes sense, right? Like, you can think there's nothing wrong with being a cuck because physically speaking, it's not an abomination to the universe as far as we know. I mean, we don't even know that. We don't even know if it's not, creating some horrible black hole or something. Maybe it is. But that's besides the point. Just because apparently there's nothing wrong with it from a rationalistic individual's perspective doesn't mean you're not ignoring, you're not foreclosing and ignoring how society is defining you, how the world is defining you, and how you are being defined, right? I mean, you can debate people on it all you want, but you're still going to be treated as a cuck and a little bitch. And the reason for that is because, again, there's a discontinuity between our subjective feeling and the conclusions we arrive at rationally and how we're being defined externally. You could say you don't care about society all you want, right? But at the end of the day, symptomally, it's going to define you. It's going to define who you are. And traditionalists are just people who want to be familiar with, who want to know, and who want to be harmonious with who they are. And who we are is not just we are individuals. We are also social beings who are defined by social perceptions. Sometimes the social perceptions can be wrong. I myself know that more than anyone, right? But that's just because at the end of the day, I am wagering that people will see the truth. Right? People will see the truth. And they will see it the way I'm seeing it. But of course, I'm proof that perceptions can be wrong, right? Why else would I continue to say that I won the irrelevant debate? Or why else would I continue to say that I won the Keith Woods debate, right? Even though the perception of a lot of people from those communities is not that, I insist that they're wrong because I believe, right, that I can prove socially, not just individually, socially that I was correct, at least in time. And all those DGG people are saying, no, Hans, what you're saying is a bunch of mumbo-jumbo superstition. Why did you respond to the irrelevant debate in the way you did? You made so many assumptions that had nothing to do with the actual, rational content of the debate. You literally just spun all of these narratives that just, had nothing to do with my psychological or emotional state or the content of what happened factually, right? So it's not based in facts, and it's not based in my internal, subjective, emotional, or psychological feeling. It's based in this third optical public eye perception that you're addressing. You're not actually addressing the debate. You're addressing the perception of the debate socially. When they say, "Hi, you took an L," I took an L before whom? I took an L before what Lacan calls the big other. This undefinable other, this third other who's not an actual other person, but is the big other of society, right? And it's a spiritual animal kingdom because we are going to be defined in the eyes of the big other, and what's going to tip it is arbitrary, right? What's going to tip that is totally arbitrary. Like I said, if you have a debate and you sneeze, and you start tearing up, they'll say, "Oh, you actually cried! You actually cried!" Because you can't just ignore this big other. Someone must lose and someone must win in its eyes. And when it comes to a debate, right? Or any confrontation. And you know, another way I think about this is, a good example of this, if you're not following me with this whole debate shit, think about a UFC fight or a boxing fight, especially with Logan Paul or Jake Paul. Actually, there is a good example. What wasn't that? It was McGregor's recent fight. Let me explain to you McGregor's recent fight. The UFC fight. So, this might not be a good example. So, both of these people are going into the fight. And no one knows. Look, as much as you like to rewrite history and pretend you knew all along who the winner truly was, you didn't know who that winner was going to be. And in a fight, right? A fight is arbitrary. Meaning, a fight has nothing to do with how each person feels. It has nothing to do with their intentions. It has nothing to do with anything you can explain rationally. The dude slipped on his fucking leg in that last fight. He just slipped. A total accident. And because of that, he lost. But not only did he lose the fight technically, he took a fucking L for that. On something totally arbitrary. The dude just slipped and fell on his back, made a mistake, and all of a sudden, the other guy's the champion and he's the loser. Even though this was something that had nothing to do with their subjective states and their intentions, the other guy was proven the champion. And you retroactively see him as the champion. Why do you think women go with winners? Women go with winners because they want to see who is chosen before God. They don't want to see who is chosen according to, like, who has the most logical, sound arguments. They want to see who is chosen before God in society as the champion. And they don't know who that's going to be before the fight. And whoever wins that fight, they're going to go with that guy and say that the whole time they knew it was him. Even though they didn't know. They didn't know who it was going to be. If the other guy won, they would have gone with him. Right? That's how I interpret Hegel's spiritual animal kingdom. It's this difference between our mental states as individuals and the public perception. Right? When you, it might have been Dustin. I don't know who slipped and fell in that UFC fight. I'm pretty sure it was McGregor, right? That's how I remember. I remember it being McGregor. I could be wrong. But you know, you got to understand that traditionalism doesn't deny this arbitrariness. It just tries to give form to it. And arbitrary in the sense that you can't know beforehand. You can't know before the fact. Right? You can't know before the fact who's going to win the fight. Because the fight's going to be... Did you guys know that in ancient Greece, when they had sport competitions between people fighting, no one thought of it as one man versus the other man. That's almost like a heresy, right? It was about who is chosen by God. Even though the only people participating in this fight are two individuals, the Greeks thought of it as who is chosen by God, because they knew that the individual is not going to win based on their own individuality only. They're going to base it on contingent and arbitrary factors that have nothing to do with their mental subjectivity. And that's why in the past, when a champion won, a champion says, I was favored by the gods. Or they said, Alhamdulillah, I was favored. He could have been favored, but he wasn't. I was. Simple as that. But the reason our society is so fucked up and how much UFC has been turned into a celebrity sport is that when someone wins, they don't go, Alhamdulillah, I was chosen by God. I am an ant before God. God just chose me. It wasn't because of my individuality. It wasn't because I'm a God. It's because God chose me and that's it. They say, I am a God. I won because I am a superior being. I am the God. And that's how they, literally that's what WWE is about, where they fucking rehearse that. But it's almost like people literally see it that way. They literally think that these fighters are winning solely because of their own individuality and not because of factors outside of them. But you know why Khabib is probably like the best fighter in the UFC? Because of Khabib's religious devotion, he doesn't believe he's God. He really does believe, Khabib really does believe that it is by the fortune of God, of Allah for him, right? Something totally arbitrary and outside of his will that ultimately allows him to be the best he can be. Now, you'd think that if you believe it's something left to the fate of God, that you wouldn't give it your best. But no, Khabib is saying, look, I'm not a God. I can only do my best, so I will do my best. Ultimately, it's going to be what God favors and what God wills, but I am open to this destiny of what God wills, right?
Ismail donated $10.
Thank you, Ismail. Thank you. Right? That's why Khabib... Yeah, the same thing is true for soccer and soccer fan culture. Exactly the same. That's why Khabib is such a brilliant fighter, because he does unleash the greatest individual potential within him, because he doesn't worship himself as a god. He worships only God, and when he wins, he's humble. He says, Alhamdulillah, I was blessed by factors given to me, and I merely did with what was given to me. He doesn't say, I'm a god, I'm superior to everyone. He says, look, I was blessed by God to be able to do this. That's it, right? And Conor worships himself, which is why he's such a fucking clown, right?
Based.
This is very true. The GOAT sports players are focused on factors outside of themselves.
Thank you, Mon Mission. And you're right, but I don't mean it in terms of making excuses and saying like, oh, you're blaming God or you're blaming someone else for it. I mean it in terms of you're just willing to at one point acknowledge, at a certain point, just acknowledge that there is an arbitrariness to this. There is factors that go into this. You can't predict, you can't control, you can't know beforehand. You won't have any absolute way to determine or certain. So you do have to put yourself in the hands of God and just believe. And honor, the reason why there used to be honor in sportsmanship is because you could think in your head, oh, this person lost because they're a little bitch, they ain't shit, and they should eat shit. Or you could just say, look, they lost. Maybe it's because they're not as skilled. Maybe it's because they're not as good. But at the end of the day, we are all at the mercy of God, and we are all at the mercy of a seemingly arbitrary and chaotic reality over which we have no control. So that's why there's honor. The reason there's honor is because you're just mutually acknowledging it. Yes, like astaghfirullah, there's just this destiny is mysterious. You just don't know what's going to happen. Imagine you lose your family in a car accident. What's the meaning of that? Right? Imagine you lose your family in a car accident. You lose a loved one to something that just seems so, or you lose your family to cancer, right? To a disease that's incurable. Part of humanity and human honor begins when we mutually recognize with one another that we are at the mercy of a destiny. We are at the mercy of an arbitrary reality. That it's not your fault and it's not my fault. This reality is just beyond us. Traditionalism is just about the form of acknowledging that. It's just the form of that acknowledgement. All of these seemingly arbitrary, meaningless rituals you do, It's not because it has to make sense to you, or it has to be, rational to you, or it has to serve a utilitarian purpose. By the way, utilitarianism is fucking Satanism. Utilitarianism is fucking Satanism. And I'll explain why. It may not have any utility to you, but you observe it and you respect it because you're paying tribute to this reality, this divine reality, or this...
Napoleon_Bonaparte donated $3. I'm back from the island of Elba. I'm forming a team. You in?
Thank you, Napoleon. And yes, it's not... It's you acknowledging, it's you paying tribute and acknowledging this seemingly arbitrary reality that you are at the mercy to. And it's a way of finding meaning in that reality. It's not just a cope for death, okay? Or a cope for anything. It's not just a cope. Yes, it does help us cope with reality, but it's also about making intelligible this arbitrary reality. It's how an arbitrary reality becomes meaningful, right? Modern science wants to teach you that arbitrary reality becomes meaningful through natural scientific method and precision and that's not true. That is not the only way. That's not even a way to make reality meaningful, by the way, because it doesn't address meaning. All it does is produce results. But those results don't have a meaning, inherently have a meaning, or at least don't apparently have a meaning, right? To us. Science does not make reality meaningful. What makes reality meaningful is from the perspective of modern science, totally random and arbitrary rituals we have in relation to reality. Because that's where reality is meaningful. That's where something arbitrary starts to follow laws. That's where something chaotic acquires the quality of lawfulness. When you have a marriage ceremony and you're observing and obeying all of the rituals of the marriage, you are participating in the lawfulness of this external, otherwise chaotic, arbitrary reality. The reality does have meaning, but you discover that meaning first by humbling yourself and having the humility to recognize that its laws do not obey your immediate wants. The reason utilitarianism is fucking Satanism is because when you treat all and you reduce all meaning and truth and morality to a question of utility and the utility of whether they satisfy your immediate wants and desires, is because you're elevating your wants and desires to the status of God. You're making it seem like everything has value and meaning only insofar as it satisfies what you want. Right? What you want doesn't say anything about what you are. What you are, what your being isn't determined by what you want. Right? If you're just going to define everything based on what you want, and you're just going to calculate, how can I have the maximal pleasure? How can I have even the maximal happiness, me personally? And that's how you want to determine it and calculate it. What's basically happening is that you are ignoring and denying any engagement with the external reality as something meaningful. Meaning breaks down. Meaning itself breaks down. It doesn't address the question of what reality means. Reality means me being pleasurable, me being satisfied, me being happy. But what's the content of that? It's not meaningful. It's ultimately not meaningful. I want all. There are people who have created their entire system of thought, DGG, around being able to play video games. Is that meaningful? It's not meaningful. It's a way to distract you. It's a way for you to cope in the face of the need to find meaning in reality. It's not meaningful. There's no meaning in that. There's absolutely no fucking meaning in that. It's a pure cope. And there's always going to be factors that you cannot account for. And those things will get you. In the utilitarian system, right? You're going to be caught by surprise by factors you cannot control and you just cannot account for. And those are going to humble you. Trust me, they will. It'll come one form or another. But you cannot maintain that. Jason Unruhe's in the Discord. Okay. Should I just drag him up now? I wanted to check the Reddit and stuff first, but I could drag him up now if he wants. I can debate him right now. I could debate him now. I guess my point when it comes to utilitarianism and my critique is when you don't account for the ways you're being defined by reality, they are going to be a problem and they're going to be an obstacle in the fulfillment of your utilitarian aim, which is pleasure or whatever, and you're not going to be able to eliminate it in a utilitarian way, so to speak. Alright, he's in show queue. Alright, I'll bring him up. Hold on. Let me blow my nose. I'll debate him right now. Alright, let me blow my nose. I have some shit in my throat. I'll blow my nose and stuff. Alright. Hello?
Yes.
Hey, do you want to cam up?
Based.
Yeah. Fuck, wrong button. All right.
Alright, hold on. Let me pop this out. Let me get this Discord.
Oh, shit. Actually, better take a shot of this first.
For sure. Alright, here. Okay. Sorry, give me a sec. Alright, what's up?
Hey,
Sorry.
are we on right now?
Yeah, we're on right now.
Okay, good, good. So do you want me to just basically run down what happened?
Yeah, the floor is yours.
Okay, so basically Caleb Mopham put out a tweet earlier saying that third worldists support imperialism. Well, that's an outright lie. The entire cornerstone of everything that we are is anti-imperialism, putting anti-imperialism before everything else. So, I mean, whether or not you want to agree with the ideology or not, to say that we support imperialism is a falsehood.
So, I didn't see Caleb's tweet, but Hold on, give me a second. I gotta clean something on my desk. Sorry about that. All right. So I didn't see his tweet specifically, but I think as materialists, we do have to distinguish what an ideologist says their ideology is and the real content of what they're saying at the level of the practical implications, the material implications. And the material implications are not about what it would mean for their ideas to be realized on the terms of the ideas, but what it would mean for their ideas to be realized in actual reality. Like, which isn't something that can be controlled by the ideas themselves, if that makes sense. Like, for example, one can say that they are an anti-imperialist, but because of the specific way they're positioning themselves in relation to real existing imperialism, they can end up serving imperialism.
Okay, so how is it you think I'm serving imperialism?
So I don't know specifically how you are doing it, but just for the hypothetical sake, I would say that if you're addressing an audience and basically telling them that they have to hate America and oppose America and patriotism and things like that,
they don't have to hate America. It'd be beneficial, but they don't necessarily have to.
Well,
but for the sake of argument, let's say have to.
Yeah, well, that's like a consequence of Marxism or Marxism-Leninism. The net effect is the support of imperialism because you're basically nullifying their ability to pose a threat to American imperialism whatsoever.
Exactly how is being against America and hating America supporting American imperialism?
Well, because you're making it impossible in that way for people to practically oppose the real existing reality of American imperialism, not the one in...
And how does that happen?
Well, it happens because the only way to defeat American imperialism, as far as Americans are concerned, is to win the American masses.
Not necessarily. You could, for the most part. I mean, even if you did hate America, yeah, that would be one way to do it. Anti-war activism, and pretty much during the Vietnam War, there was burning the American flag.
Yeah, but that was not an effective way of that. The Vietnam War was prolonged for so many years, even at the expense of the anti-war movement. And part of that was because the anti-war movement wasn't drawing from the material basis of American statehood, which would eventually become the kind of Reagan Democrats, the kind of working class that supported Nixon and later Reagan. If you could tap into those people and accentuate the contradiction between them and the American deep state and military-industrial complex, which does exist, you would be opposing imperialism more effectively than any kind of sloganeering or burning or symbolic gestures could possibly. An example of this is the fact that whether we like it or not, I mean, this is not our preferred, it's not preferable to us, but let's look at the past 20 years. The most effective threat...
I just want to get something straight. You're going to fight the military-industrial complex by loving your country.
Yeah?
When that is what it is.
No, this is an undialectical view because...
No. Yeah. America was born of slavery, racism, genocide, and land theft. All of those things are what made America what it is. Without those things, America does not exist.
But those things preceded America.
No, those are the basis for America.
But those preceded the American state by centuries.
They are the basis of America. You're saying slavery existed before America?
Well, if it was the basis of America, if it was the basis of the United States, why was a war in need of being waged to give rise to the United States?
Because it was a concept of the bourgeois ideas of property ownership over the remaining feudal notions that were still held by the British territories.
For example, like, what do you mean as an example?
Okay, for example, you say on Constitution about property and all of that, and the removal of religion from the government. Those are all anti-feudal notions. Before that, many of the feudal notions were you had to be born into aristocracy to own any significant amount of land. You had to be born into aristocracy to do business, etc. The whole point of the Constitution was literally, without saying it, but if you look at the substance of it, it's pro-capitalism.
But the English Civil War had already overturned the feudal order proper, both in England and
for the most part.
So I don't see how that.
That's what the Constitution is literally a pro-capitalist document.
But America was never feudal proper. It was always determined by yeomen who came from Europe and owned small plots, and they became there was no serfs and there was no things like that.
I never said there was.
Yeah.
The point of the Constitution is the opposite of that. That was not formalized until there was the Constitution. I mean, even then, you can't say there is an America without land theft.
Okay.
You had to kill off the natives and take their land.
But that was something that, again, was not essential to the founding of the United States or the Republic.
Yes, it physically could not exist without it.
No, but you're not listening to what I'm saying, is that was happening anyway. That was going to happen regardless of whether there was...
Are you literally trying to separate native genocide and land theft from America?
No, I argued a week ago that without slavery, there would be no United States, so I agree with that. What I'm trying to say is that that wouldn't have...
it just seems like you just agreed with
me. But the U.S. was not the decisive factor in determining whether there was going to be those things, is what I'm trying to say. Those things existed before and would have existed anyway.
You're saying there would have been an America even if the land theft wouldn't have happened?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying there would have been land theft and there would have been slavery even if there was no republic.
Okay. So the fact that they are there.
So in what way did the republic make a difference is the question.
Well, literally the U.S. Army slaughtered Native Americans.
Did the British not do that?
Particularly the U.S. cavalry.
Did the British not do that?
And?
So...
America isn't England. It's America.
Okay, but you're not listening to what I'm saying. You're not recognizing the decisive significance of the American Republic.
You're taking a concept of America that doesn't materially exist and saying,
no, I'm not.
Well, it could have existed.
I'm just telling you where America made a difference in history. And the difference wasn't that it introduced all of those things. Those things existed anyway. Those were there. The only difference as far as the American Republic is concerned...
And the American Republic does not exist without them.
How do you know?
Well, you see, it physically would have nowhere to be if it wasn't there.
Explain, how is that?
You know where America physically exists, Turtle Island, right? Had the native population not been forcibly removed...
right now in
there would
2021...
be no place for America.
Okay, but we're speaking now in 2021. Why is it...
As long as we remove the historical context of the creation of America and everything it's done.
But we're living here and now, so I'm asking you...
Okay, so as long as we completely remove the material basis for the existence of America and everything it's done.
I'm not denying the... again, if it wasn't for slavery,
you're not
there would be no
denying it, but then
United
you're turning
States.
around and saying, yeah, well, it's a different time now. This is the
I'm asking you,
America.
what does it mean in 2021 now?
Oh, so natives aren't marginalized and still have their land stolen.
They are, but for example, why would it be incompatible with the continuity of the Republic and even the Constitution, for example, for land reparations to be given to Native Americans and for their rights to be their treaties to be upholded and for them to be given more land and more rights and all these self-determination? Why would that not be possible as long as the Republic stands?
Because the Republic would still be on their land, even if you, quote, gave them reparations, which, by the way, they don't want.
So what do they want?
Back. So basically what you're saying, if the Israelis throw a scrap of land to the Palestinians, then it's over.
No, the decisive significance in regards to the Israel-Palestine conflict is the fact that the Palestinians are still contesting the land in the West Bank, in Gaza, and in elsewhere.
And Native Americans are still doing the same thing.
Right, but the difference is that the Native American population is what percentage of the United States?
Oh, because they were basically slaughtered off, their claim is what? Not as valid as Palestinians?
It would be proportionate to the amount of space they need as a people.
Oh, so basically, there's not a lot of Native Americans left, so they don't get their land back.
Do you know what Native Americans are demanding and what they want?
Yes.
What do they want?
They want their land back. And
so they want the entirety of the United States only as their property.
However, and I can tell you this comes from Comrade Number 3, the political leader of the Navajo Nation, and this is exactly what he told me. Who is a socialist, by the way.
Can you? Okay, so what is his name?
His name is Comrade Number 3. I don't know his real name.
Comrade Number 3, and he represents the Navajo people.
Yes, actually, I have a thing of him on my channel, him speaking about decolonization, etc.
And he wants all of America for the Navajo?
There is a question of what it is they want to do, and it's their decision to make, not the colonizers.
I'm trying to Google him, and I can't find him. So
you're not going to find anything on a Google. He doesn't have a social media.
So how do you know he represents the whole Navajo people, and he's their actual representative?
Because I've talked to him, and I've talked to his people.
You've talked to every Navajo, or you've talked to...
No, I've not talked to every
Because
Navajo.
there are official organizations that represent...
Okay, so basically you're just going to claim he doesn't exist.
I don't know who you're talking... I don't know who you're talking about.
Okay,
I'm saying there are official representatives of indigenous organizations and people and reservations and tribes. There are official tribes that are registered and recognized by the U.S. government. And
oh, well, if it's recognized by the U.S. government, because that's someone you can trust.
Well, who are you going to trust then? Otherwise, you're just dealing with individuals.
The people themselves.
Which people?
The Native Americans themselves.
But that's the issue with individuals, right? Many individuals can say, well, we support Trump. Many individuals can say, well, we support this, we support that. So
I don't support the ones that...
How do you know who speaks for all indigenous people?
No one person does. But that is the general consensus, is yes, they do want their land back. And even now, we've gone...
Okay, but hold on. What is their land? What land do they want back? Do they want
western half of the world?
They want the entirety of seaboard to seaboard United States.
Some of them, yes.
To do what with? Historically speaking, they didn't have all of that land. They didn't even use all of that land. That doesn't even make any sense.
Funny,
you know, I have studied indigenous...
That is an Ayn Rand. That's literally what Ayn Rand
said. They literally did not... I'm not saying they didn't exploit the land. I'm saying that they literally had no... It wasn't a sacred grounds for that. They didn't even operate in all of America seaboard to seaboard. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's funny, because I've had Zionists say the same thing about Palestine.
Okay.
Well, they weren't using all of it, so therefore the colonization is okay. Well, we're not saying it's okay, but we're saying that they didn't use all of it. But we're not saying it's okay.
That doesn't make any sense, okay? I'm trying to tell you
argument,
that...
not mine.
Okay, historically speaking, you can actually map historical and ancestral lands of various different indigenous tribes.
So therefore, it's okay to steal some of the land?
No, that happened in the past.
Oh, so it happened a long time ago, therefore it doesn't count.
Well, what would it mean for it to count?
The land was stolen.
Okay, well,
no amount of saying
since we're talking about the past and the weight of the past matters so much, where do you currently live?
I currently live in Canada.
So why don't you pack your bags, give your land to indigenous people?
Okay, first of all, with what money? And by the way, I don't own any land.
You don't have a house?
No. I live in a rented apartment.
So start giving or share your apartment at least with homeless indigenous people.
Oh, so very right-wing argument. You think that on an individual level that I can make any kind of a difference in that way?
But I'm asking you, what are the contemporary implications? So what? The past doesn't count?
Move to Cuba.
So the past doesn't count?
It does count. I'm saying it does count.
So if it counts, stop occupying their land now and leave.
Well, if it counts, if you like socialism, move to Cuba.
But it's okay. Well, for me, the implications of socialism are building socialism here. So why would I move to Cuba? If the implications of socialism for you are giving all of the native people their land
It's a
back.
nonsense argument.
But the implications of socialism to you are giving all indigenous people the land back.
Argument.
So what are the implications?
I can't give their land back. I don't have any land.
You can give
I can't give back something I don't.
You can give.
I don't own the apartment.
You can give your belongings, and you can give your.
My belongings. They don't want my belongings. They want their land. I don't have any land to give back.
But you are physically living in an apartment on stolen land.
Yes.
You're living on stolen land.
I believe that this land.
So do you remember the clip of that settler who was saying if it's not going to be me who takes the house, it's going to be someone else? That's kind of how you're being right now.
No. That's not the argument I'm making. I never said that.
It sounds a lot like the argument you're making.
No, absolutely not. Because I don't deny that I'm on occupied land, and it should change.
How is that going to change?
This is nonsense. It's like saying if you don't like a capitalist economy, then leave.
No,
it's the same argument.
No, I could easily respond to that.
It's a nonsense argument.
It's not the same argument. I could easily respond to that argument by saying that
the land is still stolen.
But if Marxists say that the basis of socialism is in capitalism, it's not the same argument because socialism comes from capitalism.
Gymnastics to get out of the fact that you are on stolen land just as I am, and it should be returned to those people. And they can decide.
I don't believe that's the contemporary implication, is that they want all of America. You're really raising the bar.
No.
I think you're really trivializing the ongoing injustices against indigenous people by raising the bar so high.
You're lying about what I'm saying.
Well, you realize, have you actually studied what indigenous people do want?
Yes.
Because they don't just want all of America.
They tell me, like I said, some do want all back. I never said they all want
I know indigenous people who are fascists.
Yeah, and I know indigenous people too.
But I know some who are fascists and who love Mussolini and Hitler.
Stop putting words in my mouth, because I didn't say that.
No, I'm saying I know indigenous people who like Mussolini and Hitler. Do they represent all indigenous people?
No.
Well, you can only go off of the actual tribal leaders and what they are saying.
Literally, okay, so some people could stay, some people can go. Let's say it's up to them. They even said that they'd be willing to give some land to descendants of slaves, etc. That's not the question here. The question is whether or not the land is stolen.
Hold on, that's really convenient that, like,
that's their
view is everything that conforms to white Western left wokeness. Do you know that there's do you know that there's a history of conflict between descendants of slaves and indigenous people? Do you know that indigenous people had slaves?
And it's still their land, and they can still make the decision whether or not they want anyone to be able to stay on.
But it just seems like it's so convenient that what they apparently want
it's not convenient.
Is just what white Western leftists want.
No. It's not what white Western leftists want.
Is.
White Western leftists want to erase decolonization entirely.
Then why was the response to me, Caleb, and Jackson overwhelmingly negative by the leftists?
Because your position was bullshit.
So you're contradicting yourself.
No, it's the patriotism that was bullshit.
Okay, but you're still contradicting.
I didn't see anybody getting mad over decolonization.
That's exactly what they were getting mad over. That's exactly what they were getting mad over. Are you kidding?
Yeah, because you can't say you stand for decolonization while supporting the state or supporting the country that is the colonizer.
Do you know the origins of this term decolonization within academia?
Okay, now you're going to try to play semantics.
Well, I'm just telling you, it's a complete white Western left white guilt
land that was stolen, and you are coming up with justifications for it continuing to be that way. Oh, we'll make treaties, give them treaties that they can't actually turn down. I mean, you do know the history of land treaties with Native Americans.
I think you can actually address their real demands and claims on a fair basis that addresses the needs of everyone who lives here in America.
I think that they would largely disagree. Okay, let's say you're right. Exactly what about America does that essentially change? America's on stolen land. If they agree to give that land to America, that wouldn't even be America anymore.
Is there land in your view that is not stolen in history? What's an example of non-stolen land?
The other half of the world.
None of that land was conquered.
Canada, the United States, Australia. That's who I'm talking about.
So
And
no
Is-
other land
and
was taken
Israel.
forcefully in the world?
I didn't say that. I don't live
So
there.
should
I'm
that
not-
land
I'm
be
not a
given
part of
back
them.
as well?
Maybe, depending on the case. I don't know. I'm not talking about them.
So
I am talking about the Western world.
why?
Because the Western world is the problem. The Western world is the imperialist core.
I agree that it's imperialist.
Why
but-
are you trying to change the subject to some other country?
Because I don't know why. I don't know what you mean by like we live on stolen land. Well, who doesn't?
What do you mean? Britons live in Britain. Russians live in Russia.
So you don't think any British land is stolen from indigenous people in the British Isles, like the Normans, conquests, and those kinds of things?
Depending on the area.
So should that land be given
and
back?
either-
Would that be your advice?
Maybe
to...
I would have to research those individual things. But I am not talking about those ones. I can't.
I think the point I'm
can't
trying to
comment on them.
make. The point I'm trying to make.
All land is stolen.
I'll throw you a
therefore the
bone.
stolen
I'll throw you a
American
bone.
Land is okay.
No, I'll throw you a bone, even though, it's debate-wise, it's not a good idea, but I'll just do it to be fair. I agree that there is something unique compared to the rest of the world about the Western colonialism in the New World. I agree. It's not just like, the historical forms of conquest and subjugation that existed elsewhere. So I'll just throw you that bone. But the underlying point I'm trying to give to you is that the only way to reconcile the sins of the past is to live and address their implications in the present. You're not going to rectify the so-called injustices of the past because all of history is written in blood, slaughter, war, rape, and injustice. And there's no way for you to reverse that or just make it so that that wrong can be righted. You have to come to terms with the fact that this was an objective part of the development of history. And
yeah, that was my point. That is an objective part of what is America, where it came
I
from,
agree,
where
but
it is.
so what are but you're saying the implications of that is that we can just reverse that and give all indigenous people all the land instead of addressing the needs of the people who live here now.
You don't need to address the people living here do not need to address it. They need to give
and one of the differences with the Israel-Palestine conflict too is that conflict is not based on the humanitarian good graces of the colonizers. It's an actual real war that's going on. So if the Palestinians win,
are you not aware what's going on reservations and the history?
Well, for example, I would never appeal to Western morality in defense of the Palestinians. I would say the Palestinians and their allies will be victorious, right? Because I do believe that. Whether I like that or not, that's just my assessment and my belief. I cannot make the same assessment when it comes to what if Native Americans are waging a protracted people's war against the federal government, which they're not. It's not going to fare well for them.
So therefore, it's okay to just continue the way it is.
You don't have a materialist view.
Well, if they're not fighting for it, then
you don't have a materialist view of morality. What do you mean okay? Okay according to whom and by whose actions and
morality isn't even necessarily material.
What?
It's not even an objective thing.
But you're appealing to morality.
No, I'm saying how is one valid and not the other?
Well, valid is a moral category.
No, there is no addressing their concerns. They make the decision because it is their land.
So let them.
They address our concerns.
So they'll do it then.
Okay, and that's.
I'm not going to get in their way.
But the U.S.
I just don't see them taking.
Not you. Not you.
But I don't see them conquering all of America. I just don't see it happening.
Who said anything about conquering?
Well, then how are they going to get all of America? If not by...
I didn't say that they would necessarily would. I said it should be given to them to make that decision.
Which is about morality.
Okay, so you're saying that because they can't kick our ass and take it back, then it's okay.
That's materialism for you.
So you're saying because they literally can't... So you literally making might is right.
That's materialism for you. And by the way, I'm not saying that.
You literally are. Yes, you are. You just did.
Well, that's how you're interpreting it.
They can't kill us and take it back. That literally is might makes right.
Whether I'm saying whatever morality you have has to make peace with that objective material fact. I'm not saying that makes it okay.
Your
but whatever is or isn't okay, you have to make peace with the material circumstances and the reality.
Yeah. and the reality is the land is stolen. And all you're really saying is that they can't kill us and take it back, so it's ours.
The land, who's
It
ours?
really is all you're saying.
Who's ours?
What do you mean?
Who's ours? I mean, are you saying what do I think should happen if I could snap my fingers and have whatever reality I want? Or am I talking about what is the reality and how should Marxists and materialists respond accordingly?
So you don't think that you should fight to have the land given back to them?
Okay, what does it mean to fight for that? Does it mean just virtue signaling to no avail? Because that's what I think you think it means.
No, that's what First Worldists do.
So how do you do it then?
Well, first of all, theoretically, if you felt it was necessary, not that I'm necessarily advocating it, you would essentially destroy American society, overthrow the government, or something like that. I am not necessarily endorsing that, officer.
But there are plenty of...
all you would have to do is destabilize...
I get it. That's the anarchistic approach. There's plenty of groups that are working overtime 24/7 to do that. A lot of them are far right. The Order of Nine Angels, the Atomwaffen... they just want to destroy it all, right? But they're not. Those are federal honeypots that for people to go and get arrested and go to jail.
And theoretically,
so if you try to organize something like that, you're going to create a federal honeypot. And you're not going to succeed.
So again, you come right back to might makes right.
Well, I'm asking you.
You can't beat the government, so therefore it's okay to remain the way it is.
I never said that.
No, but that's exactly the implications of exactly what you're saying.
The implications to me is that what you're calling the government, or at least society, has internal contradictions, and that Marxists are trying to accustom themselves to those contradictions and make sense of those contradictions.
I'm sorry, what did that have anything to do with taking down...
Well, you're saying nothing will change, and that's not true, because change happens in an imminent way.
I'm not saying nothing will change.
According to the internal contradictions.
I never said that.
And not according to the voluntary will of anarchists who just want to destroy everything.
You're putting words in my mouth again. I never said nothing changes.
Okay.
Where did you
you said I think nothing should change. That's not what I think, because it's not about morality. It's about the objective fact that things are changing according to the development of their internal contradictions.
Yes, that's not what I meant.
So what did you mean?
I think it should change. Like,
okay.
What are you even accusing me of?
You think it should change, right?
Yes.
So does your should include a little bit of reality, or is it just something purely in your head?
Yes, this is reality. Reality is
how? But if it should, then there has to be a can. There has to be a can too, not just a should. Then.
So it's stolen, but you're adding the footnote.
If you say, for example, this cat that I have, it's a brown cat. This cat has 4 legs. Let's say the cat has 4 legs. I want the cat to have. This cat should have 5 legs. Is there a bit of reality in that demand?
Don't compare them, but don't make such an idiotic comparison.
But it's an extreme comparison to try to explain to the relationship.
Actually, it's a pretty stupid comparison.
But it's about explaining to the relationship between morality and reality.
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
And the reality
if your should has no can or means,
all you're saying is that you don't see how it could be given back. So
if your morality has no means to realize itself, then you don't have a materialist understanding of morality.
No, yes, I do.
So how is it okay? How is your morality materialist then?
Because this is stolen land, and your only argument is you can't force it to give it back, so therefore don't bother. And you know what? That doesn't even have to do with what the entire debate was supposed to be about anyway. What is America?
Okay, hold on. This is
stolen land.
Okay,
stolen land, slavery, genocide. Nothing you say about it happened before. It happened before America existed, and some of it did happen while America existed. All of these things are what America is. All of these things built what America is.
But why is it okay? Change. But that's still the reality that nonetheless you inhabit, you live, breathe, and eat and drink from. And nonetheless, despite this reality, there still manages to be internal contradictions that don't obey merely being a result of this founding sin you're talking about.
Well, what does that what does that have to do with the fact that
What I'm
all
trying
these
to
things
say
make up
is
what
that you
America
have to
is?
come to peace with the facts of history instead of having
I have to come to peace with native genocide slavery. You're telling a white person to come to peace with that.
yeah.
So what are you saying? I have to just accept that it happened. Okay, well, it doesn't
Well,
matter
you're making
anymore.
it seem
That was
like
a
I'm
long
asking
time
you
ago.
to like go into a time machine and not
No.
alter the events of what happened.
You can't.
You can't alter the events of what
That's
happened.
the point.
So what do you
That
do going
is the
forward?
basis of America.
So what
And
to
you're the
do
one
going
saying that
forward?
it just doesn't matter.
So what to do going forward?
Decolonize.
How?
Let them, the Native Americans, decide what they want to do. Don't
So let
write
them.
up some contracts. Don't
So
let
let
them
them.
write up contracts.
So let them.
Don't
Let
don't
them.
let. Can I finish?
Finish.
Don't write up contracts by the U.S. government. They have to decide autonomously what happens.
So let them.
But the settler colonial state, that is America, brutally represses them to this day, preventing that from happening.
So what you're doing is virtue signaling moral indignation
No, it's
without
not virtue
backing it
signaling.
up with anything.
No. What are you talking about?
What is the implication of what
literally
you're
just
saying
explained.
practically? What does that mean practically? Again,
I
practice
literally
is not
just
about
explained.
practice is not about what you want to happen. It's about what will
No,
happen.
I literally
So what does
just
it mean
explained-
practically?
I just explained what America is and what it does. That's why you should not be.
But why
patronized
is
toward
it that the way you explain America is just this kind of Protestant Calvinist morality of a world of total depravity? It just seems all too conveniently
I'm
white
sorry,
and Western
but these
European.
things actually did happen, and these things do found
Okay,
the
so you're
basis
basically
of it.
saying this is America. America is our reality. So reality is evil, corrupted, and sinful and fallen. That's what you're
America
saying.
is bad.
Is America our
And that should
reality?
not
Yes or no?
exist.
Is America our reality?
Yes, it's our reality.
So
It's
our
a
reality
terrible one.
is a fallen, sinful, evil world, right?
The last time I checked, the American Empire is a pretty fucking evil thing. Yes.
Okay, but you're just repeating Calvinism. I'm a Muslim. It doesn't
Oh,
translate to me.
no.
So I'll explain to you my theology.
Oh, so America's
I will explain to you my theology.
Okay, so
For Muslims, I'll explain to you my theology. You're a Protestant Calvinist. I'm a Muslim.
This has nothing
And
to do
it does.
with what
It has
America
everything
is.
to do with it. It
Nothing.
has everything to do with it.
It has
It has
nothing.
everything to do with it. In
American
my
empire
Muslim
should not
theology,
exist.
reality
You say
is
that, you
not
start
evil,
going off
fallen,
into
and
all
sinful.
these
There is a
absurdities
divine
to
wisdom
distract.
and ultimate reconciliation in all the events of history. That's my Muslim understanding of the
I
world.
hate to break it to you, but there's no material proof of God.
But you
And
still
anything. No, I am religious myself. But I also know that there is no such thing as an objective.
But you're a
proof of God.
fanatical Calvinist Protestant who believes
I'm not
a world of total
fanatical
depravity.
Calvinist Protestant.
Then why are you merely
Empire
reproducing?
evil? I'm being a Protestant Calvinist.
But why are you merely reproducing the world of total depravity, the theology
I'm
of the
not
world of total
reproducing the
depravity?
world. I'm saying that it should be changed.
Well, how?
Oz, what
Okay,
the fuck are you even doing?
it should be changed. How will it be changed?
Okay. We were never arguing that. We were arguing what America
We have
is
to
and
argue
why
it.
No.
Then your morality has no basis in
What is
reality.
America and why should we be
Okay,
patronized
your
toward it?
moral prescriptions have
You
no.
are changing the subject.
Your moral prescriptions have no basis
You
in
are a
reality.
liar and changing the subject.
But your morality has no
I
basis
don't
in
care
reality.
what it is that you think this trying to twist morals and all this other stuff. What is America and why shouldn't we support it? You are trying to get as far away from that as possible.
I don't just see America as the theft of genocide and stolen land. How could I? It's not just
But it
that.
is.
That's a part of its history, but that's
is
not
what
all.
it is. It
Is that
also
all it is?
imperialism.
So hold on, let's break it down. Is that all it is?
That is the basis of what is. Okay, so there are some other aspects of it too.
So
that does not justify its existence.
So morality is the basis.
there's some other
The
things
violation
about
of
America,
morality
so,
is
you
the
know,
material
therefore,
basis
it
of
should
America.
continue to exist and be an empire.
So
and
let's
be on stolen land.
rein in the argument. The violation of your morality is the basis of America's existence.
No. We're not talking about my morality or anything like that.
whatever
We're talking
morality.
about
The violation of morality.
Objectively, what is America? What built it? What is it today? what is its foundation and everything that it is. And
But
that is what
that
you
doesn't
will
address
not
what is
debate.
essentially America.
Exactly. You want to change what it is.
No, it doesn't address what America actually is, essentially speaking.
Essentially speaking, it's a genocidal fucking war machine.
Then according to you, and this is your view, not mine, had the American Republic not been founded, all of those things would have eliminated.
There is no maybe.
So had there been no American Republic,
that's what it is.
so I have you on record to be clear. Had the British Empire continued to rule the Americas, none of those things would have continued to happen.
What does that have to do with it?
If we're talking about what America essentially is, we're addressing why, in what way did America make a difference? Right?
So what?
That's what defines its essence.
You are distracting away from the essence of what it is. All these things that it did to get to where it is. Well, what if the British had kept it? So what? Okay, so the same thing happened with a British flavor. So what? It would still be wrong, and decolonization would still need to exist. You will not acknowledge the basis of America. You'll say that you will, but then you will go into all this other talk about morals and shit that has nothing.
But that morality is the only basis of your argument here.
Oh, so you don't think that land theft is wrong, and land theft, genocide, and slavery is wrong?
The reason I think it's wrong is because I wouldn't do it now.
Oh.
I'm against doing it in the here and now.
Oh,
how can I be against something that happened in the past?
So you need to be told or have someone tell you that bad things happening a long time ago
are
still
okay,
bad?
Hold on. Let me take a call then. Give me a second.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty fucked up morality that you have there.
Alright, I just got off the phone with George Washington. I told him he's an asshole. Because I don't approve of what he was doing.
I'm sorry, that was supposed to make what point?
It was supposed to make the point that I can't account for the past. I can't change the past in the way you're asking.
I know.
So what is the prescription? You're trying to draw a moral prescription based on something that happened in the past. What is the implication now? You're just trying to reverse the past. You can't reverse the past.
I'm not trying to reverse the past.
Yes, you are. You're trying to effectively reverse the past and cleanse your white self of your ancestors' sins. Yeah, because I'll break it down, Jason. Jason, you have white guilt, and you want to be free of your white guilt. You just want to be free of your white guilt. I don't
push white guilt. I don't even.
Yes, you just want to be free of your white guilt.
No, okay, now you're just making personal attacks because you can't back up your position.
Okay. Forget about you personally. The people who are pushing this stuff just want to be free from their white guilt.
Oh, so the Native Americans that don't like America.
Native Americans, by and large, do not push for taking all of America seaboard to seaboard.
Say all of it. You're putting words into my mouth again.
They are not pushing for these audacious grand claims.
Yes, they are.
No, they are not.
And they don't love America either.
Well, why should they? Why should they?
They shouldn't.
So, hold on.
So much.
Are Native Americans helped by American white people running them? Hey, let me join you guys. I hate America too. No, you help them by focusing on your own people, focusing on your own country, and making right by them. That's what will fucking help them, not by fucking running to the Keystone protest and partying there and acting like you're part of them. They want you to go win power among your own people so you can do right by them and you can address their current demands and their current needs and work something out with them in a fair way. They don't need you to virtue signal and condemn America and hate America because the basis of the American state lies in the American people. If you don't win the American people, you are not going to challenge the actions of the American state.
You think the American people are the state?
That is the basis, the material basis of every state on earth.
You literally think the United States government is the American people?
It is materially based in the American people, yes. As all states are.
Well, there's a pretty big disconnect between the American people and the U.S. state.
Well, I didn't say it's subjectively based in them. I said it's materially based in them.
Yeah, so that's pretty outlandish claim. Yeah, there's a big
big separation
between the two. And so
which basically So
You've
what?
just
If
completely
you win the
detract away
American
from what
people,
America
you can
is.
pose a threat to the current order.
Trust me, the American people don't pose a threat to the American order.
Look,
And in all honesty, first world people, that includes Canadians.
so why was
as
the
well.
media and the deep state so worried about this thing they were calling populism? It seemed like they were really scared of that, and they were really worried about the threat of populism.
Because they didn't want violence. There's a big difference between them being worried about street violence and there being a revolution. I know a lot of Americans can't tell the difference.
It's not about... No, they weren't worried about the street violence during the Black Lives Matter protests.
Okay.
They were worried about the people, the American people, starting to disobey the institutions that rule over them, effectively leading to a crumbling of the deep state and the establishment. That's what they're scared of. They're scared shitless of that. Because formally speaking, we are still a democracy, and you can get people like Trump elected, still formally speaking.
You think America's a democracy?
Formally it is, yes.
Well, the term you're looking for is bourgeois democracy.
Sure, but that's what formal democracy means, bourgeois democracy.
That thing where the ruling class picks who runs the country.
That's what they've been getting away with, but the way you pose a threat to that is by forming a base in the hinterlands and in the countryside and encircling the cities.
Yeah, and I'm sure the American people will be doing that any day now.
Well, that's the job of communists, and you see how you're serving American imperialism by telling communists that they shouldn't do that.
I'm not saying that they shouldn't do that.
Well, that's what me, Caleb, and Jackson say they should do.
Very specifically, every time this accusation has been made, resistance in the first world, revolution in the third. It's right there, resistance, and then over and over and over again. Just ignore the fact that I said that.
So what is resistance in the first world? What's an example?
Black Lives Matter. Anything that
You mean something that's run by the Democratic Party?
Did you let me finish? Something that is like that, but outside of it.
What's an example?
Would you let me answer?
I'm sorry.
Anything that runs that would destabilize the society in general. I don't care if it's right wing. I don't care if it's radical Islam. As long as it destroys the American empire.
So you're saying you're wagering that these things will destroy the American empire?
I'm not saying that I'm wagering these things. In my personal view, I think global warming is going to kill us before any of this happens. But that's not an excuse.
So your message in practice, indeed, is one of defeatism. Yes or no?
It's not really defeatism.
Yeah, we can't do anything. Just sit back and wait for something to happen.
No. My statement is that the American people will not do revolution.
So it's defeated.
If they cannot do revolution, then destroy America.
Okay. Two problems. There's two problems. How do you know they can't do it? Second issue.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
The second issue is, how are you going to destroy America?
The second one, I literally just answered that. You
didn't answer it. You said you're going to wager that a broad, radical Islam and right-wing forces.
Anything. I just said
anything. Right. What are you going to be a magician who puppeteers all of these things like as a conduit? Like it seems like you're saying sit back and wait for those people to do something. Otherwise, you can't control those things.
That's literally the same thing as waiting for Americans to do revolution when they've been saying, "Oh yeah, we're going to do it."
I've never advocated for waiting.
Well, that's literally what's happening.
Well, Americans what's happening is that I'm trying to personally build.
Any minute now, we're going to do it.
No,
we're going to do it right after Russia. Oh, we're going to do it right after the Great Depression. Oh, it's building right after the Great Recession.
What I'm trying to do,
building in the 1960s, dude. We're going to.
What I'm trying to do is build.
Happens.
What I'm trying to do is build a media platform that will eventually help and steer and inform parties.
If you even got the slightest amount of real influence, the government would shut you down. You'd be off YouTube.
We'll see. I'm willing to wait and test it and see what will happen.
Well, I don't need a crystal ball to see that if you do become
but the difference between me and you is that I'm actually willing to like prove it. Like, okay, you're
not proving anything. In fact, the opposite has always been true. In fact, this is where Marx's prediction actually was wrong.
What was his prediction?
He said that the advanced industrialized countries of the world, that would be Germany and England at his time, were going to be the ones to lead the revolution because they were the most proletarianized.
I don't believe that. That's not my view.
That's what he said. I'm just saying that's what he said.
Well, my view...
No, I'm not finished. That's what he said. The opposite was true.
Well,
it was actually the less
he and Engels came to recognize that later in their lives.
Yes, and even Lenin recognized that the industrialized advanced countries, which today would be the first world, will sell out every single struggle to democratic reforms.
That's not true.
That is exactly what has always.
Well, I can try to explain it for you, but
every single time.
Please don't interrupt me, and I'll explain it to you.
Show me one advanced industrialized country that went into revolution.
You're getting the theory wrong, really wrong.
No, I'm not getting the theory wrong.
Well, I'll explain why.
That's what happened.
Okay, I'll explain why.
Explain what really happened.
Yeah. So Marx later in his life acknowledged that the revolution was going to happen in Russia. It did. Lenin obviously recognized he could explain why it is the Bolsheviks triumphed within Russia rather than the advanced countries, but his message actually wasn't one of despair and defeatism to
I'm not arguing defeatism.
But please don't interrupt me. To the first world communists, his message was that Russia, countries like Russia, the less developed countries, explicitly and overtly made intelligible the fundamental distinctions, whether sociological or programmatic or like theoretical in terms of the party, with which people in the so-called developed countries can make use of it to learn from. So the point is that people in the advanced countries need to learn from the experience of the successful communist revolutions and parties, not just despair and say it's not possible because we're not poor and desperate enough as they were. So for an example of that, for example, which many Chinese communists actually endorse and it makes intuitive sense to them, is that how you learn from Maoism and the experience of Maoism in America is being able to have insight into the fact that the fundamental sociological distinctions that were essential to the events of the revolution within China can actually be discerned within America with more insight. America does have a countryside that can encircle the cities. We do have a popular broad strata that is applicable here. We do have not just farmers or whatever, but we do have a rural working class that Mao's theories and his thought can apply to. So it's in China that these things become intelligible to us and become apparent to us, and it's the job of people in it's the job of communists in the advanced imperialist countries to learn, to humble themselves and learn from these experiences. So the logical conclusion of Marx being wrong does not mean that communists can't do anything to win power or even try to win power, at least build a base of power, a movement within advanced Western countries. So that's a wrong interpretation.
So that explains why it has been a complete historical failure in every way, shape, or form, which is why we have Enver Hoxha denouncing.
I think the reason for the failure, though, is that communists in the West are much like you.
No, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Yeah.
No, it's exactly the fact.
That is complete bullshit. They are nothing.
It's 100% the fact. They were completely confused.
Everybody a defeatist. Everybody is just like me, a defeatist.
Oh,
no,
that is ultimately what
they really say they're going to do it. They really believe they're going to do it. They form up a party, and then it never happens.
But what are they doing? What are they doing?
The fundamental thing they forget. Every communist party in the first world makes the same mistake. No one follows them.
Yeah, I agree.
Wants to.
I agree, but I think the reason no one follows them is because they're wrong, and not because the people are wrong.
Because it's not in their material interest.
So let's get this
through. You walk up to a construction worker who makes $70,000 a year, give him a rifle, and say it's time to do revolution. Give up.
I would never do such a ridiculous anarchistic.
Because he would laugh at you.
I would laugh at that proposal myself. That's an anarchistic, voluntaristic, adventuristic, stupid thing to do.
No,
That's
it's not.
so
Because
stupid. That's not how revolutions
not one
happen.
of them. They are
Revolutions don't happen because people just say, I want to overthrow the government and that's it.
No, I'm not
Revolutions
saying they
happen
do.
because of the
not saying they
objective
do.
development of contradictions
That's not my
leading
point
to the
either.
collapse of the state. They
Oh,
don't
so
happen just because you take
basically-
power voluntarily. That's
So
voluntarism.
the government falls by itself, and then communists sweep in.
Yeah, in some objective way, the government does collapse.
When
Its
nobody
legitimacy
supports them
collapses.
to begin with.
What?
When nobody supports communists in the first world to begin with.
Well, whose fault is that? Is it the people's fault or communist fault? I'm thinking it's the communist fault.
I'm saying it's the material conditions.
Well, you're saying the people are to blame for not buying into my ideology. I'm saying your ideology is wrong.
It's not in their interest to fight.
Why isn't it in their interest to fight?
They're not going to give up their middle class life.
No one's
To go
asking them
be a
to.
guerrilla
Why
fighter.
would you ask them to give up their middle class life?
No one is going to give up their life to just go be a guerrilla fighter and live a life.
I would
that's
never
50
ask them
times
to be
harder.
a guerrilla fighter in the first
And
place. That's
exactly
stupid.
who's going to be doing the
Why
revolution?
does anyone need to be a guerrilla fighter in America? That's stupid.
You just said you believed in revolution. Who do you think? Who's supposed to
Yeah,
fight
because
it?
I believe the objective laws of social revolution are not the same thing as a voluntaristic adventure of being a guerrilla.
Oh, so you're basically saying violent revolution is not going to happen.
You don't go out of your way to be violent, no. You don't. You don't go out of your way to be
Literally
violent.
Don't know what revolution is.
If that's an objective consequence of a revolution, then whatever, but you don't go out of your way to be violent. That's stupid.
So you oppose violent revolution.
I oppose adventurism.
No, you just literally.
Yeah,
just
I oppose
violent
criminal
revolution.
adventurism and
Oh,
stupidities like
and,
that. Of course I do.
Yeah, so you literally just said, so you don't believe in violent revolution. You literally just said that.
Well, violent revolution
Who
just
is
seems
it
like
that's gonna overthrow
adventurism
the
to
government? Who is it that's going to overthrow the government in bourgeois society?
you. It's not going to be voluntary.
People aren't going to voluntarily fight the revolution.
What revolution are you talking about? So when we talk about an
Talking
objective...
about the hypothetical.
Okay,
one in
I'll
the
try to
first
explain
world
it
that
to you.
claim
So
is
when we
possible.
talk about revolution, there's two aspects of it. There's an objective social revolution and there's a political revolution. Objective social revolutions follow the laws of history. They happen because of revolutions and the forces of production, right? This gives rise to a strata that is that fundamentally socially changes in its composition. This is a social revolution.
Okay, now let's talk about reality.
Yeah.
In reality, someone fights it.
Now, I can give you an example of this in reality. For example, American workers have been used to manufacturing jobs and guaranteed jobs and white picket fences and middle-class houses and this kind of way of life. Well, when jobs got outsourced and overseas and we're seeing rise to the fourth industrial revolution, we're seeing rise to a social revolution occurring, right? A former mode of production is changing and shifting and transforming into another, and a former class is breaking down and being proletarianized in a new way. Okay, so that is a social revolution that is happening now, and it has been the source,
So
the primary source
when
of
does the
America's
fighting start?
internal political contradictions since the Nixon era, right? Nixon championed this working class. Later, Reagan was trying to do it, paradoxically. The Democrats abandoned the working class and moved on to get support from urban liberal cities.
So when does this become like an actual revolution?
I think you're just talking about a fantasy, not reality.
No, in real life, revolution is a tremendously violent act. That's why Mao wrote "Revolution is not a dinner party." That was his explanation for why things were being so violent and destructive.
Why are you so fixated on the question of violence, is my question.
Because that's literally what a revolution is.
Sure, it may inevitably be that, but
No,
that's not the
what
essence
it
of the
is.
point.
I'm
There
saying
are
if
objective
you're-
social
if
revolutions.
you're arguing something that is not violent revolution, you're a sockdem.
But Marxists don't advocate for violent revolutions. They may recognize that revolutions...
What the fuck did you just say?
They don't. They may
Done.
recognize that
You're
revolutions may inevitably
Marx
be...
very specifically, and in all history of revolutions, when these things actually happen, they were violence. Marx even
But he never
noted
advocated
how
for them to be
switch.
violent.
Yes, he did.
No, he
That is
didn't.
a lie. That is a lie.
No, he didn't.
That is an outright lie. Marx never advocated for violent revolution? Dude, you're
No.
fucking done. You're fucking done.
He didn't.
You're done.
He recognized that
Yes,
revolutions...
No, he did. He said it had to come from violence.
He said that it will inevitably be violent, probably. But it might not in England or in America, but then with imperialism, the state machinery must be smashed. So yeah, it will inevitably be violent.
I'm sorry.
But he's not he's not saying he's not saying it will be violent because it should be violent.
He's saying that because it has to be.
What does it mean has to be?
Bourgeoisie don't go away by themselves. We didn't move from feudalism to capitalism peacefully either. We didn't move from primitive accumulation to feudalism peacefully.
But you don't advocate for violence.
Violence is how it changes.
No, violence is a part of how it changes. You don't advocate for the violence itself.
Violence is what
Jason,
makes
I think
it
you just want to LARP.
Sorry. No, sorry.
I think you're just bored and want to LARP. That's what I think. I just think you want to LARP.
At first I was a defeatist, now I'm a LARP. Which is it?
I think you're a defeatist because you realize you can't LARP.
You are full of shit. Marx specifically said it was violent. It has always been violent because it always has to be. Because the bad guys don't go away by themselves.
But revolution isn't a voluntary act, is the problem.
You see, the thing is, it kind of is.
No, it obeys...
Because it doesn't just happen by itself.
But it obeys social laws. It's not a voluntary act.
And
absolutely not.
Is always necessary in all of them. If you were going to stand here and say revolution is going to happen without violence, or that Marx didn't advocate for violence, you literally don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know if a revolution can happen without violence. I don't think it can.
No, it can't.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to advocate for violence. See the difference?
Because that's literally how it works. So if you're not advocating for literally how it works, what are you doing?
Okay. What does it mean to advocate for a revolution? Go ahead.
That's what it means. That's what a communist revolution is.
So you want to ask people to violently overthrow the government?
No. Under the right conditions, they will do it. And I would say, under the conditions of the First World, they will not do it. That is why revolution is not possible in the First World. Until the only exception would be if there was enough of an economic crisis that broke the First World down to the level of a third world country, then it might be possible.
You know, the problem with this theory is that third world countries only enter revolutionary situations when a middle class becomes downwardly mobile from its previous position, rather than people just being poor and desperate. When people are just poor and desperate, there is no revolution.
So the Philippine Revolution has been going on for almost 50 years.
Which is why it's not a real revolution. Real revolutions don't last 50 years. States last 50 years, maybe.
You can do a revolution badly.
No, it's not a real revolution. It's just not.
Okay, now you're playing. It didn't happen instantly overnight, so therefore it's not a real revolution.
I think there's a difference between overnight and 50 years. Don't you think? There's a lot of room.
Yeah, I think there is. Just because they're not doing it very well, or maybe there are other factors in, and I would say that their revolution is actually failing.
But it's not a revolution. Unless you have a strange definition of revolution that I'm not aware of. A revolution means you're overthrowing the government. They're not doing that.
They are trying to. Not very well.
So if I try to overthrow the government, if you try to overthrow the government, are you doing revolution?
A person and a movement.
So how many people do you need for it to be a real revolution?
Okay, so now you want to play semantics.
I just want to know why you're calling it a revolution when it's not.
Look, this debate is already over. You already refused to acknowledge that the basis for what America is, and just tried to go off into all this morality stuff and calling me a Calvinist. And
well, because it seems like the only significance you have.
You went and said revolution wasn't.
But hold on,
the reason to be a violent fact.
But the reason we started that way,
you literally just admitted that you're a sock dem.
Okay, but the reason we started that way, Jason, was because you said that the material basis of America is defined by morality. And I don't agree that it's defined by morality.
I said it was defined by slavery and genocide.
Things whose essential significance is moral.
And? So they still are the basis of America. And when you champion
There's
America,
a difference between the basis...
America, that's what you're defending.
There's a difference between the basis of America and an immoral fact of America's founding.
So you want to play
that you can't come into terms with.
You're playing word games. You're trying to pretend that none of the slavery
Jason, you
matters.
can't just lose an argument and accuse the other person of playing word games. You're losing the argument here.
You literally lost.
Okay, fine. Let the public think what they may. I'm in the hands of God. But all I can say is that...
Yeah, the hands of God are pretty fucking useless. And I say that as a religious person myself.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in the hands of God. That's like... Sorry, that's complete bullshit.
Well, I'm open to whatever the public will think of it, is my point.
Me too. Sorry.
I just want to state my piece.
Yeah,
and
my piece was to erase the history of the United States and pretend that it has no bearing on what it is today.
I think you want to erase. I don't want to erase the history. Yes, you are.
Undo the damage that was done.
Which is erasing it.
There's a difference between trying to undo the damage that was done and pretend
you're erasing it.
Like
you're erasing it.
I'm not erasing it. I'm not erasing it.
The damage you're talking about is a fundamental fact of history that cannot be reversed.
No, but you can give justice to the survivors.
But the survivors don't want justice in the form of reversing the history altogether.
I'm not talking about reversing.
It's a part of our common history.
You are lying about what I'm saying.
Listen, it's a part of our common history,
about what I'm
which
saying.
we still
you
are actively
twisting my words into some kind of moral bullshit that has nothing to do with.
It's 100% based in morality.
You are absolutely.
It's 100% based in morality. Your position is 100% entirely based.
Yes,
in morality.
I do stand on the moral position that slavery and genocide are bad things. And you were just ignoring that it's what America is.
Here's all I have to say on it, right? This is a fundamental fact of history. It's a history which we reproduce, we eat, breathe, and live in this dirtied and sinful reality.
All of those crimes don't
so the difference between you and me is this. The difference between you and me is this. We are all marked by sin, and there's sin in a fallen world all around us. My point is that we can find meaning in this history and we can reconcile this history. Your position is that we must commit ourselves to completely erasing and reversing this history so that we could be devoid of sin.
That's a lie.
You're saying before we can act on anything, we must cleanse ourselves of the sin of the forefathers.
That is the basis of America.
A complete Christian prejudice.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You want to wipe all the sins away as a prerequisite for getting to work. Yes or no?
This has nothing to do
with... The sins must be wiped away before we can be communists. Yes or no?
I think we cannot be communists until that happens.
Until we wipe the sins clean state, Christ sacrificed himself.
Until we give justice for the people that were wrong.
So who will die for our sins to give us this clean state, slate?
No one really... theoretically even has to die.
Should I offer myself as the Christ to redeem humanity?
No, you're actually
all
just being
of the
an
crimes
right now.
Are gone. You are pure now, Western white leftists. Now you can get to work.
So yeah, you're just going to reduce it to insults. Okay, I think we're done here. You literally want to ignore the history of the United States.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying you have a lot of cultural...
That's exactly
but you have a lot of cultural and theological prejudices that I don't understand.
No, I'm sorry, but your religion has nothing to do with this.
No, but yours does.
God has nothing to do with
My
this.
religion doesn't, but yours does. You're a hardcore Calvinist. You don't even represent all Christians. Not all Christians. You don't represent most Christians, but you are a hardcore Calvinist. You are
exactly the same thing, Vosh.
No, I'm saying you're
calling me a Calvinist the way Vosh calls people fascist. That's exactly
not at all
what you're doing right now.
But okay, so I'll reason with you. I'm willing to reason with you about it. Okay, I'm calling you a Calvinist, and I'm trying to reason with you about it because your understanding of reality is pretty much the same as the Calvinist understanding.
No.
Why not? What's the difference?
You ignore the history of slavery and genocide. You share the same...
Okay, but what makes your view... What makes your view different from a Calvinist view?
You share the same thing as a fascist. You're being a fascist.
Okay, but I can reason about my position.
Your ideology is fascism. You try to ignore slavery and genocide as though somehow it's
not... But you're not actually reasoning your position.
You're a fascist.
But I'm not just calling you names. I'm trying to reason about it.
Isn't it?
I'm not just calling you names, Jason.
Yes, you did. You were calling me.
I'm trying to explain to you why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Because the only way for you to be right is to try to rip the context out of what I was saying and then call me religious.
Well, okay, how about I just don't call you religious? I'll just call you an idealist. Is that fair?
Oh, okay, so acknowledging the history of the United States is idealism. Okay.
No, but that's not... You're not just acknowledging history. You're creating an entire practical and moral prescription for the present based on a certain moral understanding of the past.
Justice to the people who have been wronged.
That is a meaningless phrase.
That is a meaning. Justice to people who have been wronged is a meaningless
That can mean
phrase.
anything.
I think I already outlined what that is.
And who are you to outline that? When native indigenous, when by and large indigenous people are not outlining it the way you're saying.
I'm wrong because I'm white. Even though that's what would be justice.
But,
okay,
but,
you know
but
what?
who are you to
Oz,
speak for the
Oz,
justice
you're
of
full of shit. Oz, you are fucking full of shit.
But you are not indigenous people.
You are.
So how do you know what justice means for them?
Technically, I don't like to play this card, but I am. But that doesn't matter.
But how do you know?
That doesn't matter.
Okay, but how do you know what justice means for them?
Because that's what they're asking for. And the only
how do
thing
you know that's what they're asking for?
How do we know that they? What the fuck do you think "I don't know more" means? What do you think that the whole resurgence?
They're not asking for that. They're not asking for that.
Okay, so you're saying that they're not asking.
They are not asking for all America.
And I didn't say they were asking for all land back. This is the third time.
So what land do they want back that must lead to the destruction of the Republic?
I don't know what it is exactly that they want.
Why must it lead to the destruction of the Republic?
Because the Republic is bad. I don't think you've noticed that.
More morality that means nothing.
Oh, I'm sorry. An empire built on imperialism, slavery, and genocide is me being
the Republic was founded on the basis of seceding from the empire. The Republic was founded on the basis.
The U.S. is an empire.
It has become one also because we have allowed the British intelligence to conquer our country.
Empire, so therefore it doesn't matter.
Well, the British ruling class conquered our deep state in our country and became our ruling class. So yeah, we became an empire. Okay. But that's not how the Republic was founded.
No, but that's what it is.
That's what it became.
That's what it is, and that's what it was always.
So do you think it's an American people's national tradition to be an empire? When our national tradition is... Our national tradition is to secede from empires, not to become them.
Really? Because I could have sworn there was stealing of Mexico, the constant supporting of endless wars to steal territory that were highly supported by the American people. Even if they weren't supported by the American people, it's still a reality.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
But they were supported by the American people because the people leading the American people, whereas Lenin understood, was a labor aristocracy and were petty bourgeois elements aligned to U.S. imperialism that were leading them. And Lenin didn't just say that you should concede the battlefield to those elements. You said communists should lead the American people in contrast to those elements.
Manifest destiny.
What about it?
You're basically arguing it.
Well, Manifest Destiny included many injustices against indigenous people, I agree, but that's not all.
Which, according to you, are not significant today.
They may be, but you have to go on a case-by-case basis.
No, they are relevant. It is the basis of America. You have an idealized version of what America is, detached from the material reality of what it has been,
how is that?
What it has always been, and what it will always be.
Well, I just don't think morality is the basis and the essence of material reality. That's all.
No, but slavery is a material thing that happened. So is genocide and land theft. These are material things that happened, which you are trying to.
I agree that they
don't matter.
They materially happened. I didn't contest that.
No, but you're essentially your position does.
So because they happened, that means that's all material reality is now.
It doesn't have to be, but that's the basis for it.
What do you mean by basis? Elaborate.
That's what built America.
So elaborate.
America exists physically on a space that was stolen by slaughtering off the population that lived there and then brought a whole other population from Africa to do work on it.
Why do I have so now how is it the basis right now?
Because that's what built up America.
So how is that the basis now?
It is the basis because that's the foundation.
is a foundation the past, or is a foundation something that exists in the present?
Actually, it's something that exists in the present too, because that's what built it up.
So how does it exist in the present is my question.
America's privileged position in the world, and not even if it wasn't privileged position in the world, it literally exists on stolen land. What part of that are you not getting?
I know you keep repeating these moral indignation mantras.
Oh my god!
But I fail to see the significance.
Land theft doesn't matter. It's a moral issue.
So you can't get over how much you're out.
No, land theft doesn't exist.
You just can't get over how much you're outraged about something that happened hundreds of years ago.
And you can't get over trying to whitewash it and pretend it never existed.
I never pretended it doesn't exist.
It doesn't matter today. Oh, exactly how far back?
I guess I'm just not a Calvinist who sees sin all around me and feel. I see and breathe the sin all around me. There's sin all around me. I feel the smell the sin. I don't live that way. Okay,
you're going right back to the personal attacks.
I'm sorry. I just don't understand that way of approaching reality.
Yes, everyone who disagrees with me is a Calvinist.
I just think you're a Calvinist.
Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, everyone who doesn't agree with my ignoring of history.
I just don't detect. I'm not like haunted by the spirit of sin all around me. I don't have white guilt.
To do with America today.
I don't have white guilt.
Attacking skin color. Yeah, attacking skin
color. I don't have white guilt.
I'm not.
So help me understand it. I don't have the white guilt you have.
There you go. So there you go. Ad hominem again. You're just going
after... Well, okay, on the one hand, you're saying I'm denying history.
Everyone who disagrees with me is white guilt Calvinism.
Well, what else do you want me to say? You're telling me that...
If you cannot understand that America stands on stolen land today and the legacy of that theft and what it still does to people to this day, then there's no helping you.
Yeah, but you're saying that the implication is that all of America must cease to exist because of this sinful past. I disagree with that.
Yeah, and its sinful present as well. Because that sinful past and sinful present is what it is.
How?
There is no divorcing that.
How?
The 900 military bases that exist around the world today are a thing that today.
So so you are aiding the demise of American imperialism by isolating yourselves from the masses, so effectively you can't pose any threat to American imperialism.
No. In the way that you think that they're just going to suddenly become revolutionary and do something, even when all history has proven the opposite.
I don't know why you're getting so excited on the basis.
You can go ahead. I don't expect
Go ahead.
to agree with me. I don't expect first worlders to agree with me.
But you're just getting.
Go ahead. Go cosplay Revolution. Tell everybody that they're the biggest.
I'm not cosplaying Revolution. I'm cosplaying Mongols.
You're talking like
I'm not cosplaying Revolutions. I'm cosplaying Mongols. But I don't know why you're getting so.
You're talking like you're going to do Revolution.
Can you calm down,
American people
please?
are going to do Revolution. You're not going to do it. You can go ahead and believe that you can go.
You remind me a lot of Irrelevant, dude. You're getting high off your own supply of copium and just excitedly repeating mantras of straw men that I've never said.
No, that's an outright lie.
No, you're just like getting excited based on narratives instead of following the line of argumentation that's been presented.
I am following.
You're getting like high off now. Like you're like that guy's like, you deny labor aristocracy. You deny the labor aristocracy. It's like, why don't you take it back a little bit, reel it back in a little bit, and focus on what's been said. I never said. I have never ever said that Americans are just going to suddenly wake up one day and become revolutionary. That's a straw man argument. I've never said that.
They're not going to be. Even in a protracted way or whatever it is that you think it's going to happen.
Well, I think revolution means something different to you than what it means to me.
Yeah, sorry. In all of existing history, it has been violent.
Revolution to you is like a millenarian kind of like LARPy, like a voluntary act.
I don't think you realize exactly what the revolution and Chinese Revolution were. They were very long.
Jason, do you know what the merging is? The merger?
No, what is this thing you made up?
I didn't make it up. A guy named Chris Chan believes there's going to be a merger. And it's like the ultimate sight of like the absolute in the future.
You're quoting Chris Chan. Stop.
But that's how many American leftists think of revolution. They think of it as like this thing in the future that is going to be like the ultimate and absolute realization of the inner like aesthetic and moral craving and striving of the subject.
It hasn't shown up.
But I think that's a non-Marxist view of how what a revolution is.
No, that's actually idealism, what you're talking for. Oh, wait,
No.
they're just going to suddenly wake up one day. There's going to be a grand revelation, and all of a sudden, everything's going to be okay. Sorry, that's idealism.
I've argued the opposite of that.
Then why are you bringing it up?
I'm accusing you of bringing it up, not me.
No, I don't think that at all.
Well, you think of revolution as a point of, like, the absolute in reality, like the ultimate and absolute kind of thing that happens in reality.
No,
like,
I said it's a military matter. It's a violent military matter. Literally, it's one class overthrowing another. I'm sorry, Haas. You literally just denied violent revolution. You're a stock dem.
Okay, it may be a military matter.
Maybe, okay. Even though all
but it's not.
The opposite.
Do you know what? Okay, what is voluntarism in the history of Marxism? Why do Marxists accuse others of voluntarism? What does that mean when they do that?
I have no idea what that kind of sounds like. Bullshit, actually. I don't know what it is.
But Lenin talks about it.
Okay, what does he mean by it?
He means by voluntarism people who think that revolution is something that is enacted in reality rather than something that obeys historical and social laws.
Yes, and in real life, you need the material conditions and you need the effort to actually do it.
No, actually, it's not.
Oh, you don't need the effort to actually do it.
But by effort, you mean a voluntary act of taking up arms, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that Lenin calls that voluntarism.
You literally think people just spontaneously just rise up all of a sudden?
No, Lenin addresses the distinction between spontaneity.
Okay, then what is the distinction? Because you just contradict
Yeah, they're two sides of the same coin. Spontaneism and voluntarism share the same refusal to acknowledge the decisive significance of the party as the organ of the interests of the material proletariat in reality. The party is in reality. It's a part of reality. It becomes part of the people and part of reality.
That would be, yes, violence is necessary.
No, the party must become part of reality.
Yes, I agree.
And by becoming part of reality, it seizes revolutionary moments and acquires power.
And how do they acquire that power?
They acquire that power through the breakdown of the state and through acquiring the support of the masses, the trust and support of the people. And they solidify that power and that basis, obviously on the basis of the military power. In the case of the October Revolution, it was the support of the sailors and the soldiers that allowed the Bolsheviks to consolidate power. That's not the same as Antifa going and,
I didn't say that. I said revolutions require
violence. It kind of just sounds like by violent revolution, you mean people just taking up arms.
No, I said violence in the end is necessary along with everything else.
What do you mean by violence?
Oh.
Stop. You fucking idiot.
What?
You fucking dumbass. Get the fuck out of here, you dumb fuck.
It's not even a real gun.
It's not a real gun?
No. You can't get a fucking AK in Canada. I'm illustrating my point. You pick up a gun, and then you fight. I'm not saying that's all
Yeah, but that's voluntarism, Jason. That's what fucking voluntarism means.
That's all there is.
And why doesn't it have an orange tip?
Because it doesn't need one.
Aren't they supposed to have orange tips?
Airsoft guns don't need orange tips. Not here.
Dude, that was so stupid. You could have just said your point. Don't bring props. And dude, you have to understand. You have to understand that what you're talking about is voluntarism. That's not what the Bolsheviks did. They didn't just pick up a gun and fight the government.
They did. I never said they did.
They defended themselves in a civil war when they were attacked for seizing power.
I never said all they did was violence. That is another...
So how did Mao seize power of China?
Well, largely by killing the nationalists after killing the Japanese.
So what's the detail that's missing here? Was there a central Chinese state that he randomly rebelled against and then took over?
What do you mean, randomly rebelled against?
No, the Chinese state collapsed because of the Japanese invasion,
that civil war.
And it was the warlord. It's called the warlord era in the 30s. There was no government to take up arms against, so to speak. There was an all-out civil war already, a warlord era. The communists emerged triumphant.
So you're saying the Nationalist Party didn't have anything? I'm sorry, you're full of shit. And by the way, that civil war happened after the revolution in Russia.
Yeah, but the revolution in Russia wasn't just people taking up arms and overthrowing the government.
No, I know. We've already agreed to that. That's not what it was.
So what is it by violent revolution you mean? If it's not what happened in Russia or China, what is it by violent revolution you mean?
Bourgeois state does not go away by itself. I don't understand what you're not getting about this.
The reason it doesn't go away by itself is because the proletarian party must have the logistical, organizational, and mass support to acquire hegemony over the state.
Yes.
To replace it.
So you're arguing that no violence is necessary along with all that?
It may very well be necessary, but it's not the point. The point isn't violence.
I didn't say the point was violence. I said it was.
So why are you so fixated on it?
Because you said that.
Why can't you just follow? Hold on, Jason. Why can't you just follow the laws?
You said.
Why can't you just follow? Why can't you just follow the laws? Which majority?
You didn't believe in violent revolution.
I said you don't advocate for violent revolution, which you shouldn't. You should never advocate for a violent revolution in this kind of situation.
What a revolution. Well, I know, because first of all, people won't do it. But that's besides.
Well, it's not just because people won't do it; it's because it's stupid.
Oh, okay.
When the internal contradictions can be developed,
when that's okay.
When the internal contradictions can be developed legally. Why would you advocate for a violent revolution? It makes no sense.
Because that's what a revolution is.
Because you're a subjectivist who believes that internally and morally, you've arrived at a position that condemns the entirety of the American state and gives you the right to overthrow it violently.
So you think
but that's complete individualist subjectivism. You don't have the right to overthrow the U.S. government violently. You know, in order to have the right to do that, you have to develop the imminent contradictions that are the basis of the U.S. state and follow through with them. The imminent contradictions. You don't have the right to overthrow governments just because internally and subjectively you've decided they're immoral and don't have a basis to exist.
That's not what I'm arguing.
There has to be an imminent, objective, and material basis for a revolution. It's not just based on your own moral condemnation.
I wasn't saying on my own moral ground. I was saying that the American people aren't going to do it. It needs to be done. The system does need to be done.
They're not going to do it because it's fucking stupid.
No, because they won't do it, period.
So because the American people don't want to join your fantasy LARP, they're evil.
So now it's a fantasy LARP.
Yes, that's exactly what it is, Jason. You literally brought a fantasy prop toy to illustrate
my fucking words, you piece of shit.
You brought a toy to fucking illustrate your point.
About needing a gun, about violence. Because there is violence in a revolution.
This is a stupid LARP, dude.
Violence in a revolution is a stupid LARP.
As you're putting it, yeah, it is.
No, it's not how I'm putting it. You are twisting my words. You are making it say that I'm saying that it's just violence, that's all there is. No, I never said that. You are a liar. I never said that. I never gave the impression.
So what are you saying?
I said that it was a necessary
So defend yourself and clarify. What are you saying?
I'm saying that it's a part of the larger revolution, that's a part of the larger revolutionary effort. And then you said that you didn't believe in using violence. So I took
That's
that
not
to
what
mean,
I said.
So I took that to mean that you didn't believe in using violence at all.
You just accused me of being a liar, but you just lied about what I said.
Hold on.
You just lied about me.
Hold on, I'm trying to explain. I took that to mean that you said there would be no violence at all. I misunderstood.
That's not what I meant.
Saying. I just said that. I just said I misunderstood.
What I said is that you shouldn't advocate for violence. You never advocate for violence.
Come on down to the revolution, people. Don't worry, there won't be any violence.
No, you just don't advocate for it. You say we follow the laws.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, okay.
here's what you tell the people.
So a utopian
you tell the people you follow the laws, and if the government starts violating its own laws and effectively collapses at that point, our bourgeois democracy collapses, then as our founding fathers told us, you have a right to.
The founding fathers are complete fucking.
But it's the reason I would bring it up is because it has legitimacy in the eyes of the American people to defend themselves and their liberties and their rights when they're ruled. That's another
criticism that should be made.
What is the criticism?
That the Constitution, that monstrous piece of shit, should even have any.
I don't think the Constitution is really that bad. It's really
it's complete reactionary capitalist garbage. There's like one or two good things in there, but materially they don't actually exist.
Well, it has a different meaning for the American people than that.
Oh, so you really do have freedom of speech?
No, the American people interpret the meaning of the Constitution as the founding document of a country founded on the basis of declaring independence from the British Empire and being a union state that's by, of, and for the people.
And we literally know what the founding fathers meant by the people. He meant specifically not the black ones, specifically not the red ones, and not the women because they weren't actually people. And they literally meant wealthy.
Well, why is it that communists have consistently praised the founding fathers like Mao and Lenin and Marx and those people, Stalin?
Because
all of those
the
people
progressive role that it played at the time. And even then, I would actually criticize them for it. The United States.
I wouldn't criticize. I think they were right. I think when Mao said he wanted to posthumously make George Washington a member of the Communist Party, I agree with Mao.
Washington was a slave owner.
Yeah.
And first of all, when Mao said that was late in his life, and I really, really wouldn't take the stuff he said late in life very seriously.
Well, I think you're a revisionist then, because I take what he says seriously.
Mao meeting Nixon is a good thing. That's something that
I think it was a good thing, yeah.
Okay. So
it was a great
betraying
thing,
the revolution is okay.
What's that?
Literally betraying the revolution.
What revolution?
The Chinese Revolution.
How did he betray the Chinese Revolution by meeting
with the enemy and proposing to work with them against the Soviet Union?
The Soviet Union was engaging in aggression against China at the time, and China was just trying to defend itself.
You're literally supporting the Sino-Soviet split.
Wait, why were the Soviets amassing troops at the border of China?
They had a conflict. That doesn't mean you side
with the even before the conflict, they were amassing troops.
Okay, you know what, Haas? You literally just defended siding with imperialism.
I side with China during the Sino-Soviet split. I do.
And you support them meeting with Nixon to engage in collaboration against the Soviet Union.
They were defending themselves from a foreign aggression.
So you think that they needed to collaborate with the United States to do that?
They had to do whatever was necessary.
Bullshit. They didn't need to do that.
And it really wasn't the United States per se that they were collaborating with.
Oh, no, of course not.
They were actually collaborating with Nixon against the Democrats, too. That's why Mao said he likes the Republicans more than the Democrats. He said that. His words, not mine.
You literally just defended Mao allying with the United States imperialist power. Fuck. So you better...
Well, I am an actual...
with the United States against another socialist...
Isn't your name Maoist Rebel News? I'm more of a Maoist than you are.
No, I'm sorry. You're advocating the opposite of Maoism.
But your name is literally Maoist Rebel News.
You are uncritically taking everything Mao says as truth. That's literally
That's not necessarily true, but...
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that was completely...
But I agree with the decisions Mao made.
Sorry, that was an incorrect decision. I do not support...
I don't think it was. I think the blame...
Country. Sorry.
Well, I think the Soviets...
the Soviets forced the Chinese to ally with the United States.
They really did, actually.
That's
they really
bullshit.
did. Well, do you know about Soviet agents approaching the Americans about teaming up against China before?
And I would criticize them for that, too.
So what was China supposed to do to defend itself?
Well, it physically could defend itself. It didn't have to turn around to the United States and, hey, can we work together?
So how did they work together?
As my friend,
how did they materially work together? That was so bad.
By forming diplomatic alliances against them.
Diplomatic relations. primarily trade relations, if you remember.
Yeah.
Which ultimately benefited who? United States or China in the long run?
It benefited both of them.
In the long run, who did it actually benefit?
Technically, both of them.
No, it benefited China and hurt America really bad in the long run.
Well, I would
because the Chinese were smart and they knew what they were doing.
Even then, okay, let's just say it benefited
because
China.
I'll explain why. You want to know why that is, though? Well, because from the Chinese perspective, they have a more kind of Eastern traditionalist spiritual perspective on what revolution means. For them, revolution isn't a millenarian, romantic thing that just suddenly happens. It's a long game. They think of it as a long game, right? They think it of generationally. They think of it as a long game. They think of it as something that happens subtly. That's something that happens subtly accumulating into something big. Yes, a rupture. But they don't think of it how you think of it.
No,
and they were right
think about that. I haven't.
China is the premier, the ascendant and premier world power now because of that wisdom. And you are in Canada with a toy gun.
Take the personal shot, didn't you?
Well, you're criticizing Mao's decisions, and you have to go on that basis.
Yes, I can criticize him.
Yeah, well, you have to...
I can disagree with his decision, yes.
His decision, which led to China being the premier power of the world. Something he couldn't even dream of at the time.
Allying with... Oh my god, you really...
Everything China did ultimately was to its benefit and its favor.
Oh, the Chinese billionaires would agree with you.
Well, we can actually... I was going to talk about that today, too. We can talk about the fact that the Communist Party has made it very clear now, decisively, that this new class, as they call them in China, will have no part of sharing power with the Communist. If the Communist Party deems it fit, they will all be eliminated. If that's the result and consequence of this decision. What's that?
The capitalists don't have any power. Also, the capitalists continue to exist. Exactly why?
They have no power whatsoever.
Why do they exist?
On the base, because for now, they are serving the interests of the Communist Party. Yeah. But they're starting to not... It's starting to actually slip. We saw with Jack Ma. We're seeing it with Evergrande now. And we see it with the ways in which the Chinese Communist Party, and this is what I wanted to talk about on stream, is starting to promote small enterprises and small businesses that are coming from the soil of the Chinese people to prevent the monopolization and the rise of powerful monopolies like Alibaba and Jack Ma's empire. So they are undermining the power of the billionaires. And this doesn't serve the interests of these capitalists.
We're stopping capitalism by creating more capitalism.
No, well, you have to understand and obey the objective laws of the forces of production and the social revolutions.
I hate to break it to you.
So it's no longer capitalism.
But the productive forces have already been built up, and they were probably built up about 20 years ago.
How's that?
They literally physically existed.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just an NEP without end.
It's not an NEP. An NEP was an implicit form of sharing political power with the kulaks in the countryside. With whom the Soviet state did not have the power to alter or change or eliminate. They had to form a negotiation and deal with them.
Yes, and exactly where are the kulaks now?
Yeah, because the Soviet state, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, the Bolshevik Party,
stopped them the way that they were supposed to.
Because they took power. They took complete economic power and political power of the country, just like China did.
And I would criticize them for even...
China never relented its power, though. The Communist Party in China never relented its power. It never gave shared power with anyone. The new class exists on the good graces of the Communist Party. They can fall just in the same way.
And you know they're not necessary, right?
Who?
Those capitalists are not necessary.
Up until this point, they have been.
For a period, I would agree, yes. But that probably ended about 20 years ago.
Well, you know more than the 1.4 billion Chinese people, I'm sure.
Oh, no, I'm not saying I know better than them.
You know more than all of their Marxists, all of their philosophers, all of their academics, all of their researchers, all of their
all of their
scholars and all of their experts and all of their leaders.
That the party tells
you
them
know more than all of them. You know what's best for China more than them.
I know whether or not the productive forces existed. Yes,
in a way that they are just blind to for some reason.
No, they're not blind to it. They just don't care.
Why don't they care? Because they're not as pure as you are?
No, because they're not doing Marxism.
And you are.
Oh, I don't see what that one has to do with the other.
Well, you're saying they're not doing Marxism. What does it mean to do Marxism? Are you doing it? Who's doing it?
Well, you could take what the Soviet Union was doing.
The Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore because it collapsed because of what it was doing.
No, it collapsed politically from it didn't collapse
also economically.
No.
So the Brezhnev stagnation never happened.
That was from capitalist reforms.
The Kosygin reforms were a response to the stagnation.
I'm sorry, but no, capitalist reforms are what what damaged the.
Were those happen under Khrushchev, or when did they happen?
I'm not exactly.
You're talking about the Kosygin reforms. Those were a response to the stagnation.
And your point would be capitalist reforms still destroyed everything.
I think you're talking about Gorbachev's reforms, which were disastrous, but those came long after the economic crisis of Soviet central planning.
Actually, there was a problem with Soviet central planning because they were basically trying to do too much. And that what they did was they decided, well, we can still compete with the U.S. in terms of standard of living as long as we let, the market come in and do some of that organizing for us, which ultimately turned out to be a mistake.
So what should the Soviet Union have done? Stopped growing and have its economy collapse?
No one advocated for it to stop growing.
So how would it have continued to grow?
I never said that.
Do you know the basis of Soviet growth up until that point was in things like steel production, the development of the primary forces of production? There was no light industry to speak of, or very little light industry to speak of. That there was no way the Soviet Union was going to develop a computer industry that was going to rival the West. There was no way the Soviet Union was going to be able.
Computers.
They had computers, but it was so slow compared to the rapid pace of development that was happening in the West.
I'm sorry, that's not true. Soviet computers were actually very good.
I'm not denying that, but their development was very slow compared to the development in the West.
I would disagree with that, and so would Paul Cockshott.
Okay.
So
well, I don't know what to tell you.
Therefore, abolish economic planning. Do you know what the Feldman?
The Chinese never abolished economic planning.
Yeah, they did.
No, they didn't.
They did.
No, they
didn't.
They
literally don't plan their economy at all.
The economy's planned to this day.
No, they have a guideline. They don't have a plan. And in fact, I can pull up an article where Z specifically says that it's.
Oh, you mean directly planning the inputs and outputs of production?
Which is what economic planning.
No, it's not.
In a socialist sense, is.
No, that's not necessarily what it means at all.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That is what it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
It's not when you hand over.
That form of planning is only possible when you can set determinate quotas based on predictable outcomes, which are only things like the basics of the primary sphere of production. When it comes to the light consumer economy, which is the huge driving force of economies of scale now,
so you literally don't know what Department 1 and Department 2 commodities are.
What?
So you don't know what Department 1 and Department 2 commodities are.
Yeah, but the Soviet economy could not develop light industry. The light industry was not developed.
Yes, they did.
No, it wasn't.
I can literally pull out the book that has all.
They did not have a developed light industry. There was constant shortages of light industry goods. The Soviet people's the Soviet people's demand for more access to these goods was not being fulfilled.
Yeah, they were demanding more goods. Yes.
And the Soviet Union's
not
system,
necessarily the amount of resources existed for it.
So it's about physical. That sounds like a Malthusian argument.
I hate to break it to you and Caleb Maupin, but the world is finite, and the Soviets actually had a finite amount.
So you agree
because
with
they weren't invading
you agree with
like the United States.
So you agree with Malthus and not Marx, if I have you clear.
No, sorry, that's bullshit. You're putting words in my mouth.
But that was Marx said the fundamental driving force of economies was not based on scarcity of resources, but was based on specific modes of production. Malthus was saying that it was based on the scarcity of resources. So you're saying the historical explanation...
I didn't say that the Soviet economy was based on scarcity. I said there was
You're
scarcity.
saying the reason why they couldn't...
The world is finite.
I agree. The world is finite, but our ability to interact with the world is infinite.
X amount of steel, iron ore does exist in the world, and I don't know what you're saying. We'll interact with it. So
yeah, I know, because you don't. You're just not very creative or aware of history.
No, I'm sorry.
You know, houses used to be built with mud and dirt, and some still are. Right?
I'm sorry. Exactly how is that supposed to make more iron ore?
Well, because you're making.
How is your idealism supposed to make more?
If you let me finish, I can explain.
If you say asteroids, I'm fucking out.
The use for iron ore can be replaced by something else with the refined development of the forces of production. If it eventually we ran out of it, I can't see how we're going to run out of it in any decisive way anytime soon.
Okay, anytime soon, but yes, we will eventually run out of it.
By that time, we will probably have ascended to the 17th dimension or something. Like, that's nowhere near where we are now.
Okay, we replace it with another metal, and then when that metal runs out,
yeah, and that's history.
I'm not.
That's history.
I'm not arguing for degrowth. I don't get what it is that you're.
I just don't think you have a. You just don't have a correct understanding of history. Is the problem? You're trying to attribute the Soviet. You're trying to attribute the Soviet Union's inability to provide consumer goods for its people on the basis of limited resources. And not its system. It didn't have
infinite resources.
So the problem wasn't the system, it was just they didn't have resources.
Because they didn't go around invading countries and stealing them like the United States and the UK.
But they still had very extensive relations with many trade relations with like the non-aligned countries.
Yes, but that doesn't guarantee
they couldn't trade. The only trade restrictions that they could possibly face.
It's not the same thing as plundering.
Huh?
It's not the same thing as imperialist plunder.
Yeah, what's your point?
So, yeah, it's not exactly the same thing. Because they're not going to be able to get as much for the same price because they are giving a fair trade for it. Whereas the United States and other countries were essentially getting it for next to nothing by taking over the countries and controlling them.
That's a really simplistic understanding of how it works.
No, that's how exploitation works.
Exploitation in the Marxist sense, or in the sense of like exploiting vulnerable positions?
Exploiting vulnerable positions of countries. The United States was fleecing them, along with the other imperialist powers, whereas the Soviet Union wasn't. But
it's not really directly about resources, though. In some cases, it was like in the Central American countries, like banana republics and stuff. Yeah, I could see what you're saying with that, where they were just taking resources. In many African countries, it's just a matter of taking resources. But the Bretton Woods system was not just a system to funnel resources from third world countries. It was a complete global monetary system.
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
that was about giving trade advantages to some countries over others to develop industries. It wasn't just about, like, you can't just explain the development of the forces of production at this time purely in the form of the exploitation of resources.
No, I wasn't doing that.
It's about the flow of global trade and things like that.
Yeah, I know, but that's not what I was saying.
But China's opening up allowed it to tap into these foreign markets and access these technologies and develop its own forces of production. The Soviet Union was, in a way, isolated from the world market in this kind of way.
That reinforces my point.
Yeah, but it wasn't just because of resources. It was also because it didn't have access to the differentiations and the concentration of capital or the forces of production, the methods of production that were existing, not just resources. There was plenty of resources the Soviet Union had access to. The issue was technologies, trade relations, and things like that. There's a pretty important distinction.
I would agree. You're saying the
and
Soviets
also technologies and forces of production.
I'm sorry, they were incompetent when it came to technology? Is that...
No, they weren't. They did extremely well for what they were able to do when it came to technology. But in terms of, like, other countries could just trade and rapidly share technology and build off of each other. So we didn't have to do all that alone, which is really tough.
Yeah, that's tough. Again, that...
Like, for example, you know, very few countries actually developed these decisive technologies by themselves.
I would agree.
Okay.
I'm not seeing your point.
My point is explaining all of this in terms of resources just doesn't work. There was a systemic problem.
I would say it was mostly resources.
You would say it was mostly resources?
Yeah. That would
Yeah,
be,
but
that
it
would
wasn't.
Be okay, then...
It was a systemic problem of the actual allocation and organization and distribution of goods.
I'm not denying that there was a problem.
So there was a big systemic problem. That was the reason.
Yeah, we agree that there was a systemic problem, but we don't agree necessarily on what it was.
Well, here's why. Because up until this point, the primary driving force of the Soviet Union's growth was developing the primary forces of production. Once this task became complete, the Soviet economy began to stagnate.
Once Department 1
because it didn't have an economy that could adapt to a modern consumer or postmodern economy, whatever you want to call it. It didn't have a system that could adapt to that.
I would agree on the basis that it was never supposed to be like the United States, where it's just an infinite amount of commodities everywhere for everybody.
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it
know,
couldn't grow economically.
I'm saying it couldn't. I'm saying it couldn't, and
yeah.
It's not designed to.
And it couldn't satisfy the needs and wants of its population.
No, it satisfied the needs. It's not. It's the wants that were a different
thing.
Well,
it came to a point where even the needs could no longer be satisfied.
Like what?
During the 80s, there was just shortages of needs, just basic needs.
Yeah, actually, I did a video on that where a Soviet investigative show showed how they were being deliberately wasted. Like, he literally had the video of it happening. And then lost his job the next day.
I don't know what video you're talking about, but
it was a Soviet investigative journalism show called 600 Seconds. He I can't pronounce his name anyway. He did an investigation. He found like trucks and trucks of food that were thrown into the woods, and he videotaped it, did an expose on it, and then lost his job. There's a copy of it on my channel.
Okay, that's really mysterious, but I still wouldn't say that this renders obsolete.
There was a lot of sabotage.
There probably was sabotage, but then again, it all comes together. There was also a systemic crisis, you know.
No, I don't deny that there was a crisis. So we done here?
I guess.
Okay.
So we can't come to an agreement about much anything, but yeah, I guess that was it.
Yeah. Okay. See ya.
Okay, bye. I was not expecting this, dude. I thought I was gonna cover like a bunch of shit today. And I was just not expecting to just have that debate. But okay, again, I guess I'll take it. Just a really bizarre debate I had. I don't know. Thank you, Chris Morlock. I have to thank some of you too that I missed. So let me go down the list. Red Rising Star with the 10. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Jan R. What's up? Thank you, man. God Lover. Thank you. Appreciate you. Red Rising with the other 10. Appreciate you, man. I am an Atari with the 500 bits. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Jan R with the 100 bits. Thank you, man. I am Atari 100 bits. Thank you. Red Rising Star, another 10. Thank you so much, man. I am Atari 100 bits. Thank you, man. Gosu Savage with the Prime. Thank you. I am an Atari another 100 bits. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Another 100 bits. Thank you, man. Holy fuck. Unbuttered Toast with the 10. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Ismail with the 10. Thank you. Appreciate you, man. Sorry if I missed anyone. Yeah, I was not expecting this debate. Just was not expecting it. Completely unforeseen. What the fuck is going on? Thank you, CDAX. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, CDAX.
Joe Nafoni donated $20.36. Ultras fear the dragon.
Thank you, dude. Appreciate you so much. With the 2036. Thank you. Hold on, let me read your name. Johnny Phony. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Tactile Taco with the 10. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Oh, I got a 10. I got a 10 a little bit. There's so much shit I wanted to cover today. Like, holy fuck. There's so much shit I wanted to cover. I kind of got lost a little bit. Give me a sec. Let's cover the Reddit. Let's cover the Reddit. And then we're gonna talk about Everglade. We're gonna talk about a lot of things like that. And yeah. We're gonna do things like that. Give me a sec. Okay. Oh, shit. There's drama I'm not going to cover. There's been some drama between DGG, Destiny, and Zerka. You know, the thing with me, I'm 100% behind Zerka. 100% behind Zerka no matter what. Even if I got nothing against Destiny, sorry, man. That's just how it is. Just how it is. I'm loyal to Zerka. That's the ally. I'm actually a loyal ally. You know what I'm saying? So, whatever it is, if I'm needed to aid in battle, you know what I mean? That is what it is. We are loyal allies. Loyal allies. Loyal allies. And plus, why don't we spice things up a little bit, right? This is political Twitch. It's just like an echo chamber. It's just spice it up a little bit, you know? Spice it up. Spice it up. You know, Destiny was cool to me. But he was cool to me. He was fair. I don't got anything against him personally, but in a war on Twitch, obviously I side with Zerka. There's no question about that. There's no question about that. Absolutely no question, right? But let me look at. Oh shit, he's live. What the fuck? Dude is live. Thank you, Paperwin. Appreciate you. Oh, Olive. Are you here, Olive? You here? Let me tell you. Damn, everybody's live. Was anyone watching me? Was it, oh. Yeah. there's some drama between Zerka, Destiny. The thing is, look, I'm not just saying this because he's a friend. I'm not just saying this because he's my friend or whatever. Zerka's just in the right. He's just in the right. Simple as that. It's as simple as that. Zerka's in the right when it comes to that shit. Simple as that. With the whole drama, the Anna thing, whatever that is, Zerka's in the right. Simple as that. Let's check the Reddit, see what's going on the Reddit. There's so much shit we gotta do today. So much shit to cover, so much shit to do. There's so much shit to do. So much shit to cover. So we got a Neat Feet thing. Neat Feet posted something. What is this? Facebook mom and coverage. Where are the base Twitch kings? Let me see. What is this shit? What is this?
Simple meme that you would find on the internet, but this meme is very real. The Green New Deal, surprise, serves China and China only. You can go ahead and put number 1 up. So today, talking about the Green New Deal and the all-out war on the men and women. This is a simple meme that you would find on the internet, but this meme is very real. The Green New Deal, surprise, serves China and China only. You can go ahead and put number 1 up. So today, talking about the Green New Deal and the all-out war on the men and women.
What is that shit, dude? What is that, dude? That's like, you know what's so fucking stupid about a lot of Americans is like, they see a meme and it makes an impact on them and they're like, you know what? I'm gonna make a poster of that. It's like, dude, you're not, it's almost like they think, thank you, Peter Wiley. It's almost like they think they're like reproducing the essence of the impression that meme had on them. And they have to like make an idol out of it. Like they have to like make it real. Even though they don't know the real reality behind why, you know? What we got from the Russian elections. I'll cover that maybe tomorrow. Not today. We're not going to cover that today. Infrared is rising. What is this? Oh shit, that's from Planet of the Apes. Thank you, No Deep. Look at this. Damn. That's super cool. This is super cool. This is super fucking cool. Super cool, dude. We got some stuff to react to from Pesto Mime. We're gonna continue with this, and then I want to cover Everglade. Honestly, I want to cover Everglade. Jay Stalin on why he named himself after communist leader Joseph Stalin. What is this? I saw this. I saw this shit. Hold up. We're gonna do Jimmy Dore's apparently coming on, but apparently yeah, Jimmy Dore's coming to Twitch, and that's gonna be a thing. Let me see. Hold up. Check this out. Is Jackson here? Is he live? He never told me about this. He never DM'd me anything. He never even told me about this. Is he live? No, he's not live. Okay, let me see
who it was, but I want to do a stream like that again with Jimmy Dore. And
yes, kidding.
Like I said, Jimmy and I got dinner tonight, and I was talking to him about streaming with Oz and going on Twitch, and he says he's down to go on Twitch. I fucking made it happen. So that was Caleb Maupin, and he's a beast Marxist-Leninist as well. He's lit. You guys heard it here first. Fuck! That's a big deal.
Yeah, so you heard it. He didn't tell me about that, though, so I don't know if it's still happening. Jay Stalin on why he named himself after Stalin. Let's see, what is this?
So what point did the rapping actually start?
The rap, like I always knew how to rap. You know what I'm saying? I always knew how to rap because I love music. You know what I'm saying? I was singing Freaky Tales word for word when I was like 4.
Dope Fiend beat was my shit. That's what I was thinking.
That's my favorite one. But I heard Freaky Tales first.
Right.
But yeah, but shit. When I caught that dope case when I was 16, and then I got out. When I got out, I wanted to take rapping more serious cause I always knew how to rap. But when I was in jail for them little few days, I was rapping for motherfuckers in jail. And just the response cause I had never rapped for nobody. And you know, like, when you in jail, like, most of the time, it's badass kids. So it's easy, so you feel me? Like little niggas, like real little niggas, you feel me? They like, bro, like, you saucy, bro. Like, so then when I got out, I had a, when they put me on probation.
Where did he talk about his name?
When my brother died.
Only No Limit as a producer, I guess.
And then with me to go to the studio.
So it's just one of those things.
It's just
whatever. But I always felt like
Richard Gangster. I'm just sitting in there like that's the first place I met. Bobbin was signing those like every day for a whole longer than expected, and I was featured on the songs too, and that's how my career started.
Okay, and were you Jay Stalin back then?
No, my name was JV, but yeah, my name was when I by the time the shit came out on Rich album, I had changed my name to Jay Stalin.
Okay.
But my name was just JV back then, Lil JV.
Okay. And you actually named yourself after Joseph Stalin?
Yeah.
Right. Now, I'm Russian myself. This is not a very good dude right here. Stalin?
Soy! The fuck you mean it wasn't a good dude? Fucking vibe killing bitch.
Killed a lot of people. You know what I'm saying?
This dude's like, I don't give a fuck. I've done that too. Yeah.
Some people even put him up there with Hitler in terms of the amount of murders and everything else.
When I was in the 11th grade, I had to do a paper on Stalin.
Yeah.
And I was just reading up on him, doing a lot of reading and research upon him, and then first of all, I figured out we got the same initials. My initials is JS too, like my government name. And then I figured out he was only like 5'4", maybe like 5'5". Feel me? So I'm hella small. So it was just
how tall are you?
We just 5'6".
Bro. Yo, that's fucking crazy. That's the reason. Yo, for real recognize real. That's all I can say. Real recognize real. That's all I can say. Real recognize real. You know what I'm saying? Don't matter ideology. Doesn't matter anything about that. Real recognize real. That's the truth.
We just had a lot of the same characteristics.
Okay.
And then I'm like, I'm gonna be the rap Joseph Stalin. I'm gonna murder all these niggas.
All right. I mean, you know, it's one of those things where I'm like, all right. You know, I didn't feel no type of way about it. But, you know, shit, it is what it is. I guess it's better than Jay Hitler.
For real.
Okay. So you start working with Richie Rich, and then you start putting out your own projects?
I'm working with Rich. I did an album when I was
Thank you, After Dark, though. Appreciate you.
Working with Rich, but they never put it out. Actually, I leaked the album because I didn't. They was taking too long to put it out for me, so I just leaked the motherfucker.
He's more popular than Putin. That don't surprise me at all. That do not surprise me at all. That does not surprise me at all. There's some shit I gotta react to. Hold on. That I wanted to cover. Oh, Biden's UN speech. I never saw that. What is Biden's UN speech? Let me see this.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the clear and urgent choice that we face here at the dawning of what must be a decisive decade for our world. A decade that will quite literally determine our futures. As a global community, we're challenged by urgent and looming crises, wherein lie enormous opportunities if we can summon the will and resolve to seize these opportunities. Will we work together to save lives, defeat COVID-19 everywhere, and take the necessary steps to prepare ourselves for the next pandemic, for there will be another one? Or will we fail to harness the tools at our disposal as the more virulent and dangerous variants take hold? Will we meet the threat of challenging climate, the challenging climate we're all feeling, already ravaging every part of our world with extreme weather?
So, look, I don't want to be the elephant in the room to have to say this shit, but this kind of climate agenda that's coming from Biden, what do you guys think it really means, huh? You think he's just concerned about the climate? You think that's just I did it? No. It's about underdeveloping the world, preventing multipolar challenges to American unipolar hegemony by making it so people cannot develop their countries. That's just what it's about.
Or
Club of Rome, look it up.
will we suffer the merciless march of ever-worsening droughts and floods, more intense fires and hurricanes, longer heat waves, and rising seas? Will we affirm and uphold the human dignity and human rights under which nations in common cause more than 7 decades ago formed this institution? Will we apply and strengthen the core tenets of the international system, including the UN Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights?
Yeah, but the issue is, just like China pointed out, even if you sign on to the Declaration of Human Rights, it depends on how it's interpreted across different countries. Different countries are going to interpret it differently. Not every country is going to interpret the meaning of the UN Charter for Human Rights in the same exact way. It's going to be interpreted differently across different countries.
As we seek to shape the emergence of new technologies and deter new threats? Or will we allow those universal principles to be trampled and twisted in the pursuit of naked political power? In my view, how we answer these questions in this moment, whether we choose to fight for our shared future or not, will reverberate for generations yet to come. Simply put, we stand, in my view, at an inflection point in history. And I'm here today to share with you how the United States intends to work with partners and allies to answer these questions, and the commitment of my new administration to help lead the world toward a more peaceful, prosperous future for all people. Instead of continuing to fight the wars of the past, we are fixing our eyes on devoting our resources to the challenges that hold the keys to our collective future. Ending this pandemic, addressing the climate crisis, managing the shifts in global power dynamics, shaping the rules of the world on vital issues like trade, cyber, and emerging technologies, and facing the threat of terrorism as it stands today. We've ended 20 years of conflict in Afghanistan, and as we close this period of relentless war, we're opening a new era of relentless diplomacy, of using the power of our development aid to invest in new ways of lifting people up around the world, of renewing and defending democracy.
So when Biden talks about naked political power, it's so cynical because obviously it's the fucking U.S. that has completely stepped out the bounds of international law in pursuit of naked political power. But what is he saying? He's saying in pursuit of naked political power as opposed to what? Indirect political power, where we're ruled by lobbyists and special interests and corporations and big businesses, like in America, instead of ruled by a state that just is transparent and tells us what it is and what it is about.
Democracy, of proving that no matter how challenging or how complex the problems you're going to face, government by and for the people is still the best way to deliver for all.
Yo, Logo pointed out something really interesting. He said by and for, but he didn't say of. You notice that, guys? He said by, it's by the people. It's for them, but it's not of them. The crucial third part. What he's basically saying is we, the American establishment, are going to be by and for the people, but obviously we're not of the people because we're an establishment who's isolated from the American masses. Interesting. Is that not interesting, my friends? Is that not interesting at the very least? Ooh, what is this? Hold on. Hold on, I'm just ordering food. Is that a crime? Is that a crime? Huh? Fuck. Wrap? No bacon? Is that a crime, guys? Okay. Good. I'm glad we're on a common... yeah, I'm ordering food on stolen land. Ethiopian's not open this late, dude. I'm ordering food on stolen land. Sue me.
Of our people. And as the United States turns our focus to the priorities and the regions of the world, like the Indo-Pacific, that are most consequential today and tomorrow, we'll do so with our allies and partners through cooperation at multilateral institutions like the United Nations to amplify our collective strength and speed our progress toward dealing with these global challenges. It is a fundamental truth of the 21st century within each of our countries and as a global community that our own success is bound up in others succeeding as well. To deliver for our own people, we must also engage deeply with the rest of the world. To ensure that our own future, we must work together with other partners, our partners, toward a shared future. Our security, our prosperity, and our very freedoms are interconnected, in my view, as never before. And so, I believe we must work together as never before.
Sorry. Alright, guys. I think we're going to just delve right into this Everglade thing. And we're going to use CNN to explain it. Right? Just so we can get a brief explanation. So what is the Evergrande crisis? And why is China a communist state? And how is it doing a new land reform? And how is China subverting the new class of the ruling class? So let's talk about it for a second, right? I don't know how long this is going to take, but we'll get through it. So, Evergrande was a development company, right? The development country that has become very indebted over the years.
Exploit donated $5. Hello Mr. Ross of Infrared. I am an American political activist known as Exploit. I am certain you have never heard of me, but one day everyone will. I enjoy your content. Keep up the good work. I will be monitoring you.
What? Okay. The fuck? That's really weird. That's extremely weird. What? Okay. Anyway, so this was a real estate development company. It's developing houses for people to fucking live in. It became very indebted, and the debt sent shockwaves throughout markets. And the reason why it became indebted is because it had ambitions that strayed far from its core business, which is how it got from this mess. It didn't focus on building homes and shit like that. It just went above and beyond to turn profits. So how is the Chinese government going to respond, right? So a lot of people think this is going to be a Lehman Brothers moment. It's going to be a 2008 crisis moment. Well, actually, why don't you look at how the Chinese government responds to companies that get themselves into messes and endanger the economy? Imminent China Evergrande deal will see CCP take control. Sources close to the government have said that the deal, that it's going to be restructured into 3 separate entities, finished by the Communist Party, and state-owned enterprises will underpin the restructure, transforming the property developer into a state-owned enterprise. They're basically going to nationalize it. They fuck up like that. That's what happens. Now, what happened in 2008? During the Lehman Brothers crisis and this financial bullshit, huh? You had a bailout by the government. The government didn't take any control. They didn't restructure anything. They just bailed them out. It's a complete contrast, isn't it? The deal is being designed to protect Chinese nationals who have bought apartments from Evergrande. So the basis of the deal is to protect the people who are going to get fucked over. Like the ordinary people. Right? It has to pay a coupon payment. Yeah. Shareholders will get fucked. Whatever, right? So that we're noticing a consistent pattern in China, which is the Chinese Communist Party is consistently going after the ruling class within China. Now, how the fuck are they able to do that? A lot of people I've debated, have made the accusation that China is corporatist. What a cope. But it is literally not corporatist, and I'll explain why. The Communist Party does not negotiate or share power with any sector of the Chinese economy. In a corporatist economy, eventually the CCP would have to come to terms with the fact that all these billionaires and all of these companies that are arising represent the sectoral interests of the Chinese country, and you have to negotiate with them and work out a deal with them to share power. The Communist Party says, no, we will fucking annihilate you. We will completely nationalize you. We will replace you. You are not party to our power. Only the Communist Party has power. That's why, and believe it or not, objectively speaking, from a materialist standpoint, China does not have a ruling class. A ruling class comes to a understanding with the state that the state is going to serve their interests and is going to share power, right? We are the captains of industry. You need us. We need you. Let's work out a deal. That is not how the Chinese Communist Party rolls. It does not work out deals with the capitalists. It does not come to win-win agreements with capitalists. It says we are pursuing a path to develop our economy to serve the interests of the overwhelming majority of the Chinese people. If you go against us on this, you're done. If you fail, you're done. If we decide that you shouldn't exist anymore, you're done. What government can get away with that? Now, I've been watching Marco Polo, the show on Netflix, and even I know that the Khan, the supreme leader of the land, he's got to negotiate with the lords, because the lords hold power locally, and they outsource a lot of the power that keeps society intact and keeps the order of things intact. You know, a ruling class isn't just people getting behind the scenes and rigging shit. Those are the people who maintain the order, right? All these billionaires in China and capitalists who wield so much power, they're bosses who maintain the order, right? So you think the Communist Party would be at a standstill and being able to fulfill the requirements of unleashing the forces of production and just eliminating them, right? But that's not true. The Communist Party is bound by no private interests. It is only bound by the general interests of the Chinese people. And what is an example of that? The reason the Communist Party is able to get away with all of these things it's doing, Evergrande, Jack Ma, Alibaba, cracking down on these financial markets and these industries and these sectors of society, is because it has a mandate from the Chinese people. At the same time that Xi's government is cracking down on China's new class and ruling class, it is uplifting the Chinese people and acquiring the enthusiasm, devotion, and support of Chinese people who are getting new apartments, they're getting new deals, they're being cultivated with new enterprises, small enterprises that won't allow monopolies to emerge. Here's a tweet I like to save that's an example of this. Let me try to see if I can find it. Let me find the tweet. Of the small enterprises. Let me look for it. Give me a moment. Looking. Just scrolling through my liked tweets. This is it. I guess this is the one. China eyes Germany's hidden champions model. So what's the hidden champions model? Why is it called that? It's about cultivating small and medium-sized family companies, otherwise known as Mittelstand, are well as the backbone of the German economy. It may not be like Bosch or Bayer, but if the market shares to go by, family-owned companies like Krones, Weining, and Webasto are global players. They're a model Germany crafted post-war is the envy of the world. China's trying to replicate it. And why? Because they don't want monopolies to emerge in China that can rival the power of the government. They don't want economic formations to emerge that have political influence. Where's that fucking tweet? Yeah, this is the one. This is the one. Sorry, this is the one. I found it right now. Xi's going for the German Mittelstand approach. Here it is. Sorry, it took a while to find. Xi and his underlings still talk about the need to develop the private sector, which accounts for 80% of China's urban jobs. But officials say the focus is now on fostering small and mid-sized companies in areas ranging from power equipment to sensors and semiconductors that aren't likely to become alternative power bases. These firms are expected to emphasize innovation that elevates China's manufacturing capabilities over profits. Okay, so how do we explain this in terms of land reform and populism? Well, let me ask you a question. Who benefits from this move by the Chinese government? Is it the established big monopolies that exist within China? Or is it going to be the Chinese people? The hidden talents from the people who the government wants to invest in and cultivate to draw out their talents so that they can be a threat to these monopolies, first and foremost. And how are they going to do that? Well, innovation is what they call disruption in Silicon Valley, right? You have disruptive small startups that pose a challenge to entire monopolies. And this is a good deal for the Communist Party because the Communist Party does not want monopolies to form that are going to be alternative power bases to the government. So you know what that means, right? It means this is the equivalent of a kind of land reform. Land reform isn't just one thing. It's giving people small one-sized apartment units. It's giving people soil and ground to stand upon so that the government actually gives the people a piece of the pie in the economy, not only to give them wealth, but give them the source of creating wealth. You understand? The reason the government in China can go against this ruling class, because you know what happens otherwise, right? In a corporatist economy, big companies become alternative power bases. And just like in feudalism, you have to work out deals with these power bases. You have to make sure they're happy, because you're sharing power with them. Because they have so much concentrated economic power that they become a political power that you got to negotiate with. And suddenly, China's policies are no longer focused on uplifting and serving the overwhelming majority of the Chinese people's interests, but making sacrifices and compromises to deal with these alternative power bases. The Communist Party says, no, we are the Chinese Communist Party. We represent the Chinese people, not special interests and the 1%. Could you fucking imagine that in America? In America, we have an oligarchy. So when Joe Biden says, right, I'm going to be a deal maker, I'll work out, and I'll get things done in Congress, he's basically saying, I'll make sure the oil industry's happy, I'll make sure Citibank is happy, I'll make sure Liberty, whatever is happy, I'll make sure Wall Street's happy, I'll make sure Ford is happy, GM is happy, this industry's happy, that industry's happy. He's got to appease all of these oligarchs. He can't directly serve the interests of the American people and pass policies that serve the American people at the expense of special interests because the U.S. government shares power with them. You're delusional if you think they're acting on behalf of the will of the people as an authoritarian government. You are literally just a dumbass. It's as simple as that. There's not much more to it. You're just a dumbass. You keep fixating on this thing about it. Authoritarian. Political self-interest is a private interest too. How? I'm actually going to challenge you on that. Matter of fact, get in my VC and we'll debate about it. How is that? How does that actually work? How is that a private interest? Because, well, why? Xi personally gets off on having so much power and that's what it's all about? No, that's stupid. You know, they focus on authoritarianism, and this is going to be part of our video, because they're engaging in a racist attack on what they think is Oriental despotism, the trope of Oriental despotism. They think of China as a scary authoritarian country because it's the trope of Oriental despotism. That's where they're coming from. They can't actually point out what the issue is. It's just the fact that China has a strong and powerful state that bothers them. Because they want the Chinese people to be slaves of Anglo-Saxon states. They want them to be slaves of colonial states. They hate the fact that these countries have their own powerful fucking state that can stand up to them. There's no pressure of being voted out of government. Yes, there is. There is pressure for each and every one of those Chinese officials to be removed from power. If the party as a whole is not going to be removed, what difference does it make when each of the officials in the party have a fuck ton of pressure on them? They have way more fucking pressure than any American politician will ever feel in their whole fucking life to execute the authority of the people. Oh, but the party as a whole has no pressure. Who can remove Xi? If Xi does not get a mandate from the people, he will lose his power. He's in power because he has a mandate from the fucking people. If the people stop supporting him, how is he going to maintain that power? They will remove him. They will remove him. Those officials in the Communist Party will easily remove him. They'll outmaneuver him in the internal party politics and fucking remove him. You dumbass. You think leaders acquire power based on what? Based on what? Magic? No, it's because they have popular support, you fucking dumbass. He thinks power comes from thin air. He thinks power just comes from thin air. Where the fuck do you think the power comes from, huh? You're commanding people. That's what power is. Fucking idiot. Get in VC now and debate about it. You know, let me tell you the truth, guys. These people are not talking about the people. These political Twitch people and these fucking people who are literal social and political parasites, they just want to have power themselves. Why should most people care about politics? Most people shouldn't care about politics. We should have a government that serves our interests and responds to our sentiments and opinions, but ultimately, we should not be spending all this fucking time dealing with politics. We should be spending time cultivating our own politics, meaning our own families. We should be spending our fucking time making bread, making a living, pursuing our creative talents, our actual fucking creative talents, our actual skills and fucking abilities as human beings, building families and having fucking families. We shouldn't be focusing on fucking politics. The people who want democracy in the US style, they want to fucking focus on politics because they make careers and they make a fucking living off of politics. They make a living off of being political commentators and think heads and bickering journalists, and they make a career based on being policy wonks and being political debaters and going on Twitch and talking about politics. Oh, I feel so relevant. I feel so relevant being they're fucking parasites. These people have no skills. They have no fucking human qualities of skills, and they can't fucking build things, and they're not good artists. They don't make beautiful things. They don't make common things that express the values of our common society. They're not good artists. They don't make beautiful, good, tasteful things that people want to consume and enjoy. They don't fucking do anything skillful. They're not good scientists. They're not smart people making discoveries. They're not fucking philosophers delving into the mysteries of the mind and the secrets of the fucking universe or whatever the fuck you want. They're not religious scholars who are inspiring faith in people and doing things like that. They're fucking parasites who make a fucking living based on fucking commentating and feeling like they're fucking politically relevant. A people's government and a true democracy wants to have as small politics in people's life as necessary. The more politics has to be in your fucking life, the less time you have to devote yourself to the things that actually fucking matter in life. Who the fuck wants to sit around focusing on politics for their whole fucking life, huh? There's no fucking quality in that.
Josh_320 donated $10. Bag him.
Thank you, Josh. Appreciate you. There's no fucking quality in that. Because these people aren't good artists, they're not good scientists, they're not good philosophers, they're not good thinkers, they're not good lovers, they're not good musicians. They have nothing to offer society. So like parasites, they blackmail us on politics. And you know politics is force and power, right? So they're basically saying, you have to listen to me. You have to listen to me because the state has a coercive monopoly on violence and I'm talking about it. You have to listen to me. Look at me. I'm Faust. Look at me. I'm Destiny. Look at me. I'm irrelevant. Look at me. They have to do these things. They're blackmailing us, basically, talking about something we have to care about. Because we can't just get on with our fucking lives and live our normal fucking lives. Who's happy about all the fucking political division in America and having to hear all this stuff about Trump and the Democrats and the Republicans, all this fucking dumb shit? Because we can't get on with our fucking lives and just have fucking families and just cultivate our own skills and pursue our own fucking paths. But these political Twitch people will never ever tell you the shit that I'm fucking telling you right now. And the reason is this. If I got what I wanted, we'd all be out of a fucking job. If we had a government of action that served working families, as Caleb says, all of these fucking political people on Twitch and YouTube would be out of a fucking job. They would all be out of a fucking job. They would all be out of a fucking job. Stardust is wrecking you in views right now. Yeah, you know what? Because they're... Okay, here's the thing. Wait 1 week. Wait 1 week. Wait 1 week. What is Stardust doing? What are they doing? They're covering the drama that has been propping them up consistently. Good on them. That's their grind. That's their hustle. What am I doing? How many fucking things did I cover today, huh? First, I talked about traditionalism. Then, I debated Jason on Ruhe about American patriotism and shit. Then I covered some stuff on Reddit, but I did so much variety, talking about so many different things. I could capitalize on this fucking drama right now, but I don't want to because I don't feel like it's important. I actually want to reach people who aren't in this Twitch bubble and jacking themselves off on stupid fucking drama that doesn't even fucking matter. And if that's gonna get me less views, I don't care because I'm in it for the long game. I'm gonna be here and Stardust is not. This drama's gonna fade. What are they gonna do then? Huh? What are they gonna do if the drama goes away? Nothing. That's a flex on me. You're flexing on me because they have more views than me? Let them have more fucking views than me. Wait a week. Wait a week and see who's gonna last longer. Obviously, I'm gonna fucking last longer because I have things of value to offer. I actually have shit of value to offer. And by the way, I just have to make this clear. Let me make this clear to everyone, right? Fucking political Twitch does not matter. All of the things DGG cares about do not matter. Stardust doesn't matter. Hans of whatever doesn't matter. Bosch and Destiny don't matter. Our Relevant doesn't fucking matter. None of these people fucking matter. There's nothing. If you care about these people and their lives and all this kind of shit, you're a fucking loser. You're just a fucking loser who doesn't have your own life. And you're literally in this Twitch bubble. Wait till I bring the fucking barbarians from YouTube and fucking Twitter, and I'm gonna bring them all here, and those are gonna be my fucking viewers. I'm gonna bring these barbarians here and take over this fucking place. You are in your settled Twitch little fucking bubble, and you all know each other, and I'm gonna draw from the real fucking nomads of the internet. I'm gonna draw from the real fucking audiences. You'll fucking see. You'll fucking see. I will never tap into your little stupid fucking bubble. Your dumb fucking Twitch bubble. Your little bitch Twitch bubble. And we all know each other on political Twitch because it's a fucking monopoly. I will break the fucking monopoly. I'm going to talk about interesting things, cool things. I'm going to give based commentary. I'm a unique fucking content creator. Fuck your monopoly. Fuck your monopoly, period. Me and Zerka are going to grow together too. Zerka, his Royales, they're just going to fucking grow. He's going to be a 10K Andy in no time. We're creating our own fucking network. Fuck political Twitch. Fuck the monopolies on Twitch. We're making our own fucking thing. And if not them, at least I can guarantee you I am at the very least. But your little bitch bubble, fuck you. You don't fucking matter. Stupid fucking bubble on Stardust and Hans of Hanakir and Irrelevant and who else is there? Who the fuck else? I don't even know these people. I don't even know these fucking people. Who else is there? There's Vaush and I don't know these people. Like Dylan Burns and who the fuck are these people? I don't know them. Our Relevant was talking shit on his stream. What was he saying?
Oh my god. Maybe they were just big mad and like, and then.
Yeah, I think it's.
No, he wasn't. He was covering Hans versus Joe Louis.
To be responsibly. Yep. That's what matters. Do you do it responsibly?
That's the only thing that fucking matters. I'm not shitting on John for hosting the panel. I'm not shitting on him for that. I'm not shitting on Haas for staying in the panel and making fun of the whole situation and trying to crack a bunch of jokes and make light of the situation. I'm not shitting on any of these people. Do what you want, Godspeed. But don't for a goddamn second try and act like your shit doesn't stink and go over to other people and start blaming them for doing it. That's fucking pretty weird, okay? That's pretty fucking weird.
Who's attacking who? DGG was the one attacking Zerka for fucking being the villain here. It's not like we're the ones who came after them first. So that's fucking stupid. And by the way, me having whatever, making light or whatever, dude, I was addressing my audience. You know those 3,000 people, a lot of them were my people too, right? And when I muted it, like, what could I fucking do? And also, it was in the best interest of the situation to make it more lighthearted and move away from what was going on at that point. Because they were going hard on Anna and shit, and I wanted to take the tension off and take the fucking attention away from that. I wanted to take the attention away from that. Simple as that.
Making a judgment on an entire group of people based off of one person's account.
If the streamer admits they pump and dump, why can't you admit
he doesn't call pump and dump, dude. It's a friends with benefits situation.
No, it's
political correctness.
If someone's literally crying,
Fuck it, I'll say it. Anna bad, Stardust bad, women bad. I'm joining the AP gang. Post squad.
Right here. It's between... why the fuck is Zerka here? It should be between Anna and Stardust. Why the fuck are either one of these fucks here? You want to know why? They ran out of content. They want some fucking content. They want some goddamn views.
Bro, you know what? Hold up. Zerka literally thinks our relevant's been fair to him. I should call him right now and tell him how much shit our relevant's talking about him.
That's what they want. I hate it when people act like that's not what they're about. Fucking Infrared's a grifter for fucking views, and so is goddamn John at this point. I fully believe neither one of these people believe a goddamn word that comes out of their fucking mouth. I truly don't believe it.
Yo. Let me just DM him. I don't know if he wants to announce this on call. Yo, I'm gonna call him. I'm gonna call him about it. Just for a sec. Now, I'm not gonna do a podcast or anything. I'm gonna go after, but I just need to gloat. I just need to gloat. Be proven right. Thank you, Aaron Ambience. Appreciate you. Red Ambience. Appreciate you. Okay, he didn't answer. Let me just DM him and tell him. You owe me. That's all I'm going to say.
I think that at this point, it's just full actor Andy. I've come around, all right? I still like John. I think John is pretty funny. I just can't take him seriously anymore.
There we go.
No, what the hell? You just admitted it.
Okay.
Damn.
Who's the one who kept milking it again every day?
We're talking about your...
Who milked what every day?
Hold on. We're talking about your court case. Are you admitting it?
My court case. What am I being...
Don't point fingers to Haas because he was live or whatever. Your court
I'm pretty
case,
sure before Destiny left the stream, John pleaded to Destiny to stay and argue with Anna.
He was stirring the pot the whole time.
I just got back from work like just a little while ago, dude. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I just...
Are you tired or something? You're doing horrible right now. Do you know what you just said live?
Everybody's doing it, dude. Everybody's exploiting it. It's not just like you.
So you're exploiting it too, right?
A little bit, sure, yeah, but I'm still.
Wow. So what are you so angry about at Zerka?
Because Zerka has been bringing it up every day. Every day.
No, the problem is Zerka's shitting on other people for like doing the same thing he...
That's not what fucking happened. That's literally not what fucking happened. Zerka started his... I shouldn't get involved. He told me not to get involved, but... You know, that's not what happened. That's just not what happened. Why am I fucking defending this guy? Fuck, you know what? No, I'm not defending... He can defend himself. I tried to warn him about this shit. He didn't listen. Leave it as that. But all I can say, that shit is not true. That is not true. The only people who started attacking about that was them first. They was attacking first. Simple as that. That is just indisputable fact. That is indisputable. So Dylan Burns had a problem with something Hassan said about Taiwan. You guys want to watch that? I kind of want to see it. I want to know what it's up with that. Thank you, Baze. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. the time I was drawn to. All the time I was gone to.
I'm just curious.
All right. Yo, Olive's got some crazy cool videos on the way. Olive has some cool shit on the way. Olive got crazy good shit on the way. Jackson is watching. Is Jackson here? Yo, Jackson, what's going on with Jimmy Dore? Yo, let me call you. Let me call you. Let me call you. Hold up. Thank you, Messiah. Appreciate you.
Keep up the good theory discussions.
I come as a messenger. Yo, I know he told me that. But yo, what up, Jackson? Yo, what's going on with this Jimmy Dore stuff?
What stuff?
Like we're doing a Twitch thing?
Yeah. Well, I was talking to him and I think he caught some of our convo with Caleb.
Oh,
and
shit.
He wants to go on Twitch. He wants to start his own Twitch channel.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Dude, do you know what DGG is?
No.
So it's like the current political Twitch is a monopoly of like Destiny's community and like all those people, they all lockstep information, right? If Jimmy comes on Twitch, that it's over. It's over for them. And yeah. It's completely over for them.
Well, that's what I was trying to explain to him, because he's like, yeah, I've never really done any Twitch stuff. Like, I don't really follow it that closely. But he's like, I've heard of it, obviously. I was like, bro, just think about it. Like, it's an entire, because he knows Hassan's on there. So I was like, think about it. It's like an entire community of like probably millions of people. And Hassan is like the standard bearer of the left. Like, imagine if you got on there.
That would literally change the whole fucking game. That would be so fucking crazy.
And then infiltrating all the fucking shitlib communities with actual leftists that will be able to, communicate what being a real leftist
Dude,
is all about.
something even I realized, like, so much of my growth was also reliant on them. Like, I didn't even know who all these viewers were. A lot of them just came from DGG. And, like, it's almost like you have to rely on political Twitch. But we can bypass it, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, it's like a weird community. I don't know. I really don't know what it is that much either, but everyone just calls it DGG, so I just assume that's what it is. It's like all these political communities on Twitch are like the same community, you know?
I hear you.
Yeah. But
oh, there you are. You broke up. Is it a Discord?
No, it's like a website. It's like I have my own thing. I have infrared.gg and there's destiny.gg. And they have their own like community.
So it's just like a bunch of
they have like a Reddit and they have that kind of shit. Huh?
Are you streaming right now?
Yeah, I'm streaming right now. I'm live.
Okay. Yo, what the fuck, dude? I've messaged Destiny like 3 times on different platforms. Little bitch has never fucking responded to me. Like, does he not want to debate me or something? Or like, what's good with that?
What the fuck, really?
Yes.
Oh fuck, you should probably make it public then. To be just like,
I think that's what I'm gonna have to do.
Just go on Twitter and just publicly challenge him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so I'll talk to Jimmy about when he wants to launch it, and I think that'd be a good time to all do probably a stream together.
Yeah, that would be fucking insane, dude. Oh my god, being able to that's like a legend, you know?
Yeah, no. I mean, it would be incredible, and I think it'd be game over for all the shitlibs for sure.
Fuck yeah. That would, and dude, we would have a new network. We would just be creating a new network of people.
Yeah, no, it'd be unstoppable. It'd be unstoppable.
Dude,
and the
you
thing
have we would both grow so much from that. Do you know that? Thank you, Nasty Nerves.
The thing
Appreciate
is also,
you.
it's like his audience, they are so dedicated to the fight. It's like anytime someone is putting forward some BS on like Twitter or whatever, like the Jimmy Dore squad is just there to like expose whatever argument they're putting forward, you know? So it's like, just think about that times 100 on like Twitch.
Fuck yeah, that's
like
sick.
what that would do to the chat sections. Even Hassan has said in the past, he's like, this is the corner of the internet where we're safe from those people. And it's like, yeah, I'm sure he wants to be safe from those people.
Dude, yeah, you're right. Hassan was like terrified of Jimmy Dore coming over. He's like, yeah, like we're safe in this corner. Dude, no, we can't. We got to take this corner, you know?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude. I'm hard as shit right now. I'm just kidding. But yeah, we got to fucking... Are you in contact with him or?
Yeah. I'll shoot him a text tomorrow.
That would, dude. Yeah, we got to make this happen.
I mean, it's pretty quick to set it all up. The only thing that we'd have to figure out is how that would impact his streaming, because like with me, it's like I stream separate times. Like I'll stream on Twitch and YouTube at different times because I can't do it at the same time as an affiliate.
Yeah.
So he might like be.
Well, the exposure would probably help, you know. Like he could just restream to Twitch, but he won't get. I don't ever see Jimmy becoming a Twitch streamer. Like he's like having subs and emotes and stuff. But he could just be here, you know, like stream here. That makes sense.
Yeah, there'd be a bunch of people that would watch.
Yeah, or maybe, and he could. I don't know how he's a Patreon, right? Is how he makes his money.
He actually has his own website.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Well, it'd be like a multi-streaming thing. Like he could just stream here and it'll just reach people, you know?
Yeah, well, he already does Rockfin, and he streams on that simultaneously, and then he streams on. Or I think he's talking about maybe looking into Rumble too, which is where Glenn Greenwald has gone.
Oh yeah. Well, you can multi-stream to just so many places at the same time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But like he only sees the YouTube comments, I think. So it'd be probably similar for Twitch.
Yeah. Well, that would be sick. That would honestly be so cool.
Yeah, bro. It'd be
we
wild.
gotta bring that YouTube network over here, you know, because right now it's like you, me, and kind of Zerka. We're just holding it out against
he's becoming a tanky. I guarantee it.
We're holding it out here against the fucking blue pill horde, you know.
Yeah, and also like regardless of whether Jimmy does do it or not, we should definitely just all stream together regardless.
Yeah, 100%.
I was telling him about you and Caleb. He already knows Caleb. He's aware of Caleb and knows he's seen his stuff. But I was telling him about you, and I was like, yeah, man. I'm like, this guy Haas, he's fucking, because he, you know, I mean, like, I don't think it's any secret that Jimmy Dore probably doesn't have the best regards towards Hassan Piker.
Yeah,
I don't think. So I was like, yeah, there's this guy Haas on Twitch. He's fucking taking over that shit, fucking making Hassan look like a little bitch, and like all his little community people, his little fucking shills. And he's like, no way, that's so sick. So he loves it.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, no.
Dude, I love Jimmy so much. I love that guy. I watched him for so many years. It's been like, you know, the only reason I stopped a little bit was because the fucking YouTube algo stopped recommending his videos.
It's brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't start watching him. I mean, like, I haven't been like involved with like any of this stuff for all that long. And I was like a full-on like shit lib not too long ago. So like I first started watching Jimmy during COVID when he was the only one talking about the COVID bills and how the progressives were voting for him and stuff. And I was just like, oh my God, this guy's the only guy telling the truth about this shit.
I remember him from 2016, from after Trump was elected. That's kind of really when I started watching him a ton. And before Trump was elected and after. A little bit before, like 2016 is when I started, and then I've always seen him as like the most based political commentator in America.
Nah, he definitely is. He definitely is. Is why he pisses off everyone else because they're all jealous. They're all jealous. That's honestly, that's what it boils down to because they are jealous that everyone has
Self-made
young-
success.
They're jealous. Well, success, yeah, that's a big part of it, but they're jealous that they can't say the things that he says.
True. That's so true.
Nina Turner even said that. She's like, I wish I could say the things that Jimmy Dore said. You know?
Yeah.
It's a bad situation for all those people. But yeah, bro, we'll make it happen.
Yo, listen. You know, there's someone else you should probably debate. Dude, fucking when you left the panel, that Hans of Hanekir guy came in to debate me, and he's like a policy guy. You could have fucking wiped the floor with him. I still beat him or whatever, but you could have just like fucking...
What are his politics? Is he conservative?
No, he's just like everyone else. He's like a liberal who thinks that Biden is good and the best way forward, and that like we have to just work within the Democrats as they exist now, and it's like all that dumb shit. Like, because you know all the details that I don't know. Like, you know way more details than me. Yo, you should debate that guy, honestly. Debate. You should. I know these people are fucking breadcrumbs to you on Twitch, and you want like the big players. But I swear to God, dude, if you just take out some time to wipe the floor with these fucking smaller guys, you will make a fucking big name for yourself. Like, I made a name for myself because I debated Xander Hall, who was really small at the time. And then, like, a day later, I debated Bosch and then Destiny. Like, all in one weekend, you know? If you make an dude, all of these people are one community. So if you get one of them and make an impression, especially as an outsider, like, you will grow your shit on Twitch rapidly. I promise, dude.
I don't even know who these people are, though. That's the thing. I mean, like, I know Dylan Burns.
Yeah,
he's like,
he would be good to debate, too, if you want to debate him. He would be good to debate. But
no, that'd be funny as hell. But, like, even he's pretty big still. But, like, he's just not Destiny or Vosh big. But, like...
Yeah. I mean, like, I get where you're coming from, because it's like, you come from serious YouTube, and these are just, like, a bunch of whatever, Humegalols. But... you will grow your shit on Twitch very, very rapidly if you debate these people.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
It's like shit like that.
How's your Twitch been doing, by the way? You stream at times that are late, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's been tough because I moved this past week.
Yeah. But I've been looking at your Twitch. So when I click on it, it's like, you're doing pretty good. I remember when you were at like 10 viewers or 5, and now I see it's like 50. Would that be...
Yeah, it's like 50 to 100 for the most
That's
part.
good, dude. That's solid, dude. That's solid. But if you want to super speed run your shit on Twitch, debate these fucking debate Hans, debate Dylan, debate
You know Mike from PA?
Debate him too. Yeah, he's super. Any one of these people, dude.
Yeah.
Any one of these people. He streams earlier, like in the morning. So I don't know much about Mike because he's an early streamer, but he's a huge streamer. I think he's just as big as Destiny now.
What?
Yeah, he's like a 2K Andy.
Oh my god, are you serious?
Yeah, he's pretty big.
Bro. Oh my god.
Yeah, 2-3K.
Okay. Yeah.
Dude, those morning viewers get a lot of views for whatever. Yeah, those guys get a ton of views.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I do feel like so initially I had that mindset that it's like, well, if you just target the big players, then you expose them like we've both exposed Vosh and shit, then like that'll be good. But it really is just about like fucking laying down the hammer wherever.
Yep, exactly. Like you really made your impression. So you're known as the Vosh defeater, the Vosh slayer, right? Whether they admit it or not, that's just what you are, the Vosh slayer. So that's how they're gonna immediately agree to debate you. So what you gotta do is make sure no one forgets you. Right?
Yeah.
So
no, you're right.
So you really gotta, I really think you should debate these lower streamers. And lower, I don't mean like, super, super low, but I just mean like, like Dylan, he's not a small streamer, but compared to Destiny and Vosh, he is. You know what I mean? Like Dylan, Hans, Relevant is probably someone you should go after if you want. Who else do we know? Fuck. I don't know these people that well, but
yeah, run through that shit like we running through USC sorority girls. Run through that.
Fuck
shit.
yes, exactly. That's exactly how you got to think about it. That's the perfect example.
Bro, oh my god, and they're calling me right now. Hang up. Okay, bye. That it's I agree. I just need to start honestly, probably if I start running through all that shit like the same types of people you ran through, it would probably be the same thing. And it would just like further reiterate to all their audiences that they're just absolute fucking dumbasses.
You would you would fucking dominate. No doubt about it.
Yeah. What have you been streaming about today?
A ton of shit. I started out talking about like some theory stuff. But
I've been trying to get more into theory. I've been reading a lot more theory recently. You've inspired me.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
Interesting, dude. Yeah, it's been a lot of theory. It's been that. And then I debated, unexpectedly, I didn't know it was going to happen. I ended up debating Jason Unruhe. You know who that is?
Yes. Yeah, he's a Maoist or something, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, he was very frustrated that he didn't get an invite to our patriotism panel. So
he's like, against patriotism. Like, he's against us, and he wanted to debate us on it.
Yeah. No, he was upset, so he was begging me in the last minute to let him on the stream. I'm like, bro, like, I mean, like...
Well, I think he thought it was going to be like a debate when it was more like a power 3 team of people who agree with each other.
Yeah.
Repping. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I did put debate in the title, but that was like...
For clicks.
It's clickbait.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so that was pretty eventful today. But I really think that a lot of DGG has focused off of me. So last week I was like getting like 800 viewers every day, and now it's kind of like sliding back to 500, 600 average.
Mm-hmm.
So it does go up and down. You know, it's not just like one march up.
No, it really isn't. Like, I've gone through like multiple random, like, I'm kind of in the middle of a random wave right now, and it's just like there's no, it's continual growth, but you go through like waves of like more viewers and more viewers.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it.
Yeah.
Well, what are you doing right now?
I don't know. I'm torn honestly between I might stream or I might go out. I'm not sure.
Oh shit, yeah, dude, it's Friday. What time is it for you? It's like 9, right?
It's 9. Yeah, there's like there actually is a...
Oh, do you game? Are you a gamer or no? You're actually cool.
No.
Okay, good. You're cool. Just kidding. No. I was gonna say because I don't game, but in the past I did. I always liked Halo. There's like a Halo beta for the new game.
Halo beta. What is it?
It's Halo Infinite. Like, that's a beta. Like, it's like you it's free. You just play it. You can't though because you didn't sign up. Fuck, I forgot. It's not open.
Yeah, I don't even know what that is, but I do. Yeah. I have played Halo. I like Halo.
Yeah,
I've played Halo. I played random Destiny. I played some games like that.
Oh, nice. It's actually kind of fun. I was playing it yesterday on Zerko's show, and yeah, it's actually pretty good. But
it's dope. New Halo.
Yeah.
Good shit.
All right, man. I don't want to keep you, but yeah.
Yeah. All right, brother. I will. I'll keep you posted though.
Okay. See you later, man.
All right. Peace.
Bye. Oh man. The food I ordered got canceled, so I ordered new food. Fucking the worst, you know? Shit sucks.
Look at this. Apparently he said some stuff about Taiwan, and I'm curious.
AP review. UN chief warns China and US to avoid Cold War. Too late, brothers and sisters. It's already happening.
I mean, it's definitely
We might side with Hassan here. Should we side with Hassan?
leading up to it. I would say it's sliding into it. The question of how intense is the Cold War going to be? I mean, I would say I would say maybe it's not a Cold War. Maybe at the moment more of like a chill war. I don't think it's at all going to be to the intensity or level of the Cold War of old. I think it's going to be more like maybe like a war in the refrigerator instead of the freezer, you know?
They've threatened Taiwan many times, so don't act like their military is a peacekeeping force. I never said that. I don't think that militaries are peacekeeping forces, you fucking idiot. No, this is hegemon shit, okay? This is just what global hegemonic powers do, okay?
Wait, so Hassan has the lib shit take, and Dylan's gonna go after him for not being anti-China enough? Let's hear him out. We don't want to rush to conclusions, but I thought Hassan was gonna be based, and he was gonna be like, yeah, China's defending itself. Taiwan's a fake. It's not even its own country. There's only one China. Both governments admit there's only one China. There's no such thing as Taiwanese independence. I thought he was going to just tell the truth. Because sometimes Hassan has anti-imperialist takes. But apparently he's pussying out here.
Okay? And also, oh man, you mean to tell me that fucking China is escalating tensions against Taiwan? Dude, the only reason why you're talking about fucking Taiwan right now is literally because we have been escalating tensions against China by beefing up Taiwan, giving Taiwan, what is it like?
That's facts.
$1.8 billion worth of arms?
That's facts.
Like, what is this, dude? Yo.
Based.
I'm gonna keep it at 100. Okay, I'm gonna keep it real. Why don't we do this for Hawaii? Like, what would happen if China was just like, you know what? We're just gonna give Hawaii $1.8 billion worth of fucking drones so that the indigenous population there can fucking defend.
Or Cuba, right? That would also be a good example. But Dylan's gonna be like, oh, it's not the same because they're not. Okay, let's say Hawaii. Let's say the Confederacy was still around, but they fled to Puerto Rico. Let's say the Confederacy fled to Puerto Rico, and there's still an ongoing U.S. Civil War, and China just gave Puerto Rico a bunch of arms. That's what it would be like. That's a perfect example. But Hassan's right. He's 100% right.
Itself.
Okay, well, number one, there would need to be, the context would be very different. Okay, so first let me say, so if, okay. The Taiwan Relations Act, made while we were trying to normalize relations with China, clearly states, and this is from like 1974, that we are supposed to supply Taiwan, and this was the compromise we came to. That China said, while they didn't like it, they still went forward with normalization, even though we were doing this, right? And we're not even giving them the most up-to-date equipment, right? We give them like, we give them equipment that's like augmented to be pretty updated, but we don't even give them the most updated equipment. But the Taiwan Relations Act clearly states that we are supposed to supply Taiwan to its defensive like capability. I forget the exact wording, but the point of the Taiwan Relations Act when it comes to giving them arms is basically we're supposed to supply them arms according to their needs, to their strategic needs and their own self-defense. And it was crafted in that specific way so that we would not adapt it to give them less military support just due to either like, for
How do you define needs? Because do they need 1.8 billion? The act does not guarantee the U.S. will intervene militarily, nor does it relinquish it. Its premise is to ensure that U.S.-Taiwan policy has not been changed unilaterally. The U.S. will consider any effort to determine the future by peaceful means. The act requires the United States to provide Taiwan with arms of a defensive character and to maintain the capacity of the United States to reinforce coercion. Yeah.
For example, China, it would displease Beijing, right? And it was crafted specifically in that way so that we would consistently be giving Taiwan what they need to defend themselves.
Why did they need 1.8 billion in arms?
Which I think is good. because it sets a red line when it comes to the fact that they are not going to be able to invade Taiwan without a massive disincentive when it comes to casualties and losses.
Well, they're going to take that shit anyway, because it belongs to China. Even Taiwan admits there's one China.
And so you can scoff at the...
Wait, that's fucked up what he just said, too. He's just saying it's good because we're going to hold the people hostage and make the Chinese government have to lead to a bunch of casualties to assert dominance over what belongs to China already. So you support an authoritarian? Yes, I do.
Idea of giving Taiwan military support. But they do need military support. They are standing across from one of the most powerful militaries in the world.
What does that have to do with us?
As a tiny island nation.
What does that have to do with us?
Isolated from the global stage because China has strong-armed them.
What does that have to do with us?
The least we can do is be the one nation that really supports them and give them a means to defend themselves.
Oh, so it's based on morality. That's what I'm supposed to believe. It's based on morality.
Which was clearly outlined since the 1970s, and China's been aware of our intention to do this since the 1970s.
Yeah, but we're still escalating relations. You know, Hassan could also point out that this isn't even the primary reason for the escalation in the fucking Cold War. This is part of it, like giving them 1.8 billion, but there's also a lot of other shit that's the main reason, you know? For the escalation of a Cold War. A lot of it has to do with the South China Sea. A lot of it has to do with the U.S. meddling in China's internal affairs. There's a lot of reasons why. A lot of it has to do with the U.S. trying to stop China from forming relations with other countries.
So, I don't see what the problem would be with us supplying them. They're going to need those arms. And the thing is, China is continually increasing their military budget. They're continually building up their naval force.
Yeah, to defend themselves. The fuck? Okay, when he says this, it makes it seem like there's some menace out to get us. Keep in mind that their military budget, even if they're increasing it, is nothing compared to America's military budget this year. Just this year. There's no fucking comparison, dude. China can't have it. Why does the U.S. need a big military budget?
They're embarking upon and violating Taiwanese airspace more and more frequently. It would only...
What? There is one China. There's no Taiwanese airspace. It all belongs to China. Even the Taiwanese government says that. Okay, Taiwan is called the Republic of China. They are claiming all of China. The Republic of China. Well, they're both saying there's only one China. Well, they lost. The Republic of China will never take all of China. So you lost the fucking war. Take the L and move on.
Only be natural that if the Taiwan Relations Act basically says that we're supposed to give them the
USA hasn't been attacked in 80 years.
Defensive capabilities that is suitable for the situation, that in that situation, they would increase the amount of funding we would be giving them, the amount of weapons we'd be giving them in these arms sales. But let's be clear, the arms sales we're supposed to be giving them are defensive in nature. We're not giving them arms.
Ridiculous with the 5. Thank you, Ridiculous. Appreciate you. When the Taiwanese people were asked if they would join the Taiwan army to fight, all of them said no. It's just like Afghanistan, dude. They don't want to fight America's wars.
Sales that would allow them to do some like amphibious invasion of China. So you would basically need to say that we need to throw the Taiwan Relations Act. I'm trying to remember if that's the correct wording, the correct name of the actual act out. We would need to stop selling them.
Yes, throw that shit out.
Weapons that are defensive in nature. And
yes,
aircraft can be defensive in nature. And while China continues to ramp up its military spending, Taiwan basically just needs to sit there and just wait for it.
Yes.
Basically, China.
It does, because it's none of your business. You literally live on the other side of the world. Stop trying to govern these countries that are on the other side of the world. It's just, it's such in bad taste. It's like the British Empire decided to go to China, fuck with China. What right did Britain have to do that? No one knows. And then Britain's spiritual successor, America, is still doing it. Like, guys, let me tell you something. Imagine in school there was a bully. And the bully, every single day, would take their victim. They would just go to their victim. They just made a habit, right? They went up to their victim, who was in 1st grade. The bully's in 5th grade. And the victim, they pick him up and turn him upside down and just shake him for money. And they just flush him down the toilet every day, swirlies, and stuff him in the locker. Okay? Then the bully graduates. Then the kid is in 5th grade. And the bully's little fucking brother is just fucking with this kid still. And the kid has grown up and is tough and can defend themselves now. And imagine everyone saying, oh, the kid is an aggressor. He's a scary aggressor. Because he defends himself now. And the little brother acts like they're a force of humanitarian peace and goodwill. Why are you still fucking with this kid? You know what I'm saying? Why are you still fucking with them? It's just so clear as day, plain as day. What right do you have to China? None. None. You don't have a right to China. Period.
It'll be so big and so economically powerful that they'd have no choice but to put their hands up, even though their people want to be their own sovereign entity. They have their own government, their own military, their own currency, their own system. They're a
one country, two systems then. China will deal accordingly. And it's none of your business anyway. If China decided we're going to invade Taiwan by force, everyone has to listen to us, and we're going to impose our system on Taiwan, that's their business. Has nothing to do with you.
a thriving democracy. They've developed their own culture and their own identity.
So they're not Chinese anymore, is what you're saying?
They should be allowed.
Please tell them they're not Chinese anymore. And they have to change their name from the Republic of China to the Rebel Separatist Taiwanese Republic. And they would become separatists, by the way. You know, separatists used to be really repressed in Taiwan, right? The people who said, we are Taiwan, not China.
Allowed to be an independent nation, and they need arms to stay an independent nation, to disincentivize a Chinese invasion.
Just like the fake government of Afghanistan needed arms to be propped up.
I don't see what the problem is. China was going to increase military spending whether we sent arms to Taiwan or not.
If your ally Zerko was taken, you wouldn't go to war. That's the most stupid example ever. Is Zerka... That doesn't even make any sense, dude. That's the most stupid thing I've ever heard of. Taiwan is not our ally, okay? It's not even its own country. You're talking about a rebel faction. That would be like if Zerka was just a random chatter in Destiny's chat who said he's the true streamer, but he's not even a streamer. That would be the equivalent. That would be like if Zerka was just a Discord celebrity in Destiny's Discord. And that's what I was allying with. That would be like that. But he's his own streamer, he's his own country. So it's different.
Okay? Which would be a little bit more justifiable than what the fuck we're doing here with respect to Taiwan.
Wait, what do you mean? Wait, go back.
Like, what would happen if China was just like, you know what? We're just going to give Hawaii $1.8 billion worth of fucking drones so that the indigenous population there can fucking defend itself. Okay? Which would be a little bit more justifiable than what the fuck we're doing here with respect to Taiwan.
It absolutely would. Hawaii was just stolen land. A completely different people with a completely different culture, just stolen. It was its own kingdom. Taiwan has always been part of China. And the KMT fled to China because they fucking lost the civil war on the mainland, so they fled to Taiwan. So yeah, it's way more justifiable. Hassan's right.
Wait, how would that be more justifiable? Number one, the population of Hawaii does not want to secede from the Union. There is a group of radical individuals in the indigenous...
Do the majority of Taiwanese people want to secede from China and just not be China anymore, the Republic of China? How common, like, Taiwanese separatism in Taiwan? Survey. Taiwan opinion polling on unification with China. So many with where's the polling we can get? Support for independence or unification under 4 conditions. Overall, I don't even know how to read this shit. Support for independence or unification. Okay, majority of people would prefer unification with the same conditions rather than independence that requires war.
This community that want to secede from the Union, but that's not the majority of the people in Hawaii. The majority of the people in Taiwan...
The majority of people in Taiwan do not want to secede from the claim of being China.
Want to be their own sovereign entity.
No, they want to be sovereign if that's the conditions of peace. They said if there has to be a war, it's not worth it. That's what the opinion polling said. They said if it's not worth it for war. If we can just maintain the status quo peacefully, they said sure. They said if it's under threat of war, okay, fine, we'll go back into the fold. And as long as we can preserve the same conditions. Taiwan was also a civilization prior to the 16th century. The indigenous Taiwanese are like 1% of the fucking population there. That's something that happened a long time ago. Long time ago. Has nothing to do with the current situation at all.
Established their own sovereign government, their own sovereign system. And they have an indigenous community as well, which I don't think views the Chinese government very favorably.
What? They don't view the fucking Chinese government in Taiwan favorably either, dude. What are you talking about?
So how would that be better?
Because Hawaii was just stolen from it has no, like, basis to be part of America in history. It was just stolen. Taiwan was part of China, and the KMT lost the Civil War, so they fled to a province of China and set up base there. That's why. Taiwanese indigenous people hate Taiwanese separatists. Yeah, because Taiwanese separatists are not the indigenous people. It's literally Han Chinese. The Dutch colonists massacred the Taiwanese indigenous population, and Chinese migrated later and assimilated the rest. Yeah. Taiwan controls all computer manufacturing and R&D, which is held up by American R&D. Yeah. 2.2% of people in Taiwan are indigenous, and they're treated like shit under the Taiwanese Republic of China system.
Okay? Let alone fucking Cuba. America's arms. America giving arms.
You need to save Zerka. He's losing his mind. He told me to stay out of his drama because he thinks I don't help him. But I think he's wrong. Right? But whatever. Let me see. What's going on with him?
Opium thing on him, and he lost.
He's just chilling with chat.
Hey, just FYI, I don't give you permission to restream my broadcast anymore. If you do, I'm gonna report.
And then he leaked my DMs. I didn't give you permission to fucking leak my DMs.
Yo, I could literally do that. I have that power. I can say you do not have permission to restream me, or I'm gonna report you. But you know what? I'll never do that. Can I make this pledge? I don't know if I want to commit to this, honestly. Okay, I'm not going to commit to it 100%, but for now, everything I put out in public is public domain. Everything I put out in public is public domain. I don't believe in copyright. I don't believe in IP. Use it as you use it for now. I'll specify when I disagree with that in the future. But for now, you can post my videos, you can post my clips, you can do whatever. I don't give a fuck. But, you know, I'm kind of a corporatist. Like with Peter Wiley's like a corporation that I negotiate with secretly. He's like a sector of dissenting opinions. So whenever I want to see what outsiders think of infrared, I look at Peter Wiley. So I let it stand, you know?
Vegeta.
How's he losing his mind?
Snakes thingy. I agree.
Bro, Zerka's fucking low energy. How dare he call me low energy? He called me low energy. Me and Zerka could be playing Halo right now. I'm low energy, right? Fuck out of here with that.
To Taiwan is purposeful aggression.
Oh wait, did he call back? Oh, he's calling now. Yo, what up?
Look at that. I got the whole Reddit to look at this shit. Look at this shit. Hold on.
I'm not on your stream.
I'm live right now.
Hold on, let me open your stream. Yo, dude, you owe me.
Dude, remember when I said nobody actually wants to go to war with a good person like me? Dude, DGG mod nerds, this guy from DGG's community.
Show me on stream. I can't see.
No, I'm not going to leak it. This guy, I don't want to leak his name, but he's a DGGer, and he sends me info when they're being fucking cringy. And he said, DGG mod nerds banned you from his Reddit. Because Destiny literally quit the war, and it's fucking pathetic. And I'm so glad he did, you know?
Damn, total surrender. Dude, I told you.
But hey, Haz, you kind of know the lore and stuff like that. Don't you think I was such a nice friend to that guy? The last clip I saw of Steven's like Zerka's the only guy I haven't had a problem with.
Dude, I can't tell when it was real beef or not. When I saw the cease and desist thing, I was like, oh shit, it's serious. I thought you always do this shit.
That was bait. That was bait. The cease and desist was, hey, you can't rebroadcast my live stream, right? And so when I wrote cease and desist, I knew he's gonna leak DMs. Like, I didn't do that. I didn't think he'd fall for that. He's a fucking idiot.
Dude, I always thought that it's fucking it's nothing is serious. I didn't know it was like serious beef.
It's not. I didn't get a cease and desist.
From Destiny?
No, I didn't get a cease and desist from Destiny. That was just a bait tweet.
He didn't send you anything?
No, he didn't send me a cease and desist, dude. What are you talking about? That was a bait tweet because I knew he'd leak my shit to prove his point.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got
and
you.
a long time ago, he told me, he's like, you're really good at this warfare stuff. I'm like, oh man, I have so many I never even got to use that trick. So, and I thought that trick would take 2 weeks, that bait. I thought it would take 2 weeks, but literally within hours, he leaked my DMs. I'm like, okay, I can leak yours.
So the war's over.
Yeah, the war ended when he gave up. This is just overkill with DGG closing my name down on the Reddit. And yeah, good for them, because I kind of don't like this war. I don't really get subs when
dude, it was on LSF and everything.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But it was not a cease and desist. It was you can't restream my broadcast. That's what he said. Right.
What are you doing right now?
I think I'm gonna get some people on call, maybe bullet and stuff, and chill because it's still early. But yeah, I mean, you really didn't watch my streams, because if you watch my stream, there's so many people who have seen my streams and they're like, "Why are you so nice to that guy? He just makes you look bad, like you're chilling with an incel." And I'm like, "Yeah, well." And now I feel like I wasted a lot of time.
Dude, I was right. You owe me.
About what?
Look at the DM.
Oh, okay. You don't want to leak that? Yeah, delete that then.
No, I don't care if it's leaked. I don't know if you care.
Yeah, what did he say?
He was just talking. He was basically saying that he can't take you seriously. You're only doing everything for content. You were in the wrong with Stardust. You were just exploiting it for clout.
I kind of, I mean, if your paycheck is from the Destiny people, why would I expect you to have my back? You know.
Yeah, but I told you that everyone in DGG will be against you if you go against them. That's what I told you.
No,
Remember?
I single-handedly won, and you said I wouldn't win. I told you.
You didn't. You won the battle, but not the war. That's the truth.
What war? There's no war, bro.
These people are gonna be against you until the end of days.
Oh, let them cry, dude. Listen, dude. You can't live on the internet 17 hours a day and be afraid that you make some cucks angry on the internet. Like, dude.
Yeah, I know, but it's gonna be a optics
No, it's
war.
not, dude. Because the next fucking drama in Destiny's life, I don't even have to cover the cringe. I don't have to.
Dude, it's gonna be an optics war.
No, Stevens, dude, that guy is at war with his own optics. Like the next girl that starts crying, the 10th girl on his stream that starts crying.
Yo, you know my biggest criticism of you?
Yeah, what's up?
You're not a future-oriented thinker. You never see things.
You want to come up?
No, give me a sec. You never see things coming from the future. You never see things unexpectedly. Every time a new thing happens, it always surprises you. You ever notice that?
What do you mean, like this kind of stuff?
Like you never foresee things. You never foresee.
I don't know. Would it be cocky to say I foresaw this? I didn't think it'd be this soon, though.
No, I feel like you just never noticed the I don't know. You just never noticed the blind spots.
Did you watch my stream today?
No, not today. I was streaming.
Okay, you'll see how much foresight I have when you see me reading the DMs.
I don't know, bro.
Like I called it word for word.
I know, thinking ahead of the game. Yeah, those guys. Dude, DGG used to like you. They used to like you, dude. You burned that bridge with them.
Yeah, I know, but I never liked them. Like they used to like me, and I would still say, "You guys live in your mom's basement." Like you act.
But dude, no one knew. They're taking it seriously now. They didn't take that seriously before.
Yeah, let them, dude. Let them, dude. You don't understand that in this world, you can't run from desperate chats. You know, like they will know who you are, regardless. Even if I didn't stay with Steven, they would eventually find out who I am. Right? That's how the internet works, right? Like it really doesn't matter. You know, it's like if you're gonna be a lifetime streamer, just make sure you're not a piece of shit behind the scenes.
Yeah. You know, bro, I don't know. See, the difference between you and me in this war you were waging, the infrared army would have had your back.
Yeah, but I don't want you guys getting involved. You're a new channel, dude.
Dude, I'm already on their radar. They already hate me.
No. There's a lot of DJs.
And as a matter of fact, I feel like you should apologize to me because I'm the first one who was waging the war versus Irrelevant. And all of that just spilled over into the DGG stuff. And I was right. And you didn't have my back. Remember that?
What do you mean? Like,
I was waging war against Irrelevant and you didn't have my back. But it turns out, or you kind of did.
I still don't want war with Irrelevant. Like, he can have his opinion.
But he's Irrelevant. When I say Irrelevant, I just mean that's all DGG. They're all the same people. It's the same community.
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind. His chat has protected me so many times in the past. I don't really care.
All right, just wait. See, look, dudes. I'm not going to mention names, but certain streamers right now, they're farming a lot of shit.
Yeah.
Leeching streamers. And
I mean,
they are in lockstep.
They're the working class.
Here's the difference between them and us. They have lockstep unity, always have each other's back. They look out for each other. They're all one force.
Dude, you don't even know who DGG is. They hate each other.
But when it comes to facing an external,
dude, there's so much.
Dude, when the blue pill have to face the red pill, they march in lockstep, one-on-one. They're all helping each other.
I'll show you some anonymous DGGers, hardcore DGGers, old school 10-year DGGers that are literally send me logs and stuff. Like, there's so much.
Dude, I'm talking about the streamers, bro. You're not listening.
Oh, the streamers, but
When they're waging war against Red Pill, they all march in lockstep in unity.
But I don't think it's a war against Red Pill. I don't.
Yes, it is.
No. I think it's more of a Farm Stevens chat. It's not a war for them. Right.
But all I'm saying is those people are unified.
Yeah, but to me, that's like, I don't know. It's not threatening. It's not really. Like, I don't really care. Why do you care about?
Because, we should all hash this out in like a video game, like a strategy game where we actually have armies and we can see who wins.
I would literally have Irrelevant on. I don't care if he disagrees with me. I don't really care. I more care about being gaslit and lied to by someone that I protected for a year. You know what I mean? I don't really know Irrelevant like that.
Dude, this is what I'm saying. You don't have foresight. You don't understand that these are all communities on Twitch that sway one way.
I know. I've been dealing with them since Raj days. What is your point?
Yeah, but it's like it's one community that's isolated within itself, and they are all united.
Dude, here's what you're not understanding. If these 3 streamers were fucking professional tennis players or something, those chats would still hate me. Do you get it?
No, dude, that's not true.
Yes, they would. Yes, they do.
This is what you don't see. You don't see how chats are manipulated for or against others based on what streamers say.
No, dude. Yeah, I feel like you're overreacting because if a chat don't like you, it's because they're waiting for a reason. It's not because someone manipulated them. They're waiting for a reason, right? They were never gonna like you in the first place. That's why.
That ain't true.
No,
they
in your mind, in your mind, you can be neutral
until you attack their streamer with old drama. They liked you.
Yeah, I don't care about that. That kind of shows more how fake they are, right?
Bro, you do care. Of course you care. You fucking went to war with them.
No, I didn't. I just said I dropped the topic. I just clapped back. I'm done. I don't think
Dude, you care so much about the public opinion more than anyone.
About DGG's opinion?
Of course you do. You always respond to them and address them.
Do you want clips of...
Bro, you used to respond to comments.
Yeah, the guys in my Discord who feed me information, those are the nice ones. But
dude, you used to respond to YouTube comments. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's great content. Like, dude, when a guy with an anime picture is going hard at me, it's great content.
Dude, all I'm saying, you have to... Okay, just accept the fact...
Dude, there's worse communities. You know Raj's community, when they're on your back, it's way worse. Like, it's worse. There's more outrageous communities. You know what I mean?
Listen, my advice, you're going to ignore it now, but in the future, you're going to say, I'm sorry, I was wrong.
No, I'm not. Dude, I've been doing this way longer than you. It's not like I just met that chat, dude. I know that chat.
Dude, but here's the thing. They used to hate you because of the flat earth and the Trump shit. Then they started to say, oh, Zerka's just a funny guy. It's not serious. And now they think everything's really serious. That's dangerous, dude.
Well, so be it. I'm not going to go live walking on eggshells for like people who...
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you should be unified. You should create a unified coalition to... offset.
No, look, if I've ever lost to them, then I would be afraid. But they're you just show them the truth, or you leak something, and then they immediately like, oh fuck,
dude,
he's right.
Networks are fucking everything. That's all I'm gonna say. They're everything. Communities are everything.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is it's when.
Why are you wearing a Christmas sweater?
I'm cold. What's the deal?
All right,
you don't like it?
I was just wondering.
How'd I smack you? You don't like this? You don't like this?
Someone in my chat pointed it out, and I don't make sense.
What did your fucking chat? Your chat's the kind of guys who wear black shirts and jeans at the club because they want to feel cool.
What are you supposed? You're supposed to wear black at the club. What the fuck?
No, sometimes you can wear something different. You're gonna go your whole life wearing the same.
You wear black at the club because you're mourning the funeral of your own dignity.
You think you lose dignity going to a club?
Most of the time, yes.
What if you just want stimulation? What the fuck?
Cope.
Dude, I don't know. I was.
You were a fucking bouncer, dude. You lived at the club, but you don't even.
Yeah, but I think it's good EXP points, man. It's like a dungeon. Right? Like when you see society and how like how they behave like zoo animals, that only the club will show you that. It's like the best place to be.
Kinda true. No, that's high school, dude. That's high school and college too. But college doesn't matter.
Yeah. I don't know. Hold on. Yo, read this DM.
Okay. You hold on.
What do you mean 100K? 100.
You said 100.
I said 100 for them. 100 total.
That's nothing. Oh, they will. Yeah, they will. They will.
I'm not repeating it.
I thought you will. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, you did. Trust me, I've done this before. There's not one war I haven't won on Twitch. You know, that's how I got my first following actually. And I don't do wars. I do battles. Like you don't see me drag it on, right? Like people like milk the Hassan Mansion thing, and I would kept pausing and not even talk about Hassan. I would talk about like the fucking weather because I couldn't bear listening to slow talk. Like,
damn, that is crazy, dude. These people are getting so much from that shit. Not just one person either. There's like
viewers,
huh?
They're getting viewers.
Yeah, and they're just talking about the fucking the drama.
People are desperate to watch the Zerka Royale.
Dude, plan for that next Zerka Royale because that shit. There's gonna be a lot of eyes on that shit.
Dude, here's something that's gonna make me look awesome, and I should just leak who my producer is. My producer hates me, and I have all the DMs to prove right now. He hates me because I never know who's coming on the Royales. But
dude, plan it.
I swear to God, I don't do it. Someone else does it for me, right? And I kind of like help them out a bit. I try to do something back, you know, when I can. But if you found out how little, like, you can see me on stream, ask, hey, bro, what's your name? Because I don't know who's coming on the streams. I don't know anything, right? It's not my show that I'm planning. And so that's why it's so funny when people say you plan to have Anna on or Ink Bites. I don't know who the fuck these people are, right? I don't know who the fuck these people are. Like, I literally don't do anything. I just go live and farm. And Dead Hexer knows the whole story and stuff. But I kind of like people thinking I'm calculated. And I like Anna is a strategic placement. You know, I kind of like people thinking I'm that smart because then they're like, I'll watch this guy.
You know, I didn't even know that shit, right? I didn't even know Anna, and I had no idea they were even related. None. I had no fucking idea.
Yeah, and she didn't talk about it for like 2 weeks. I was surprised she just brought that up after we, you know, had her on so much. That was kind of out of the blue. But it's weird. If I admit that I don't like know who's coming on my stream, then people think like I suck at this shit. So I don't like to admit it. But I'm really just a catalyst, man. Like you know, you throw me a good cast, and I'll farm that. Joseph, you can't tell me you honestly didn't see it coming. A girl hysterically crying? No, obviously I didn't see that coming. You didn't either. That's why it got views. That's why you freaked out when you saw it. You know, if you were saying, "Was she gonna shed a tear?" Even that, I'd be like, "Nah, not really." She didn't. Did she cry against Dan and Destiny fucking ripping her apart? I don't think she. I think she just screamed, "You're gaslighting me" and shit. But no, I didn't see nobody in chat thought a girl would randomly start hysterically crying. Okay? Nobody actually knew that. That's why we all freaked out. We're like, what the fuck? And if it was about view count, I would have just kept that VOD. But if I ever cry on stream, you better delete my VOD, Huz. And it's weird. I always say how I'm a piece of shit, so I can easily do the cool guy thing. Be like, I knew all along that she was gonna cry, but then that's kind of cringe. It's like I'm kind of like trying to look like something I'm not.
Dude, how did Political Twitch even fucking find the Zerka Royale? You know what I think? I think they all just followed me.
Well, you know, someone always hits record when there's a royale of mine. Like it's people record my 200 viewer shit. Like someone's always recording. You know that?
No, I know, but like all these people who started coming on from political Twitch, it's literally because of me.
Why?
Because first they always been curious about me. They started seeing me going on your royales, and they started doing commentary about it. Then that's why there's beef between me and Irrelevant. Because he was following all the shit from me being on your show and shit.
There's beef because you overreacted when he said I don't like tankies, and you're like, yo, fuck this guy, right?
No, dude, no.
And you know what's weird is like many people say they don't like tankies. You don't get mad at them, but you got mad at him.
Dude, he called me a Nazi and said I shouldn't have a platform.
I asked you for that clip. I'm like, I can't even imagine him say that.
He said, I swear to God, he said that shit. But anyway, I just feel like I got these people obsessed with you know one of the biggest reasons I go on your shit.
Yeah,
it's because I want to get away from political Twitch, right? But they follow me anyway.
No, the biggest reason you come on my shit is because you want to meet pretty girls and farm extra viewers.
Not true. I really don't get my viewers. Dude, my viewers go down. Every time I call you, my viewers go down, but it's okay.
No, that's because you're not planning your content, bro.
No, I am. My viewers were good today compared to yesterday and stuff.
What did you get?
750.
What did you do? What the fuck?
I debated some guy.
Oh, okay. No, I'm saying for the days you don't have debates, what do you have planned for that?
I just react. I mean, it's been very good. 600, about 500, 600. It's been pretty good.
Make sure people know you for reacting.
Yeah, well, I do. I did a lot of big brain shit. I explained to people some stuff. I talked about China. I talked about traditionalism. A lot of cool stuff. I gave my people content.
I'm saying even when you're chilling, don't do what I do where I'm just looking at a Vegeta picture, you know, like actually have something prepared.
Dude, I gave my fucking viewers big brain shit. I had good content today.
Yeah, but you always have good content with weak thumbnail. You should have both, you know?
Oh, fuck. I keep forgetting about thumbnail.
Me too. And you know what's so funny is like, dude, there's one time some guy linked me a model calendar, like, you know, those model calendars.
Yeah.
January, February, March. And we're watching it talking about like sushi. And the viewer count went up by 700 viewers. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? And everyone's just talking about sushi in the chat and shit. No one's talking about girls.
Food helps?
No, food doesn't help. The hot girls help.
Oh.
The thumbnail is huge, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because people act like really giddy when there's like a girl on screen. They're like, they become little 12-year-old boys and shit.
Dude, you're saying fucking, you're saying I come on to meet girls?
Mm-hmm.
That's cap.
What? It is?
That's cap, dude. I've only met like one girl from your show.
Yeah. Dude, should we have a rule that we don't talk about Stardust here? Because like I've never been farmed like that.
Yeah, that's something I don't even mention them by name because I know in a week from now they're going to be at 50 viewers.
Yeah.
Dude, who is Kayut viewers? Are those Destiny's people too?
No, those are guys trying to get laid. Believe I talked to a lot of them. They just want to get laid. They're like really just sheltered people and stuff. Like they actually want to get laid. They don't just meme.
Like they're incels?
Not really. Like they go on shows. They're social. I don't know how to explain it.
I'm talking about the chats, the viewers.
Yeah.
It's like 4K viewers, dude.
Yeah, it could be anyone, right? I
4K,
thought you meant her
5K.
first. I thought you meant her first 1,000, or like her core.
No, I'm talking about like the viewers. Like,
no, how many subs did she have?
I don't know, dude. She's gonna get big. Swear to God, she's gonna get big. Like, dude, that's like Raj. Yeah. I think she's gonna get like Raj level. I swear to God. The first time I went on her show, she was like 2K. Then she's starting to get like 7K, and it's like, fuck, dude.
Yeah, I was talking
Shit
to her
is going on.
privately, and she randomly said like, "Oh, I'm just gonna update my camera, my audio, my this, my that."
Yeah, that
and then she
shit.
said,
Keep an eye on
shit
that shit.
really boosted too, and the structure of the show that like her moderators run it for her. That's really smart.
Yeah,
You and I
yeah.
don't use our people that much.
Dude.
We
Keep an
should.
eye on that shit. That's gonna like get Ra's
Yeah.
levels.
I have something to show
Yeah.
you. The
Early
dude
Ra's
in
levels.
chat who's trying to DM me sensitive information shit. I'm done. I don't want to talk about it anymore. We're done. When I said to chat, when I'm done, it's done.
Bro,
And
I
it's
didn't
done.
even talk about that shit at all today. None of it. I didn't talk about any of it.
Yeah, I mean,
It's dead, dude.
yeah, it's dead. It's
dead
boring stuff.
content.
It's boring. It's boring even when we're talking about it. To be honest.
Yeah.
Because like in literally 1 month he'll be in drama with the next girl, and then what are you gonna have to talk about all that? We're done with the cringe content, right?
Yeah.
I really need to plan more people on my shit. Like today, let's get some people. Who's live?
Who's live?
Let's see. Why Bullet want to come on? BX Bullet. Can you add her? I have to pee.
Okay,
Try
I'll add
talking
her.
talk to my people if you're not live. Okay.
Okay. I am live right now, but I can still. I'm gonna add. Is Bullet in the chat? She wants to come on. Bullet. I don't know. Add her. Okay. Oh man. Yo. What up, Zerka's chat? We've had our ups and downs. But the truth is, unban you? What'd you get banned for? I'll unban you 5 gifted subs. Unban final order. Don't get banned again. Don't get banned again. Don't get banned again. What do you do for shoulders? Yo, yesterday I fucking pigged out, dude. I had chicken tenders and ranch. Shit was good as hell, and I still feel like pigging out. I feel like eating like shit every day. But you gotta have discipline. You gotta have discipline.
Hello. What's up?
Yo, what up? Zerka said you wanted to join.
I don't know. I was just in chat asking what's happening. He said join, and I didn't know what to say. What do you?
I have no idea what's going on.
I don't know what's going on. What's going on?
Nah, he literally. You're asking the wrong person. He just told me
Why
to
is
add you.
John muted?
He's going to pee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just laughing at this kid, Augie or whatever, who's been trolling us on Twitter. I actually pulled up. Dude, go look in the group Discord and look what this kid looks like.
Okay, hold on one sec.
I can't stop laughing right now.
Let me see. Let me see.
I can't stop laughing right
That
now.
guy?
This guy that's been trolling me on Twitter with all his little shrimpy like armies of trolls.
What is he saying? What the fuck? Who's that guy?
He's like, women suck. Women are stupid. I'm such a black pill. Women are so dumb. Come
He's like
debate
Bob
me
Seven?
tomorrow. I have a bigger YouTube following than John Zerka. Come
Dude, I could
debate
wrap my
me
hand
tomorrow.
around his fucking arm. I could wrap my hand around his
I
arm.
can bench press that dude. Oh my god.
Thank you,
Cam
Final Order. Appreciate you.
Cam up right now, me.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, hold on.
It should be like a rule that you guys always come up.
Well, I mean, I can't stay on for
Oh,
that
is my
long 'cause
food here?
I'm doing something special today on my stream. So,
What are you doing?
I'm encouraging everyone to get vaccinated by force
Oh,
Yeah.
why? What the fuck?
because I'm pro-vax.
Oh, you still having those arguments?
No. What argument?
Okay, I'm gonna be back. So if I gotta be back in 15 minutes, should I just leave my stream up?
Yeah.
Why am I the only
always.
person cammed up?
Huh?
This is weird.
Yeah, always. And Haz, what you should do is run old content of your debates while they're waiting. Don't leave it be right back screen in case.
Well, how about I leave it? How about I leave it on your stream? I just restream it.
You can, but most of your chat wants to see your debates. You can just drop an old
What
debate.
are we debating? What's going on? I mean, is there something?
I'm saying Haz's chat is like, I don't think they want to just chill with me. So you should. I'm saying to keep your viewers.
Yeah. I gotta go. I'll be back in like 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
All right.
Yeah.
Why is nobody else cammed up?
Yeah. Yo, guys, I gotta go. I don't know if I want to tell you what I'm gonna go do because just whatever, but it'll be like 15, 20 minutes. I'm gonna pee first and then go about it. What are we gonna restream? What's a good one? Let's do a throwback. Let's do a throwback. How about we do a throwback? Oh, what if I just give you the Stalin documentary? What about the Stalin documentary? How about I just give you that? Or I could do the meaning of socialism in 2021. Nah, that'd be boring. Let me think. Ah, let's do this. The alacrity debate. That's what you guys deserve right now. Honestly, that's what you deserve. Maybe we can meet on the street if I win. Where the crazy people meet on the street without name. Okay, and then let me just add some text. Hey guys, I'll be back. Give me a second. I'll be back. Okay. 25 minutes.
Me.
Yeah.
And there are a few things that I found interesting about your economics.
Sure.
What do you mean when you say that innovation isn't something forgive me if I'm wrong. What do you mean that innovation isn't something that happens when on an individual level?
Innovation?
Yeah, I remember you talking about, I think it's about the midway point. You were just talking about how technological.
The basic idea is that there's some kind of more fundamental social, technological, cultural, historical, whatever transformation that happens. Some real change happens first, and individual brilliance only draws that out.
What is that thing that happens first?
In Marxism, they call it a revolution in the forces of production.
Okay. Do you have? Could you give an example of one? Do you have empirical evidence for this?
I don't know what you mean by empirical evidence, but there's plenty of examples I could give you. I could give you the example of how you could argue that the steam engine, the invention of the steam engine, was just picking up the pieces of the more broad historical transformation that resulted from the English Civil War, this kind of apocalyptic social event. There's the example of how the rise of computers, for example, followed World War II. World War II, the 1930s, the New Deal, this was a kind of fundamental social revolution. So there's actually plenty of examples. There's one that's happening right now, actually.
There isn't that all those that you just listed, that doesn't really demonstrate that individual brilliance is just drawing on a greater trend that doesn't actually follow from that.
Okay, go ahead, explain.
My point is that you haven't met the burden of proof in the beginning. You haven't demonstrated
what is your qualification
No,
for
I
demonstrating?
wasn't finished yet.
Yeah.
Haas. What can I call you, by the way? Infrared?
You can call
is
me
that what you
Haas,
prefer
yeah.
to be called?
Yeah, call me
My
Haas.
point is that you haven't demonstrated it in the first place, how they are related. You haven't demonstrated in the
Well, of course I haven't gone into the details of demonstrating that, because that would require like a that would require a lot more time to explain, like,
Alright,
exactly
be back in 45 minutes,
guys. So I'm not sure what you're looking for.
Well, that would require a lot more elaboration from me when you ask me to explain how you haven't demonstrated it, when really I'm just informing you.
So if you're not willing to do it, why would I be willing to?
By the way, Infrared, I'm not going to interrupt you if you don't interrupt me, so I think the
But
conversation
it's my
would be more
show. It's my
productive.
show. You don't have leverage, dude. So let's not get into that.
Okay, I'm just saying if it would help. But anyway, so when you say that that individual brilliance just draws on something else, are you saying what are the conclusions that you draw from that practically?
You're the one who watched the video and is raising this specific point to me. So you have to contextualize what I was trying to say in that video.
I know. I'm saying we both agreed. You mentioned that it requires a lot more elaboration, and so you said that you didn't know what I wanted you to do with that. So I'm advancing to just advance to the praxis. I'd like to talk about what implications you draw from that view then. What are your policy
I just
implications?
answered you. It's within the specific context of the practical implications, as demonstrated by the video, being that you have to think of a different relationship. When you're thinking about capitalism, you have to have a different concept of time than just this kind of idea that there's a linear advance and progression of technology. Instead of that, it seems to be that there are different cycles within capitalism, or within the history of modern capitalism, that exhaust some kind of fundamental upper limit, at which point, upon this limit, we see some kind of revolution in the forces of production. The concept I'm drawing this from, by the way, it's not just from me. It's called they're called K waves, Contradeyev cycles. Are you familiar with these?
No, please elaborate.
Let me see if I'm pronouncing him right. Kondrashiev waves. Yeah, Kondrashiev waves. They are. You want me to read the Wikipedia for you or something?
Yes, just explain how you're relating them to your general argument. That would be
They
nice.
are hypothesized cycle-like phenomena in the world economy. The phenomena is closely connected with technology lifestyles. It is stated that the period of a wage ranges from 40 to 60 years. The cycles consist of alternating intervals of high sectoral growth and intervals of relatively slow growth.
Okay, and these waves, they are just purely trends, or are they an actual underlying physical phenomenon?
They purport to measure economic cycles.
Okay.
And corresponding cultural, historical, social, political changes.
Okay, so back to what I was saying then. So when you say that individual brilliance just draws on a greater trend or something, what is a specific policy implication that you would do into the future about that? Because so far you're just explaining ways to
Wait. You watched a few hours long stream.
You didn't really elaborate that much.
Shut up. Don't interrupt me. You watched a few hour long stream.
Wait a second. What was that? I wasn't
Can you shut up?
Yet.
You said, what's the policy implication? You're the one who watched a few hour long stream. You isolated a specific point I made that you find quite quaint, right? The idea, basically, that innovation is not happening at the individual level. Actually, by the way, this was part of the more fundamental point, that the production of value doesn't happen at the individual level. So this was actually the underlying point. This talk about technology and all this other stuff, including art and culture, this was actually an ancillary detail to this more broader and fundamental point about the nature of value. Okay, this is what the context, the implication was basically that many Marxists have this idea that the individual input of labor, okay, is what produces value that is crystallized within the commodity. I was trying to rebuke this by saying that actually value is not created at the individual level. Value requires a more distinct and dialectic view of time, right? Not just this kind of input and then output, but more this kind of realization of something that in a sense already happened.
Okay,
so when you ask me what is the policy implication of this, it's a completely meaningless question, because policy was not the point of that lecture or that discussion I sent you. Now, if you don't like that lecture and that discussion because it doesn't tailor to the conversation you wanted to have in mind, which was about policy, don't isolate snippets out of context from that specific lecture and discussion, because they have nothing to fucking do with the argument you're trying to veer it towards.
Well, first of all, what argument do you think I was trying to veer it towards?
The praxis implications about policy, which is completely irrelevant.
Okay, so this theory of yours, my point, okay, so what's your point then of the theories? First of all, I also noticed that you never really defined value in the lecture. Will you please define value?
Do I need to define value?
Yes, will you please define value?
Value is alienated and abstract labor. That's the Marxist view.
Okay. So what is surplus value then? That's alienated abstract labor. Will you please explain what that is?
Because value... Okay, I'll explain it. Do you want me to explain it? Value...
Yes, explain your view of surplus
value.
Value
necessarily acquires form in the form of prices. Right? It's measured through price, through money, right? The reason there's surplus value is because the nature of value forces us to recognize it as something that exists in excess to the form it takes on in the form of price. In other words, there is an excess of value over the form it takes.
Okay. And how can you demonstrate that?
What do you mean?
Well, it seems since
you demonstrated in the form of the production of wealth.
I wasn't finished yet.
I'm going to answer your question. I don't give a fuck if you're not finished. You demonstrated in the form of the production of wealth. Wealth that didn't exist before now exists. That's how it's demonstrated.
Yeah, but you can't really quantify it that well. So whenever you encounter a situation where someone says, well, there's really is no demonstration of abstract labor here in this assessment of value.
Do you know what abstract labor is?
Seems to be falsifiable.
I don't think you know what abstract labor is. Do you know what it is?
Please define that then, if you don't think I know what it is.
Do you know what it is? I'm asking you.
Well, first of all, I just said, my point is that it doesn't really seem that your idea of value can be falsified.
Okay, but before we talk about falsification, which is a bankrupt concept in the philosophy of science and within epistemology, no one actually believes in it unironically in the 21st century. But before we have a discussion about falsifiability, my question for you is, you're making a lot of claims about my views of abstract labor. So I'm asking you what abstract labor is. What do I mean by abstract labor, since you know?
You probably have some specialized definition of abstract labor, so I'm just asking you to define it.
Do I have one, or is my concept of abstract labor actually just the same one that Marx had and pretty much all Marxists have had since Marx, and is pretty commonplace among Marxists? I don't think you've done your homework.
Okay, so please detail it a bit quickly then. Because again,
but you don't know what it is. Why should I give you a free tutoring lesson as an educator when you're the burden of proof is upon you to demonstrate you know the concepts you're talking about?
Actually, no, not really, because I asked you what your conception of it is. So if anything,
but you jumped ahead and made a value judgment about that very concept. You didn't just say you don't know what it is. You said that, to quote ad verbatim from what I remember, you said, well, it seems like what you're saying about abstract labor can't be demonstrated. Well, how can you know it can't be demonstrated if you don't even know what the concept of abstract labor is?
Because I don't know precisely how you're using it, and I just gave.
But how can you make a judgment?
I just gave it.
How can you make a judgment?
I'm asking you for the definition.
No, shut up. This is my show. First of all,
for the definition.
Shut your fucking bitch mouth up. This is my show. How can you make a judgment about the demonstrability of abstract labor if you don't know what the concept actually is? You made a positive judgment saying that it is not demonstrable or that it's not falsifiable. You made a loaded judgment about the concept without knowing what the fuck it is. And by the way, you fucking idiot, what I'm trying to tell you this, because what you don't seem to be understanding is that abstract labor doesn't require an so-called empirical justification, because as a concept, it's almost tautological. It's not meant to introduce some kind of new empirical reality we aren't familiar with. It's trying to actually allow us to understand the empirical reality we can already observe in a new and better way.
My point is that I have an
Are you aware, for example, first of all, we have a lot of philosophical problems I'm detecting on your part. You seem to be stuck in this savage, barbaric, and primitive pre-Kantian philosophical universe where all statements we make about reality and all statements we make in general have to be validated and verified by the criterion of empirical proof. This is such a philosophically backward and primitive view. It is not even worthy of my time. You're not aware of Kant's revolution in the modern philosophy? You're not aware of the fact that not every concept that is within the that with which we use to engage with reality has to directly be empirically verified?
Okay, so first of all, I'm trying to explain to you why.
Do you
I said
understand
that.
the Kantian critical method? Do you understand what criticism is? It's the foundation of Marx's approach in Capital, criticism. Do you know what that is?
Infrared, one thing at a time, please. I'm trying to explain.
But you just shit out an octopus with so many tentacles, and now we have to go through each tentacle one by one.
You keep
you asked me
to address one point at a time, Infrared. But
okay, go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, the reason I said that it seems a bit unfalsifiable, the service, but I'm trying to get a better idea of what you're saying, because again,
are you asking for an education, or do you want to debate?
I wasn't finished yet, Infrared.
What's so important you wanted to say? Go ahead. What's so important? Yeah, go ahead.
Because for all I know, you may have a certain conception of abstract labor value that may be different from Marx, but you may not know it. So my point is that we can go back and forth with that. So my point is that I'm just trying to find out what your views are.
If I had a concept of abstract labor you weren't familiar with, you would just say, I don't know what you meant by abstract labor. That is not what you said, Alacrity. What you fucking told me is that this concept of abstract labor cannot be demonstrated or is unfalsifiable. You see the difference? We've been over this, so I should have interrupted you because you didn't actually say anything that's worth anyone's time. I already heard your fucking argument here. That's why I interrupted you. You see why? You see the pattern of why I'm interrupting you? Because you're wasting my fucking time. You're not saying anything new. You're just saying the same shit you said before.
I'm trying to advance the conversation.
What about the concept of abstract labor makes it incapable of being demonstrated in reality?
Well, first of all, I don't quite know what it is.
So shut the fuck up and don't say it can't be demonstrated then. Can we agree on that? Can we agree you were wrong for saying it can't be demonstrated?
Okay, I concede.
Good.
Now, will you please explain what it is? Now, will you please explain what it is?
Explain abstract labor to you?
Yes, just a quick definition.
Okay, let's just Google it. So I can give you a one-sentence thing. Here's the Wikipedia. Okay, there's not anything simple. Let me see if I can find a simple sentence for you that I could read to you. Nope.
Are you still looking for it? I'm not watching the stream because of the delay.
I think I'm gonna have to put it into my own words because I can't find anything that's gonna be useful to you.
All right then.
Well, the idea of abstract labor is basically this idea that labor undergoes something called socialization, which basically means that despite the wealth of differences between individuals and the different, things that are going on in their individual exertion of work, labor acquires an abstraction. It acquires the quality of abstraction so far as its cost is concerned in the form of wages, that equalizes all labor basically as the same. This is abstract labor.
How do you measure it?
What do you mean, how do you measure it?
How do you measure it?
Measure what? Measure the quantities of abstract labor?
Yes, how do you measure it?
You measure it in the form of the price of labor.
The price of labor. Okay, can you point, is that actual prices that you see in real life, or are you talking about more abstract sense of price of labor? Like, could you give an example of the labor value of a good?
What do you mean?
Can you give an example of it?
Labor
like
value,
said, how it's measured.
The conceptual significance of value arises in reality, not when we point at a empirical object and say that is value. It arises in reality in the form of a contradiction. So in this case, in Marx's case, it arises in the form between the contradiction between value and price. Despite the fact that value doesn't take a form outside of its form in the form of price, it still exerts its contradictory nature in relation to price in the form of contradictions.
What does that mean? What do you mean in the form of contradictions?
In the form of contradictions such as capitalist crisis.
Will you explain that really quickly?
Oh my God! So this is another debate where I'm basically just educating you, right?
Infrared, no. I'm asking you to explain it, because if you don't, you can change the definition later. So I think what you're talking about is overproduction.
At what point are you gonna make a rebuttal and actually fucking debate me? You don't know. Listen, if you know anything about Marxism, you don't have to rely on my personal definitions. You should rely on what you know about Marxism, and whether what you know about Marxism is correct or false, we'll see. But you should, if you're going to come debate me about Marxist economics, you should fucking know what abstract labor is, and you should fucking know the answer to all of these questions you're asking me, such as, what is capitalist crisis? What is the falling rate of profit? You should know all of these Marxism 101 economic concepts. You came to me as an uneducated fucking idiot asking me for free tutoring lessons. Like all the other people who've come challenge me to debate, by the way. So please be the exception. Okay, do you know anything about Marxist economics?
I was trying to ask you because I think you were talking about overproduction. Is that what you meant by the capitalist crisis?
Overproduction, the falling rate of profit? Yes, there's various different words for it.
Yes, okay, so you mentioned, again, back to what I was talking about. When I asked you how you measured it, you alluded to that, so I don't quite see what case you're trying to make here.
But when you're saying measure, you're again making a philosophical confusion. Okay, when you're saying measure, you're assuming we can go no farther than philosophical empiricism insofar as we want to engage with reality scientifically. This is a primitive, outdated view, which was outdated by many decades in Marx's time himself, and not to mention our time in the 21st century. You see?
Well, Infrared, you're making a lot of claims, but you haven't really shown that the aspects of reality that you're alluding to warrant consideration in the first place. So I don't see why you assume that.
So you're not so much concerned with the conceptual value that of Marxist economic concepts. What you're concerned with is the direct necessity out of which these concepts arise from. Basically, why must we believe they are true?
Okay, so. And second of all, I wanted to clarify that the reason why I'm asking
you answer my question. Because you're spouting a lot of philosophical confusions. You're not asking me about the conceptual consistency of Marxism or the abilities that Marxism endows us with in being able to relate to reality. What you're asking me is, why should I believe in the significance and value of Marxism? Why do I have to care about Marxism? You know, show me and measure me something in reality. And that's why, that's not how it works, though. Do you see the issue?
No, you haven't really demonstrated that.
You're like a fucking idiot, where, if Galileo made a discovery, show me the sun. Show me what the earth looks like. You know what I'm saying? You're such a fucking idiot like that. You're being lazy. You're being intellectually lazy.
Infrared. Another reason why I ask you is because I watched your...
The entire linchpin of your position here is empiricist dogmatism. Every time you ask me about something I said in the past, you're going to say, can you measure that? Can you show me that? I'm telling you, you are resting upon a philosophical foundation that is outdated and completely primitive.
How is it primitive?
Because Kant's revolution in the history of modern philosophy overturned the view that all the truth values and all statements we make about reality and all the different ways we engage with reality have to be directly measured in the form of empirical sense objects. That's why.
Well, I never made that assertion. My point
But
is...
you
is
did.
that
Why would you ask me to... Why would you ask me to measure abstract labor for you if you didn't have this warped, retarded fucking view that...
Because if you can't measure it, I'm trying to find out how you can demonstrate what it is so I can recognize it too. Because if it exists...
But what that
shouldn't I
means...
be able
But
to
if you're asking me that, you're telling me you're not educated about the subject matter that you came to debate about today.
No, that's not the case. Because...
Why would you debate about a subject matter you have no knowledge or familiarity with?
Well, infrared, you're just telling me...
You would not believe your eyes. 10 million fireflies. And they feel the open air. They won't everywhere. Been on my cane of sleep. Look at all the bitches who left. Fake ass people. And they made the fireflies. And all of the fireflies. Alright, I just did some legs. I just did leg day. I did a quick leg day. And the reason I want to tell you is because you wouldn't understand. You just wouldn't understand. The T-Gray stuff, maybe tomorrow. Maybe we're tomorrow. Maybe we do that tomorrow. Hey!
Oh shit! What the fuck was that?
What's up?
What was that? Oh my god. Well, I mean, I'm streaming, but like, I'm not streaming tomorrow. I got a PI gig from 3 to like whenever it ends. I have to go insert myself into a group of people in a honey trap. I've been working this case for like 2 months now. I'm really excited about it. So it's exciting. It's fun. Doesn't feel like work. Did Haas just come in here and scream and then leave?
No, I didn't leave. I'm still here.
Oh. Somebody's asking me why I need a bunker. What the fuck do you think I need a bunker for?
I need a bunker.
We need a bunker. We're building one. I need $69 million more to build it.
Wait, really? They're not that bad. They're not that expensive.
Well, we're making a luxury one with the water park inside, okay?
Oh, that one's stupid. I saw that one. You know how stupid that one is?
We're building it custom.
That one only has like 10 computers. It's the most inefficient, stupid place ever. It has like 10 iMacs. That's what I said. Is like, if you're spending $100 million on a bunker, just get 3090 PCs. Why do you got to get these shitty iMacs?
Well, in my bunker, things are going to be a little bit different because we've got so many people already, and we've got so many women already. that like we think that we're probably just going to have the men in some sort of suspended like hypersleep probably, just so you guys don't use up too much of our resources, and we just wake you up when we need you to do shit. So I don't think you'd have to worry about it.
You know what's creepy about that? If you're talking about the bunker, I think you are. You know what's creepy about it is that the guy still controls it. So you're literally at the mercy of that guy.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Like the guy who owns that bunker that he's
We're
like
not.
renting.
We're building our own. We're gonna buy a missile silo and pimp it out.
Yeah,
There's
but
plenty of missile
I know
silos.
where you
That's
got that
the one that's
idea
already-
from. There's a guy,
yeah.
yeah, he did that and he's renting rooms. He's giving people
Yeah.
rooms, but he still owns the whole complex, so he could literally.
Dude, there's like a high end bar. There's like all like it's crazy. It's insane inside. It's like an hour long YouTube video we watched about it.
Yeah, but that guy literally still owns it all, so he could do whatever he wants.
Yeah. Well, you know what the easy solution to that is?
Have your a rifle, but he'll control the food supply, and like, what if he just
Like
says?
hell he will.
What if
We'll
he-
see. We outnumber this fucking
What if-
asshole. How big is this guy?
He's actually really big. He's like 6'6" or something.
Oh
not
my
even lying.
god. You know what? They have bidets, and you know the reason that they have bidets instead of because they said that it's not because of like waste or anything. It's because the toilet paper that you would need to supply that many people would take up an entire floor.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, so they're like can't even do that. But yeah. Anyways. But yeah, I do gotta get up early tomorrow, dude. I can't stay on too late tonight.
I don't trust
Yeah.
bidets. I need a wipe after to make sure.
Dude, I want a bidet. Dude, I was looking at these ones on Amazon. They're like fucking $300 or something, and they've got like all these like different like levels of massagers. They've got like butthole massagers.
What?
And yeah, they've got like fucking like butthole massagers and like dryers and like all this fancy settings and buttons.
Oh,
you
the
can
dryer's
put your
nice. The
iPhone.
dryer's nice.
You can
I've been in a
plug your
hotel that had a
iPhone.
dryer once for the bidet, and it was such a good bidet because it you don't have to manually do anything. It just you click a button and it sprays and cleans, and then it dries. So that one I do trust. That was a good one. But
Yeah,
it
that's what I
wasn't-
need to get that. Huh?
Hazi,
Yeah.
come up.
Okay, give me a sec.
I always have these golden clips that pop off and no one's cammed up. Like, I'm so tired of that.
Flip?
Yeah, like weird shit happen. We get like weird news and then no one's cammed up and I missed the clip.
Okay. And naming the fireflies. 10 million fireflies.
Haas is not his real name, it's a code.
No, you know what Haas means, right?
No.
You care?
Of course.
No, it's not important.
Haas, I was gonna ask you something.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, I'm it's a hard one.
That's what she said.
Yeah. Can you 100% say living standard will go up in your Marxist society, but can you 100% say the market will be just as competitive, or you have to say no, not as much?
It'll be as competitive.
As a degen,
It'll be
capitalist
more
market?
competitive, sorry, not as more competitive. More opportunities and
Hold on. If let's say in a neoliberal capitalist system versus your system,
yeah,
they both control the factor of monopolies. Which one's more competitive now that they both control them?
Huh?
Like, let's say the monopolies don't exist, right?
Yeah.
Which market's more competitive?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
You're like
Probably